This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 962 Arrival at Tianyun Star. Butler Jerry believes that if his young master is forced into a corner, he will definitely do something like throwing hydrogen bombs around. But as a butler, his young master's decisions are all right. After Yang Bo gets the hydrogen bomb, he will not use it directly, but will use his superpowers to make it again. If he takes Bart's hydrogen bomb directly, it will be easy for the butler to suspect. Hydrogen bombs are powerful, but have low radiation. Nuclear bombs are not as powerful as hydrogen bombs, and have high residual radiation. Do you know the identities of the people who died in the investigation team? Yang Bo asked again. Butler Jerry nodded. The relevant department has issued a notice, Butler Jerry said, while showing it to his young master. Jimmy! Yang Bo only knew at this time that the member of the investigation team who revealed the telepathic skill was named Jimmy. Yang Bo also knew the names of these people in the investigation team, and had met them, and immediately knew who Jimmy was. Haven't they figured out why the investigation team was attacked? Yang Bo asked Jerry. The butler. Again. The reason why he asked the butler was because some things could not leave any traces. For example, by sending messages or making phone calls. Some sensitive information could only be passed on by word of mouth. According to some rumors, this terrorist attack was aimed at Our Majesty. 2 of the 4 people who died in the investigation team knew Soul Secrets, which is a special department of Our Majesty. There is another one, who is said to be a spy planted by His Majesty. As a superior, you must not believe one-sided words unilaterally. There are also rumors that the identity of the manor steward is also problematic. The reason why the Devon official announced the news only after the fleet commander announced the news is because there are too many secrets involved and all procedures must be followed. It is said that there is also video footage of the murderer's self-destruction. But the video footage is in some mysterious department. In this matter, the Devon official and the garrison fleet are just puppets. All decisions are made by superiors. Butler Jerry answered. Yang Bo nodded. The information was leaked to Jerry on purpose to let Bart know the whole story, so that Bart would not make trouble. No more news? Yang Bo asked after listening. Jerry shook his head after hearing this. No more accurate news. Because the whole thing looks very strange. The official first suspected the Alliance's anti-government armed forces, but the 2 modified people were detained in the manor without any harm. This incident seems to be aimed at the royal family, because the royal family suffered the most losses in the whole incident. I don't know which noble did it. It is said that Our Majesty smashed things, but His Majesty has offended many people in recent years, especially those who know the secret of soul, and they spy on other people's information everywhere. All the nobles in the entire empire hate this group of people very much. Yang Bo heard what Jerry said, and of course, he understood how these nobles viewed this group of people who know the secret of soul. These people are a bit like the Genuine ancient times on Earth. These nobles all have something shameful to do. Who knows if these things will be discovered by these people using the secret soul method, and then reported to the old emperor. Now there will be a good show to watch, Yang Bo said gloatingly. Butler Jerry nodded. It is indeed a good show to watch. I wonder which nobles will suffer again. Let's just watch the show. Yang Bo smiled. When Yang Bo learned about the progress of the matter on Devon Star, Lin Yu, who was on Tianyun Star of the Alliance, received a message from the pirate leader and started browsing online, preparing to buy a property. After looking around, she found that the property was very expensive. So Lin Yu had to ask for help from the person who contacted her. Li Yong had a person who was specifically in contact with Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not say who the house was for, but only asked for a house. At the same time, Lin Yu was also very curious. Why did the pirate leader want a house? Was he preparing to cause trouble on Tianyun Star? Lin Yu and Li Yong both thought that the theft of the energy stone warehouse was done by the pirate leader and his men. Last time, Yang Bo was just lying, but he didn't expect it to come true. Of course, Yang Bo would not explain these things. Yang Bo also cast a spiritual seed on Lin Yu, but Yang Bo didn't often read other people's memories, so he knew everything Lin Yu did. At the same time, he also knew everything Li Yong did. But Li Yong is very low-key now. Li Yong is still a trainee captain. Of course, he can't be a main battleship. He can only be a patrol ship in the fleet. Last time, Li Yong led the patrol ship to track the ghost spaceship, and eventually lost the trace. The patrol ship is on the way back to the military port. After returning to the military port, the people on the patrol ship will change shifts and rest. Yang Bo is also thinking about how to make Li Yong promoted faster. The Alliance military is now facing a very embarrassing problem. That is, there are too many officers and too few actual positions. Because of the long-term peace, these officers have worked hard step by step, and their qualifications have been promoted to the current level. According to incomplete statistics, the Alliance now has nearly 4,000 officers with the rank of Major General or above. Why are there so many Major Generals? That's because the superpowers live long enough. Although there are many officers above the rank of Major General, only 1 in 10 can be captains, even patrol ship captains. As for the captains of main battleships, there are even fewer. Because everyone has different expertise, and the military is not just a combat fleet department, there are many other departments. Everyone knows the value of officers in peacetime. They all get promoted through years of experience. Except for the captains and commanders of the main battleships. Because warships of different levels carry different numbers of combat units. When encountering emergencies, the number of tasks that need to be handled at the same time is also different. Let the 9th Fleet make a contribution first. Originally, Yang Bo planned to let Li Yong make a contribution in this incident. That is, the Pirate Alliance was going to destroy the route to March Star. However, Li Yong did not face much difficulty. On the contrary, the 9th Fleet faced greater difficulties. First, Li Yong was not short of resources. The first warlord family could push Li Yong up. Second, there was the uncertainty of Li Yong, because the first warlord family had more than one heir. Whether Li Yong could become the captain or commander of the main battleship of the First Fleet was still unknown. Because the competition to become the captain or commander of the main battleship was very fierce. And this is also related to Li Yong's own ability. If Li Yong's own ability is not enough to be the captain or commander of the main battleship in the end, then everything will be in vain. So Yang Bo must first stabilize Wang Muxue of the 9th Fleet. There is no need to let Li Yong share the credit. Of course, there is another point, which is the issue of initiative. If Yang Bo takes the initiative to provide some resources to Li Yong, the other party may not be grateful. He needs Li Yong to ask him for help, and when necessary, Yang Bo will ruin Li Yong's business. It is impossible to let Li Yong be pushed up by the family smoothly. This way, he cannot show his ability. This is a way to control his subordinates. Just like when you are working, there are some jobs that the boss knows you can't complete. But the boss still gives it to you, and also says earnestly how much he values you and so on. When you fail to complete the work, you think the boss will scold you or punish you. If the boss does not scold you or punish you at this time, instead, he comforts you. What kind of mentality would you have? Would you be grateful? You don't know that the boss gave you this task. Not to really give you the task, but to make you grateful. Yang Bo started to go into the laboratory of Devon Star again to make ultra-high temperature materials. The partners who cooperated with Bart asked Bart to increase the production of ultra-high temperature materials. The main reason is that the Blue Water Empire has a great demand for energy defense systems and private security equipment at this stage. Private security equipment is actually equipment such as safes and safe houses. Safes made of ultra-high temperature materials have a defense of more than 25% higher than current products of the same type. In addition, protective gear made of ultra-high temperature materials can also increase defense, because most energy attacks rely on high temperatures. For example, laser weapons. Ultra-high temperature materials are more resistant to high temperatures, which means stronger defense. Yang Bo did not agree to the request to increase production, because Yang Bo didn't know how much material he could produce, because he had a lot of things to do. The reply to these partners was to complete this year's share first, and then discuss it if there was enough time. White and the other two were very happy to see that Viscount Bart had time to make ultra-high temperature materials, because the three of them would get commission from the sales of ultra-high temperature materials. Viscount Bart came to make ultra-high temperature materials every day for several days in a row. The output was rising rapidly, and White and the other two felt that if Viscount Bart produced ultra-high temperature materials like this throughout the year, it would probably be several times higher than the scheduled share. However, the three knew that Viscount Bart would definitely not do this. Viscount Bart also ordered the three not to deliver the products together. In the meantime, Butler Jerry bought a batch of small hydrogen bombs. These hydrogen bombs were produced 150 years ago. The volume of these small hydrogen bombs is not very large, and the volume of a single one is only 0.6 cubic meters. This kind of small hydrogen bomb is used by mechas. It is not that mechas cannot use larger hydrogen bombs. It is that the larger the hydrogen bomb, the greater its power. And too much power will endanger the safety of the mecha itself. Yang Bo read the specific parameters of these hydrogen bombs. Not the structural design of the hydrogen bombs themselves, but the material data of the hydrogen bombs. As mentioned earlier, no material is 100% pure. It is through the trace elements in various materials that it is determined which country and which factory the product comes from. Yang Bo will use the material data of these hydrogen bombs to make hydrogen bombs himself with his superpowers. When the time comes, these manufactured hydrogen bombs will explode in the Zhang family's secret collection. When the debris of the explosion is analyzed, it will be known that it is a hydrogen bomb produced by a certain factory in the Blue Water Empire 150 years ago. It's finally here. A few days later, the energy stone secretly sent by the Bounty Hunters Union had been delivered to Tianyun Star. The box containing the energy stone was placed in a safe in a shopping mall. Lin Yu took the box from the safe in the shopping mall. Then, according to the instructions, she placed the box in the safe house of the newly purchased property. The newly purchased property was at the edge of the underground city of Tianyun Star. That is, where the underground city of Tianyun Star meets the ground. After Lin Yu left, Yang Bo appeared in the safe house. Comfortable. Yang Bo looked at the room in the safe house. This room is the place with the highest defense level in the entire property. The walls are surrounded by battleship armor, and there are some necessary survival equipment inside, all of which are independently operated. This room is isolated from all energy. Even if the radiation outside is very high, there will be no radiation inside. When Yang Bo came to this world, the most unaccustomed thing was that it took a long interstellar voyage from one place to another. It's too difficult to do something. It's not that Yang Bo doesn't want to do something on March Star, but he has done things there too many times, which will inevitably arouse some people's suspicion. Yang Bo left the safe house. The property that Lin Yu bought is not very big. It is a small 3-story detached house. Because the property prices on Tianyun Star are very expensive. The reason why the property was not purchased in the underground city is that the underground city has its own independent order. If a stranger is added rashly, it will be easily discovered by the administrator of the underground city. The area between the underground city and the surface city, where the management is relatively lax. Because there is no specific boundary between the underground city and the surface city. This is equivalent to a buffer zone for the management authority of both sides. Because the underground city is very sensitive to management authority. Yang Bo did not ask anyone to prepare a fake identity or something like that. At first, Yang Bo planned to ask Zhou Rui to prepare a fake identity, but then he thought it was not appropriate. This property, Li Yang's people knew about it, and someone would definitely come to monitor this property. The identity obtained from the Bounty Hunter Guild may not be kept secret. If Li Yong finds Zhou Rui through the identity he obtained. Although this possibility is very low after all. The Bounty Hunter Guild also has a confidentiality system. But some things are hard to say, after all. Li Yong's family is very powerful. To say that Li Yong's family does not have its own intelligence system, Yang Bo does not believe it at all. Not to mention, as the first warlord, he can still abuse his power for personal gain. So Yang Bo later abandoned this idea. All buildings on Tianyun Star are wrapped in protective shields. Yang Bo is now an ordinary middle-aged man. He first walked around the house. The entire house only covers an area of more than 200 square meters. In this way, the value of this house exceeds 60 million. There is also a 12% tax every year, which means that 7.2 million must be paid every year. This tax is the lowest level, mainly because everything on Tianyun Star must be converted through energy. Temperature, humidity, air, etc. There are also some large villas. The annual tax can reach more than 30%. Because the larger the villa is, the larger the area it occupies, the more taxes need to be paid. There are 5 suites on the 3rd floor. Each suite is in the living room, with a separate bathroom and toilet, and 3 public toilets. There is also a large living room, and a large dining room, a ground garage, and the yard is only a few dozen square meters. If the maintenance of the yard is to be done by municipal robots, it will cost money separately. Yang Bo set a new password program for the house. Then he went out of the house and strolled on the street. Yang Bo's first task was to make money. The casino in the underground city was Yang Bo's goal. The underground city of Tianyun Star, there are all kinds of food, drinks and entertainment. It can be said that many things here are illegal, But because of the special situation of the underground city, the Alliance has no way to manage it. As long as these things do not leave the underground city, the relevant departments of the Alliance will turn a blind eye. As soon as Yang Bo arrived at the casino in the underground city, a sexy female staff member gave Yang Bo a chip for free. Yang Bo took the chip and started to spin it around in the casino. After 2 or 3 hours of spinning around, he won a small amount of money. He exchanged the chips for the cash currency of the underground city. In order to avoid suspicion, Yang Bo also lost and won. Then Yang Bo rented a room in the underground city. Yang Bo rented a room here mainly as a place to stay. We must find a way to leave Tianyun Star first. Yang Bo was ready to officially start the Zhang family's secret treasure. But the Zhang family's secret treasure was not in Tianyun Star. Instead, it is on the capital's deputy administrative planet, Tianza Star. The capital planet of the Alliance is a habitable planet, with a diameter of about 27,000 kilometers. Tianza Star is a transformed habitable planet, and its natural environment is not as good as that of a natural habitable planet. 80% of the administrative departments of the Alliance are on Tianza Star. Of course, the headquarters of many large companies are also on this planet. The Zhang family's secret treasure is on this planet. Yang Bo must first familiarize himself with the environment here, and obtain some information about Tianza Star. Then he would find a way to go to Tianza Star. When he was in Tianyun Star, Yang Bo did not plan to live in the property purchased by Lin Yu for a long time, because he could not get much information there. But in this underground world full of people of all kinds, he could get a lot of information. Yang Bo planned to observe for 2 days first, to see what powerful people there were in the underground city. Then, he would find a chance to release spiritual seeds to them. Of course, Yang Bo could now find someone in the underground city to buy relevant information about Tianza Star. But this will leave traces. Once anything happens on Tianza Star, people will suspect him. So Yang Bo would rather spend more time to find out the situation around him first. Then, he can directly find relevant people to release spiritual seeds, and directly obtain information from other people's memories. Moreover, there are all kinds of people who come to the underground city to consume. If you are lucky, you may meet some special people. The main reason is that Yang Bo does not want to release spiritual seeds casually. The more spiritual seeds he releases, the more he reads other people's memories, which will also have a certain impact on himself. Yang Bo wandered in the underground city for 2 days. There was no day or night in the underground city, only time. In 2 days, Yang Bo had set his sights on a suitable target, that is, a broker in a casino. This guy was responsible for the guests of Tianza Star. Because these guests wanted to convert their winnings into credit points, they needed these brokers. Chapter 963 Prepare to make a big move. These brokers who convert currency into credit points, maybe they are pushed to the front by some people. When on Earth, Yang Bo also heard that there are people who specialize in doing such things in some casinos. In fact, to put it bluntly, it involves money laundering and the like. Because in the casinos in the underground city, anything can be turned into cash currency. The target Yang Bo is looking for is the largest casino in this underground city, the broker responsible for the guests of Tianza Star. The target person is a male, about 1.9 meters tall, brown skin, short curly hair, blue eyes, and some tattoos on his body. His name is Mi Rui. The clothes he wears, and the watch on his wrist are all very valuable. Yang Bo has the superpower of sound waves, so he can hear even the quietest voices of people around him. There are many such brokers in this casino. The people they serve are divided into regions. I am afraid it has something to do with the forces behind these brokers. Mi Rui accompanied a customer out of the VIP room of the casino. Chatting and laughing, Yang Bo followed the two out of the casino. As soon as they arrived at the casino entrance, the bodyguard of Mi Rui's client was already waiting outside. It was obvious that this client was a person of status. Yang Bo also came to the door at this time, and took the opportunity to release the spiritual seed to Mi Rui when he passed by her. The reason for releasing the spiritual seed at this time was because Mi Rui's client was saying goodbye to Mi Rui. There were many people coming and going at the entrance of the casino. In order to avoid blocking the casino door, it seemed a little hurried. Because Yang Bo didn't know the details of Mi Rui, he was not careless when releasing the spiritual seed. Although the possibility that Mi Rui is a psychic superpower is very low. But when doing things, you have to be foolproof. B-level power superpower. After releasing the spiritual seed, Yang Bo also breathed a sigh of relief. The target person was just an ordinary superpower. Sure enough, this guy has a big backer. The backer turned out to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianza Star. This guy is indeed doing some illegal business. And the customer who just left is a public relations manager of a large company. This large company is giving gifts to the Speaker of the House of Representatives in disguise. I thought it was just money laundering. But I didn't expect there were so many things in it. There are many private spaceships to Tianza Star. Mainly some high-end customers of the casino. But I'm not ready yet. Yang Bo read Mirui's memory and realized that what this guy was responsible for was not just as simple as money laundering. And it is too easy to go to Tianza Star, because there are private spaceships going between Tianyun Star and Tianza Star every day. The high-end clients that Mirui is responsible for cannot take public transportation. On the one hand, it is the security of these high-end clients, and on the other hand, it involves their whereabouts. Politicians in the alliance are also afraid of their whereabouts being leaked. Between the citizens of the alliance and the politicians, some things are just the opposite. For example, in terms of personal privacy, the personal privacy of the citizens of the alliance is protected by law. But politicians are different, because the citizens of the alliance believe that politicians should be supervised. Now that the matter was done, Yang Bo had to prepare a specific plan. The first thing was to use superpowers to make hydrogen bombs. So Yang Bo returned to the property purchased by Lin Yu, changed the entry and exit passwords of the safe house in the property, and locked it from the inside. Then Yang Bo turned into Bart and returned to Devon Star. Bart's territory on Devon Star had enough materials, because Bart himself had an ultra-high temperature material laboratory. No one doubted that he bought various materials. 6 hydrogen bombs should be enough. The hydrogen bombs in the Interstellar era were more powerful. The detonation method of hydrogen bombs in the Interstellar era was through the detonation method of internal energy stones, which was no longer like the detonation method on Earth. The Zhang family's secret treasure is in a highly secure bunker. The bunker on Tianza Star was the first base built when Tianza Star was transformed. These bases are all underground on Tianza Star. The entire bunker has 8 floors, each with a different height. The highest floor is 18 meters high, and the lowest floor is only 2 meters high. The diameter of the entire bunker is up to 1,500 meters. Although in terms of the performance of the bunker itself, 6 hydrogen bombs may be a little less. But Yang Bo destroyed it from the inside, and the bunker is a closed space. So 6 hydrogen bombs were distributed in different places of the minimum living security and detonated at the same time. And Yang Bo did not mean to blow up the bunker. He just wanted to destroy the things in the bunker, and at the same time erase the traces of stealing the things inside through space transmission. The reason why Yang Bo prepared the hydrogen bomb was that he wanted to take away the useful things in the secret collection. While making the hydrogen bomb, Yang Bo was thinking about a question. That is, how to make this matter look reasonable. If you just want to complete this task, it is of course very simple. Use invisibility to enter the Zhang family's secret collection, and then use the space transmission ability to transfer all the things in the secret collection, and then drop the hydrogen bomb. But this will expose a lot of things, how to get in, how to get out. So Yang Bo has to plan it carefully. Make the whole thing look reasonable, don't let people think it's weird. It's really hard to do something. This plan involves many problems. Tianza Star is the capital and deputy administrative star of the Alliance, so the entry and exit are still relatively strict. In addition, the various security measures on it are also very complete. So I want to do something openly on it, and then leave smoothly. This requires a good plan. How about a diversion? Yang Bo thought he could make things bigger. While attacking the Zhang family's secret collection, we need to do something to attract other people's attention. How about a terrorist attack by the anti-government armed forces of the Alliance? I don't know about others, but I know the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianza Star. How much money has Mirui given him over the years? I don't know how much he received, and the benefits of the company and the enterprise. How about pretending to be a member of the anti-government armed forces, kidnap this guy, and then plant a bomb on him? And you can rob this guy of all his money. You can also use live broadcasting to make this matter bigger. Attract the attention of those people on Tianza Star. At the same time, carry out a large-scale hacker attack, so that the entire security system of Tianza Star will be paralyzed for a short time, especially some surveillance. This will make it easier for me to do things. Yang Bo used his superpowers to make hydrogen bombs while thinking. Just do it, but first, we need to scout the terrain and collect more information. Then make a good plan. Yang Bo planned to go for a walk on Tianza Star after the hydrogen bomb was manufactured. Chapter 964 Aru City. Master Speaker, I don't mean to cause trouble to you, but it's hard for me to do anything without you by my side to attract firepower. Yang Bo muttered to himself. It took 3 days to make the hydrogen bomb. During these 3 days, Yang Bo also had to pay attention to the development of the situation on Devon Star. Many things in the Blue Water Empire will not be announced like the Alliance. Many things in the Blue Water Empire are spread privately. The news received by Butler Jerry is the news received privately. The attack by the investigation team of Devon Star of the Blue Water Empire concerns the Emperor's reputation. So the public opinion quickly cooled down. However, people talk more privately, saying all kinds of things. Then Yang Bo also had to pay attention to March Star. Of the 6 hydrogen bombs expected, Yang Bo made 8, one of which was specially modified. This hydrogen bomb will have a close contact with the speaker of Tianzi Star, helping Yang Bo to attract firepower. The other one is used as a backup. I have to say, this thing is really a good thing. In terms of power, this thing can surprise many people. In addition, the energy shock wave of the hydrogen bomb explosion will interfere with all detection equipment. All detection equipment will not receive any useful data for a period of time after the hydrogen bomb explosion. If these detection equipment are close enough, they can be damaged. Although these energy detection equipment have self-protection devices, the energy of the hydrogen bomb explosion is too great. This thing can also cover up its tracks well. Yang Bo came to Tianyun Star again. This time, Yang Bo had just left the small villa not long ago, and Li Yong received the news. It was obvious that someone was watching this small villa. Yang Bo had expected this a long time ago. Then Yang Bo walked around the underground city, and then he disappeared. Yang Bo had calculated the time. One of Mirui's Tianzi Star customers took a private spaceship back to Tianzi Star. The distance between Tianyun Star and Tianzi Star was not very far, and the private spaceship only took 4 hours. After Yang Bo became invisible, he directly touched the private spaceship. The private spaceships here are all docked in the dedicated airport. These private spaceships are very luxurious, and the staff inside are all handsome men and beautiful women. The VIP this time is the business manager of a large company, and his main purpose is to give money to the speaker of Tianzi Star. The way these people give money is also very simple and crude. They come to the underground casino of Tianyun Star, and lose money in a private room. The money will enter the speaker's account through other means. The most common ones are art sales, and the stock market. As a politician, collecting art and speculating in stocks are not illegal. In fact, Yang Bo is no stranger to these things. Although the civilization on Earth is much more backward than the current interstellar society, the ways of sending money are similar. These VIPs all go through the VIP channel, and do not go through security checks. Yang Bo easily got on the spaceship. Not long after, the spaceship took off. The situation outside can be seen from inside the spaceship. But they are all images on the wall. 4 hours is not a long time. When the spacecraft landed on Tianzi Star, Yang Bo successfully emerged from the VIP channel. The gravity of Tianzi Star is slightly higher than that of Tianyun Star. 50% of Tianzi Star is ocean, and 50% is land. The cities on Tianzi Star are all built on mountains where plants cannot grow. The plains, river valleys, basins, and low-altitude mountains on the planet where plants can grow all grow various plants. So the cities on Tianzi Star look quite magical. For example, a building several hundred meters high grows on a mountain. This building is full of science fiction, standing on the mountain with a primitive appearance. It gives people a strong sense of contrast. Some cities are even just a building, and this building may be home to hundreds of thousands of people. There is also a lot of space under these mountains. The main transportation on Tianzi Star is the underground tunnel. It is a vacuum electromagnetic tunnel, which means that the entire tunnel is evacuated into a vacuum. The train in the tunnel is driven by electromagnetics, and the maximum speed can reach 5,000 kilometers per hour. Of course, there are also maglev flying cars on this planet, and various aircraft. However, all non-public transportation on this planet requires a high fee. The place where the spacecraft landed is called Aru City, which is one of the 5 major airports on Tianzi Star. This place is on a snowy mountain with an altitude of more than 6,000 meters. The entire snowy mountain is hollowed out. You can see that there are some reflections on some mountains. Those are the hollowed out glass inside the mountain. The surface buildings of Aru City are only 200 meters high, but the diameter is 3.5 kilometers. The entire appearance looks like a hexagonal building. The spacecraft entered from a passage in the hexagonal building. This is truly protecting the environment. Of course, Tianzi Star is also because of its unique geographical environment. Yang Bo stood behind the huge French window and looked at the snow-capped mountains outside. There were also some buildings on the snow-capped mountains in the distance. On a snow-capped mountain more than 10 kilometers away, there was a circular building. That was the headquarters of the famous Ping and Technology Company. The diameter of the entire circular building reached 1.8 kilometers. The entire building looks like it is made of glass. And you can see that the inside is all green. The entire building is located on a snowy mountain. And it looks like a green ball on the top of the snowy mountain. There are some strange buildings on the snowy mountains here, some of which look like a torch, and some look like a five-pointed star. These are the headquarters of some companies. Aru City is also one of the 5 main cities of Tianzi Star, and it is also the administrative seat of the Tianzi Star House of Representatives. The buildings here are dug 5 kilometers into the mountain. The entire city is sealed inside, and all the waste gas and wastewater produced by the entire city will not be discharged. Even the outer walls of the city exposed on the snow-capped mountains also maintain the same low temperature as the snow-capped mountains. Ensure that there will be no more chain reactions due to temperature changes. Of course, there are also complex transportation hubs under the city. Alas, this is the disadvantage of invisibility. Because Yang Bo is invisible, he can only take the stairs. Fortunately, these buildings have very complete rescue passages and escape passages, because the elevators here deliver directly to each person's destination. For example, if someone wants to take a tunnel train to a certain city, the elevator will take them to the place where they get on the train. If you want to go to a certain place to buy something, the elevator will also take you to your destination. The location of the Zhang family's secret treasure is still some distance away from Alu City. Although Yang Bo has obtained detailed information about the secret treasure from Zhang Boishan, he is not at ease unless he goes to see it in person. It's a pain in the ass. Yang Bo felt annoyed in this complex 3-dimensional city, because there were too many signboards, and it was easy to get lost if you were not careful. But if such a place is attacked by hackers, it would be easy for you to escape. Anyway, nothing is perfect. Yang Bo also knew that being too intelligent also had its drawbacks. Chapter 965 Investigation. The Zhang family is also very wealthy. The huge bunkers are private lands, and outsiders have no right to enter. Although they are connected to the underground public transportation tunnel, they will face strict inspections at the exit. Yang Bo has known this for a long time, because it has been mentioned in the information provided by Zhang Boishan. These bunkers are the earliest alien bases, and these bunkers are not built on the mountains. Because the entire planet was still desolate at that time, flat places are more conducive to construction. After the transformation of the entire planet was completed, these alien bases lost their original functions. So they were sold at very cheap prices. The price was so cheap that it was outrageous. Because if the entire alien base was to be demolished, the cost would be even greater. Tianzi Star has strict environmental protection regulations, mainly because Tianzi Star is one of the only 2 habitable planets in the capital area. Just like March Star is also habitable. But because of its geographical location, its land prices and environmental protection regulations are not as strict as Tianzi Star. The Zhang family's bunker is located in a basin. This basin is called the Kasna Basin, so the Zhang family's bunker has another name called the Kasna Bunker. The reason for this name, because the first person to land in this basin was called Kasna. Bunker is actually a bad name, because the earliest alien bases, the living conditions were relatively poor. They were jokingly called bunkers. If an alien base is to be built on the surface, on the one hand, it will affect the subsequent planetary transformation. On the other hand, it will consume more energy to resist cosmic rays and temperature, and it will save a lot of energy underground. Therefore, the Kasna bunker station in the public tunnel is guarded by the Zhang family's private security. Without the permission of the Zhang family, no one is allowed to enter the private territory. Only a few people in the Zhang family know that the Zhang family's secrets are hidden in this bunker. However, for Yang Bo, these so-called security personnel and various security systems are completely useless. Many things in the Zhang family's bunker have not been modernized and updated. Many places inside are even still ancient manual controls. In fact, the more science and technology develop, the more people believe in the oldest manual control technology. No one can guarantee whether the intelligent system you use will have a backdoor, unless all the intelligent systems are developed by yourself. You cannot guarantee whether the intelligent system you develop yourself will be hacked. 99% of intelligent systems need to be connected to the main brain to play the greatest role. The bunker is all made of metal, giving people a very old mechanical style. This is also one of the characteristics of the early alien base. Yongbo has a detailed map of this place, so it is much easier to sneak around in it. It hurts. Yongbo looked at the warehouses locked with huge mechanical locks, and felt it was also painful. Some of these warehouses were the original material warehouses of the base. Some were renovated later. Zhang Buizhen only knew that there were a few things stored in the warehouses. Yongbo came to investigate in person, mainly to observe the guard strength here. Mechs. War armor. Fixed patrol robots. Not much monitoring. Energy defense systems don't have many energy weapons either. Yongbo strolled and observed. Fixed patrol robots are robots that don't need to be connected to the internet. The intelligence of these robots is relatively low, but these robots have one advantage, that is, they are not easily controlled by hackers, because there is no signal connection with the outside world. These robots will patrol according to the set patrol routes, and once an abnormality is found, they will be handled according to the set procedures. This patrol robot mainly serves as a warning. However, Yongbo soon discovered a huge loophole. Transporting robots. Yongbo soon discovered that there were a large number of transporting robots here. These transporting robots will not be alerted by the patrol robots and the warning system. Moreover, these transporting robots enter and exit the warehouses with these mechanical locks, and the mechanical arms of the transporting robots can unlock the corresponding warehouses. This mechanical lock also has a password device, which is a mechanical password device. These things are nothing to Yongbo. Yongbo's metal superpower can easily crack them. But Yongbo needs a safer way, that is, to let the relevant personnel who investigate after the incident know how he knows the password of the mechanical lock. If he uses metal superpowers, others can't find any clues, they will be suspicious in this regard. And perhaps for the convenience of maintenance and identification, these transport robots have numbers on them. These numbers correspond to the corresponding warehouses. These transport machines have different shapes. They are also different in size. Some are just a small car with a mechanical arm. Some are like a pallet attached to the ground. They can directly drill under the goods when transporting, and lift the goods up and move them away. Some are like some box trucks, and have two mechanical arms. This is another huge loophole. Yongbo carefully observed these transport robots, and found another huge loophole. Different transport robots obviously carry different goods. From the structure, shape and operation mode of the transport robot, Yongbo can roughly judge what goods the transport robot is transporting. For example, the Ven robot uses anti-shielding materials, and seems to have the highest safety level. It is probably used to transport energy stones and other things, because only these things need shielding materials. Like the single pallet, it is definitely used to transport ordinary large goods. As for the small car, a robotic arm is probably used to transport small items. Some robots have strict temperature control systems, which are probably used to transport certain artworks. Hee. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Yongbo originally thought that he would have to search for valuables in the Zhang family's bunker. I didn't expect there would be so many loopholes. Of course, the Zhang family didn't realize this at all, because these loopholes are inside the bunker. If the bunker is invaded, then the defense of the entire bunker will be over. The entire bunker has 128 people, 20 mechas, 160 fixed patrol robots, and 30 advanced bionic people, 430 transport robots, 120-8 people. Only 90 people are divided into 3 classes on duty, the rest are logistical staff. There are 6 public tunnel stations in each class. 2 of the 6 control the mech, for people wear war armor. There are 6 people in the monitoring and command center. The remaining 18 people, 16 people were divided into 4 teams according to the fixed line for cross patrols. The remaining 2 let Yongbo find a loophole. That's the life-saving channel of this castle. This life-saving channel was originally directly leading to the ground. When used as a base, this life-saving passage can be used. After the Zhang family purchased it, they sealed the life-saving passage from the outside, but it can be opened from the inside. No aircraft can reach the Zhang family's bunker, and it can only be reached through the underground public transportation tunnel, because the area where the Zhang family bunker is located is the basin of Kinza Star. It is covered with various plants. It is an environmental protection restricted area, and any man-made aircraft cannot fly below a certain altitude in this area. Of course, if a major accident occurs in the bunker, rescue robots and the like are not included in this regulation. That's what I said. Such a large base, there must be a rescue passage, and a maintenance passage. It's unrealistic to invade from the public transportation tunnel. The main reason is that there are many detection systems in the public transportation tunnel. In addition, the public transportation tunnel uses electromagnetic propulsion. If the public transportation tunnel is invaded by someone, the intelligence system can instantly increase the energy input, and may be able to directly eject the invader at super high speed. It's much easier to invade from the ground. Shorten the response time of the entire planet's warning system. After wandering around here for nearly a day, Yang Bo remembered most of the structures in the entire bunker in his mind. The reason why I say most of the structure is that some areas cannot be entered. Then Yang Bo turned invisible again, and returned to Aru City. Then he waited for a few hours, and took another public transportation ship to return to Tianyun Star. Then he lifted the invisible state in the underground city of Tianyun Star. Back to the small villa on Tianyun Star. Yang Bo drew all the things he had discovered in the Zhang family fortress. The Zhang family's secret bunker is divided into more than 290 areas. And there are more than 900 warehouses in these 290 areas. There are also some places that have not been reached. And there may be some warehouses. There are 5 ordinary warehouses, which store various materials needed for the bunker. The first target of my robbery is the energy stone. Then, there are some rare materials. As for things like artworks, they will be put last. Things like artworks, because of their uniqueness, are not easy for Yang Bo to cash in. Even if Yang Bo gets them, and trades them on the black market, it is easy to be tracked and cause unnecessary trouble. Energy stones and rare materials are not special. Yang Bo will not sell the special energy stones. There is another more critical thing involved. On the surface, this is just an attack on the Zhang family. On the surface, not many things in the secret collection will be taken away. If too many artworks and other things are taken away, it will easily arouse suspicion. After all, artworks mostly take up space. Even if the attackers have space boxes, they can't take too many artworks away. Once a large number of artworks that originally belonged to the Zhang family appear on the market, it will easily arouse suspicion. You can use hacking technology to attack the transport robots in the Zhang family bunker. Now it has been preliminarily determined that the warehouses in the 4 areas of 421, 422, 651, and 652 are relatively special, because the transport robots responsible for the warehouses in these 4 areas are very likely to transport rare materials and energy stones. Yang Bo determined the warehouses in the 4 areas. This action still needs to be fast. After all, the armed forces of Tianza Star are very strong. If it is slow, it will easily expose its own trump card. So we have to do something to involve the armed forces of Tianza Star. Yang Bo pondered in his heart. Chapter 966 Charlie. We still need to visit the home of the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Tianza Star Parliament. The information obtained from Mi Rui is not necessarily true. Yang Bo does not plan to act immediately, because there is still one thing to do. To be precise, there are still many things. But the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Tianza Star Parliament is more important. It is not that Yang Bo wants to target this speaker, but he is more familiar with this guy's situation. After all, Mi Rui works for him. In addition, this guy is famous enough and has a high enough status in the political system of the alliance. His position is extremely important. We also need to reserve a certain amount of time, because it is still unknown whether the storage areas in the Zhang family's bunker contain what I want. But don't be too greedy. Originally, the Zhang family's bunker was assigned by Zhang Boishan. It would be great if we could empty out the Zhang family's secret storage for things that are useful to us to the greatest extent. But we don't have to take everything away. Although your own safety will not be affected. If you are forced into a corner, you will expose some of your unique abilities, which is not worth it. You need to let the investigators behind you find out the whole process of your crime. If you have no scruples, then it will be easy to do this. You can just sneak into the Zhang family's bunker and empty the other party's warehouse at will. I'm afraid the other party won't find out for a while. But this is too scary. Yang Bo now knows the structure of the Zhang family's bunker and the approximate target area. The next step is how to enter the bunker. Yang Bo also needs to conduct a stealth investigation, and then determine whether it is from the rescue passage of the bunker, or from the public tunnel. After Yang Bo has a plan, the next step is to collect relevant information about the speaker. This is a big business, and it doesn't matter if it is done more cautiously. Yang Bo came to Devon Star again, and the delegation sent by the Alliance has arrived at Devon Star. The delegation of the Alliance is composed of the Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Alliance Ministry of Defense, the Alliance Anti-Terrorism Special Investigation Department, and other departments. The main purpose of the delegation is to target the two cyborgs captured by Bart last time. These two cyborgs, they are of higher level in the anti-government armed forces. By studying the two cyborgs, we can know the development of the anti-government armed forces in the research of cyborgs and the overall level of science and technology. Although the investigation team said by the Empire was attacked, and 4 members died. But the work to be done still needs to be done. Li Zhenggang looked at the data found by the investigation team. Although he knew that his mission this time would be difficult, he did not expect it to be so difficult. From the first appearance of the Joker in the Carter family, to the attack on the investigation team a while ago, there is no trace at all, nor any clues. The clues of the terrorist attack on Viscount Bart are also cut off. Now there are only 2 cyborgs left. But the information they know is also very limited. All the people who have come into contact with the cyborgs are finished. The cyborgs have no idea who is behind the people they have come into contact with, because these 2 cyborgs only received orders from the superiors of the anti-government armed forces. The information provided by the 2 cyborgs was useless to Li Zhenggang. But for the Alliance, the 2 cyborgs could provide too much information. Li Zhenggang still had to contact the Alliance delegation, which was why Li Zhenggang, the hereditary Earl, would lead the team. To put it bluntly, the Alliance had to pay a certain price, and the Empire would allow the Alliance delegation to contact the 2 cyborgs. The first contact between the 2 delegations, it seems that the subsequent negotiations will be difficult. Yang Bo listened to the report of Jerry the butler. Why? Yang Bo asked after hearing this. Because the 2 sides did not reach a consensus on their demands. For the Empire, we hope that the Alliance will restrain its public opinion, not attack the Empire's system, and not attack His Majesty. But the Alliance delegation cannot agree to this request. They want to give financial compensation. Yang Bo heard the explanation of Butler Jerry and immediately understood. There is freedom of speech in the Alliance. So many people are very critical of the Water Blue Empire system, the Emperor's dictatorship, and the privileges of the nobles. The first target of the Alliance's human rights organization speech attack every year is the Empire. It is impossible for the Alliance's politicians to say that they are here to restrain public opinion in their own country. Because it involves human rights, and things like freedom and democracy, no one dares to restrain. In other words, the delegations of both sides have not reached a consensus. Finally, the Alliance has asked the Empire for something, and the Empire must put forward its own demands. No one in the Alliance dares to agree to such a request, and it seems that they will have to talk for a long time. Yang Bo certainly knows the morality of the politicians on the Alliance side. If there is anyone in the delegation who dares to agree, then his political future would be over. Because the Alliance demonstrates its freedom. Of course, there is another way to control public opinion within the Alliance. That is to use one hot spot to suppress another hot spot. But for the system of the Empire, and the Emperor of the Empire, the Alliance cannot issue a ban. The butler sent an email to the Imperial officials, asking them to give me an investigation result as soon as possible. The 10-day deadline has long passed. If I didn't see that the investigation team was also a victim, I would have knocked on their door long ago. Yang Bo said to Butler Jerry again, regarding the Zhang family's secret treasure. Yang Bo was not in a hurry, because he had to wait for John Lee to return to the Crimson Federation. Because in the operation, Yang Bo would use hacker attacks. And the Crimson Federation happened to be the best place for hacker attacks. There were many illegal websites in the Crimson Federation, and the visitors came from the entire Interstellar society. Naturally, there were also people from Tianza Star. Yang Bo would take advantage of the people from Tianza Star visiting these illegal websites to do things, because the chances of actively attacking the network system of Tianza Star were not very high. Moreover, although Yang Bo could organize a hacker attack on Tianza Star from Devon Star, there would be traces left. Use the virtual server of the Crimson Federation to attack the entire network of Tianza Star. This way, it doesn't matter if someone finds traces. Yang Bo accompanied Su Wei and the other 2 for another day. In fact, Su Wei and the other 2 had a very fulfilling life. Every day, they trained in mecha and superpowers, and then went online or went shopping. Su Wei and the other 2 thought that Yang Bo had been doing experiments in the underground laboratory. Then Yang Bo came to the small villa on Tianyun Star again. This time Yang Bo has to do 2 things. The first thing is to investigate Charlie. The Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianza Star. Charlie is from the Roll family. The Roll family is a political family. They have extensive connections in the league's rebounding. The Roll family is also involved in finance and mining. The family ranks 86th in the league's wealth rankings. However, Charlie himself does not have any relevant information. This is the cleverness of these politicians. Their family is rich, but he personally has no money. However, the Luer family is not greedy. The industries they are involved in only occupy a small share of others. TSK. Yang Bo came to Tianza Star again. After many twists and turns, he came to where Charlie lived. This is an ancient castle built on the mountain. There are snow-capped mountains under the castle, so it looks quite magical. So damn rich. Yang Bo saw the energy defense system on the castle and muttered in a low voice. Chapter 967 Lihan. The most advanced energy defense system of the Alliance. But as the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianza Star, Charlie doesn't need to pay for these equipment himself. Speaker Charlie's castle is registered under the name of the Roll family. But the energy defense system and security system of the entire castle are all managed by the Special Service Department of the Alliance. Yang Bo is now about 6 kilometers away from the castle. Where Yang Bo is now is a small city on Tianza Star. The name of the city is Lion City, because it is located on a mountain that looks like a lion's head. There are about 700 small cities like this in the entire Tianza Star. The permanent population of the entire city is only about 100,000. In this city, the houses with windows exposed on the surface are the most expensive. Houses without windows in the mountain are cheaper. Of course, the cheapness here is relative to houses with windows. It is much more expensive than March Star. In the cities of Tianza Star, we can see the huge class stratification of human society. The price difference between the two types of houses can reach tens of thousands of times. The people living at the bottom of the city are real civilians. And the people living at the top of the city must be rich people. Of course, Yang Bo is invisible now, because places with good scenery are basically membership-based. Although the Alliance claims freedom, there are privileges everywhere in life. They just changed the name. VIP, member. There is no possibility for poor people to come to this place. If poor people want to force their way into this place, they will be easily taken away by security. Yang Bo did not rashly sneak into the castle where Speaker Charlie lived, because the place where politicians of this level live must have advanced security. Whether it is the energy defense system or the security personnel, they are basically the top ones. At the same time, Yang Bo also observed the terrain, because Yang Bo decided to force a breakthrough directly from the outside. The reason for choosing to force a breakthrough from the outside is because of Tianza Star's environmental protection policy. In some places on this planet, any energy is strictly prohibited. These places grow some key protected plants or animals. The environmental protection regulations are so strict that the satellites of the Planetary Warning Defense System cannot start active detection and scanning of these areas. The Alliance originally wanted to build Tianza Star into a planet similar to the mother planet. Because people ignored this in the early days, many planets were polluted by superpowers. Scientific research has shown that the energy pollution of superpowers can change the genetic inheritance of plants and animals. This has led to a very bad consequence. Because superpowers have different energy properties, when a fire superpower energy pollutes a large area, then the plants in this large area will be affected by the fire superpower property in the subsequent evolution. Through research, people have found that there are significant differences in the genetics and evolution of uncontaminated plants and animals and polluted plants and animals. Scientists have predicted that these polluted plants and animals may not be much different in appearance from uncontaminated plants and animals in a short period of time. But when the evolutionary time is extended to millions of years, scientists believe that polluted plants and animals will become different. The properties of polluted energy are different, and these plants and animals will mutate. Therefore, these cities on Tianza Star are all fully sealed, including the public transportation tunnels below. The reason why the cities on Tianza Star are built on such high mountains where no plants and animals can survive is because these cities have a passive energy defense system. So if Yang Bo goes in or out of the wild or escapes from the wild, Tianza Star's planetary defense system is very likely not to attack itself instantly like other planets. A valley 9 kilometers away from Speaker Charlie's castle is the highest level of nature reserve. I'm targeting Speaker Charlie personally, The commander of the Tianza Star Garrison Fleet will definitely not dare to issue an order to use laser weapons to attack me. Because environmental protection organizations are difficult to deal with. In the eyes of these environmental protection organizations, it doesn't matter if Speaker Charlie dies, the protected area must not be polluted. I have to say that the Alliance and the Empire are still somewhat similar in some places. This gives me a lot of opportunities. Yang Bo carefully observed Speaker Charlie's castle and the surrounding terrain. The energy defense system of this ancient castle is in passive detection mode, which gives Yang Bo a great opportunity. There are many nature reserves on each planet of the Alliance, and many of these reserves prohibit the active detection of the warning defense system. And there are many noble territories on each planet of the Empire. These noble territories will not allow the planetary warning defense system to actively detect their territories. When Yang Bo was collecting intelligence on Tianza Star, Li Yong also returned home. The patrol ship where Li Yong was interning returned to the military port for rest and recuperation, and all personnel were able to take a 3-month vacation. The patrol ship where Li Yong was originally supposed to return to the military port for rest and recuperation a few months ago, but it took some time to track the ghost spaceship. So Li Yong and the officers and soldiers on the patrol ship returned to the military port now. The defense area of the First Fleet is the capital star. Li Yong seemed calm on the surface, but after returning home, he seemed a little anxious. "Father, haven't you figured out what the other party is going to do?" Li Yong was in his father's study, and took a sip of tea before asking. The other party that Li Yong was talking about was the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Li Yong's tone was a little anxious. Li Yong's father, Li Han, saw his son's performance. Li Yong and Li Han also expressed doubts about the identity of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. But the two did not have any evidence. The two did not have any evidence to prove that the identity of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates was fake. There was no evidence to prove that the identity of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates was real and valid. Li Han was tall and burly, and his height was almost 2 meters. Black hair, white skin, black eyes. The hair on his head is sparse, and the whole person looks very ordinary. Such ordinary people are very conspicuous in the crowd, because in today's society, most of them are handsome guys. Don't worry when you encounter something. Your good brother will do anything, and you can't stop him. The only place we can monitor is where he lives. We can't monitor other places. Li Han's answer was very flat. Li Yong certainly knew why his father said that. Because it was very difficult for his family to monitor a person, especially someone who had just appeared not long ago. His good elder brother, who was elusive, even his real name and real appearance were uncertain, not to mention his real residence and social relations. Also, as the first warlord family, it was very difficult to monitor others in the local area, because many eyes would be watching. It would be fine, but if someone noticed him during the monitoring, it would attract the attention of others, and it might be bad. "Father, I'm afraid that my good brother will do something big again, and then I will be implicated if something goes wrong." Li Yong thought of the last theft of the Energy Stone warehouse. No one is talking about this case now, but it is still being investigated privately. That case may not be done by your good brother. Although there is no direct evidence, it is impossible for the Energy Stone warehouse to lose so many things at once. Li Han shook his head when he heard this. The energy stones may not be made by my good brother, but this matter may be done by him. Li Yong shook his head when he heard his father's words. When Li Han heard what Li Yong said, he immediately understood that his good brother might have accepted this task and was just pretending. You can actually contact your good brother and ask him. Maybe he already knows that we are monitoring him, Li Han said again. When Li Yong heard what his father said, he felt a little uncomfortable. Li Yong had tried his best to avoid contact with his good brother, because once something happened to his good brother, it would be easy to implicate him. But from his father's perspective, he was not his only son, nor was he his only heir. My father is over 210 years old. There are more than just my generation of heirs, including grandchildren and great-grandchildren. For my father, getting some information from my good brother may be helpful to the family. But as someone who has direct contact with my good brother, if something happens to my good brother, I may be abandoned by the family. Why don't we wait and see? Li Yong doesn't like his good brother at all, because his good brother is extremely vicious. The reputation is as bad as it can be. Look at the things that my good brother has done in history. I received some news here. The Pirate Alliance seems to have important plans recently. Li Han didn't force it after hearing Li Yong's words. Oh! Li Yong was a little curious. It felt a little strange that his father said this. Although Li Yong didn't have direct evidence, he knew that his father had connections with the pirates. Li Yong also knew that his father's connection with the pirates was not that close. Because when he reached his father's position, he didn't need to do anything like pirates to gain merit. He just sat in his position peacefully. If he wanted to do pirates to gain merit, he might fall into some conspiracy or trap. His father was already the Grand Marshal of the Alliance Army, Deputy Minister of Defense, Commander-in-Chief of the First Fleet, and he didn't need to do anything out of the ordinary. "Father, what do you mean?" Li Yong knew that his father would not say useless things. "Some things need to be done by yourself." Li Han said this with deep meaning. "If I have to help you with everything, it will not be good for your growth, nor will it be good for the competition between you." Li Han was afraid that he was not clear enough, so he spoke again. After hearing this, Li Yong probably understood that the information provided by his father was not specific. On the one hand, it depends on his own ability. On the other hand, it involves the training of the family heir. There is more than one heir in his family. If his father helps him too much, it will cause dissatisfaction among other family members. In addition, his father does not provide specific information, which is also to avoid possible risks. When he is in his father's position, he will not trust anyone, even his own sons and grandsons. Li Yong can also understand his father's thoughts and his current attitude, because when he is in his father's position, a small risk may cause the destruction of the entire family. "I understand." Li Yong nodded to show that he understood. Chapter 968 Jiang Bai. The head of each family of each generation, actually, has a lot of pressure. On the one hand, he has to face competition from other families. On the other hand, he has to face conflicts within the family and the training of heirs. A qualified heir can continue the family, and an unqualified heir can destroy the family. The destruction of any family cannot be a simple external factor. So in the issue of training heirs, basic fairness must be achieved. Only in this way can we see which heir is qualified. Even so, some people who fail in the competition within the family will collude with other families, cause the destruction of their own family. So when Li Han talks about some things, he is vague and not very sure. He is afraid of being caught by others. Once he becomes an ungrateful person later, it is easy to cause himself to be in a huge passive situation. And as the head of the family, he must have a bystander mentality. So Li Han didn't care much about the matter between Li Yong and his good brother. "I won't be able to help Li Yong much in this regard, because I can't determine the true intention and true identity of Li Yong's good brother. Maybe he was sent by other families, or not. If I get involved, I'm likely to be caught by others, and then deal a heavy blow to my family. And now, even if Li Yong gets into trouble, it's just Li Yong's personal matter, and it has little to do with my family. As long as the family is there, even if Li Yong is implicated by his good brother, he won't end up in a tragic way. Once the family is gone, the consequences will be unimaginable." Yang Bo certainly knew about the conversation between Li Yong and his father. However, Yang Bo would not let Li Yong participate in this matter, whether it was against the Zhang family's secret collection or against Speaker Charlie. These things were not trivial. Li Yong did not want to have more handles in his good brother's hands. Similarly, Yang Bo would not let Li Yong participate in every one of his affairs. After Li Yong left, he informed Lin Yu about his good brother's visit to Tianyun Star. Lin Yu didn't know Yang Bo was coming to Tianyun Star. Li Yong's mentality was complicated now. On the one hand, he didn't want to have too much contact with his good brother. But on the other hand, he wanted to get more help from his good brother. This would be very helpful for the competition for successors and promotion in the army. However, Yang Bo was not in Tianyun Star now. Yang Bo had successfully sneaked into the castle of Speaker Charlie. The security level of this castle was higher, but it had no effect on the invisible Yang Bo. The whole castle looks like it is covered with ice and snow, but it is warm inside the castle. The whole castle is like a square city. There is a huge patio in the middle of the castle. The diameter of the whole castle is about 1.8 kilometers. The patio in the middle is built into a sky garden. In this way, you can see the scenery outside the window when standing in the room in the castle, instead of the false scenery of virtual projection. There are also some pavilions in the sky garden in the middle of the castle. These pavilions are covered with various plants. When Yang Bo saw these sky gardens for the first time, he was shocked, because these pavilions in the courtyard had no support. But soon Yang Bo understood that these pavilions all use suspension technology. What a magnificent grandeur! It's much higher than the sky garden in my March star. TSK. Yang Bo strolled in the castle, while carefully appreciating these beautiful views. The various decorations in the entire castle seem to be full of traces of time. Even the floor in the castle, where people often walk, can be seen to be very different from other places. And there are no cameras in this castle. There are no robots either, all are real people. I wonder if this sculpture is an antique. Yang Bo looked at the broken sculpture with traces of wind and rain. There are a total of 42 floors in the entire castle. Only 9 floors are exposed on the ground. The rest are all underground. The patio of the entire castle, that is. The 9 floors on the ground. The bottom 3 floors are the energy system, and the garbage disposal system of the entire building, and the air circulation system. The staff here are also divided into many levels. From the clothes of these staff members, you can easily tell the floor he serves and his work. These superpowers in the Alliance Special Service Department, I don't know how strong they are. Although the invisible Yang Bo has great convenience, there are still many places that he cannot enter. Because Yang Bo could only follow others into these rooms. Hee. Yang Bo wandered around inside for most of the day, and finally found a target. Yang Bo wandered around inside, on the one hand to understand the situation inside the entire building, and on the other hand to look for candidates for spiritual seeds. Speaker Charlie's personal assistant. Speaker Charlie's personal assistant, on the surface, looks like a skinny white young man, who looks about 30 years old. Brown hair, blue eyes, looks a little bit special, that is. Very high cheekbones, and slightly triangular eyes. In this society, it may be judged as quite ugly. Fuck. This guy is actually 190 years old. Yang Bo cast the spiritual seed on the other party, and was also shocked. Chairman Charlie is 265 years old. What surprised Yang Bo even more was that, because the public information shows that Chairman Charlie is only 170 years old. Charlie's personal assistant is named Jiang Bai, male, B-level superpower. But this guy has a very rare superpower, precognition. This guy's superpower is very strange. It is not really a precognition ability. Let me give you a very simple example. If you ask this guy to analyze something, there is an 80% chance that the answer he gets is correct. It is a bit like intuition, and a bit like foreknowledge. What a lucky guy. Yang Bo's eyes lit up. After releasing the spiritual seed to Jiang Bai, Yang Bo left. Because of this insider, he can always keep track of Speaker Charlie's whereabouts. And it doesn't have to be done in the castle of the royal family. Yang Bo later thought of one thing, that is, the place of action can be completely somewhere else. Because there are a group of elders of the Luer family in this castle. This is a group of A-level superpowers. They are super strong people supported by the Luer family. What kind of abilities these people have, only the patriarchs of each generation of the Luer family can know. These people have saved the Luer family many times in history. Yang Bo's main target this time is not Speaker Charlie, so he will not take action against the Luer family for the time being, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Anyway, as long as there is Jiang Bai as an insider, I can take action at any time. But there is also a time limit, because there are also superpowers in the Luer family, who are proficient in soul and spirit. These people will regularly check the core members of the family. Yang Bo pondered on the way back. Chapter 969. Everything is ready. This is the true foundation of a family. As far as I know from Jiang Bai, it's just the tip of the iceberg. No wonder these families have been able to stand for so many years. They have countless ways to identify their own family members. At the beginning, Li Yang's father also asked someone to check Li Yang's mental state. It seems that the core layer of the whole world knows that there is mental control ability. But my spiritual seed seems to be much better than others. The soul secrets of the Shuilan Empire cannot reach the level of my spiritual seed. I don't know if the skills I have acquired are better, or is it because of the system itself. Yang Bo was thinking on the way back. Jiang Bai only knew some of the things of the Luer family. Of course, Yang Bo himself had already guessed about these things. Yang Bo did not think that all of his superpowers were unique to him. The world is so big, who knows where some unique superpowers are hiding? Maybe I am the only one who has the ability to move in space. I have also undergone a series of complex changes to have the ability to move in space. Yang Bo felt that the ability to move in space might be unique to him. Yang Bo first acquired space ability by absorbing the energy of the energy stone on the space mecha button. Now Yang Bo thinks that he was really a little bit brave at the beginning. At the beginning, Yang Bo absorbed the energy stone himself, and could only use his own energy as the mecha button. Later, Yang Bo found that when he was riding a spaceship to jump in space, the space energy could strengthen his body in mecha. Later, When White and others were doing the space frequency vibration test, Yang Bo shuttled back and forth many times and gradually adapted to this kind of space shuttle. When Yang Bo was in a mecha for space teleportation in the early days, he would have a brief black vision. That is, his eyes went dark for a short time, and he could not see anything. Until by chance, he got the head of an interstellar gourd worm with space teleportation. Then he got the ability to move in space. Yang Bo felt that if he had the ability to move in space at the beginning, he might have an accident when moving in space. Because space teleportation has extremely high hardware requirements. Not only the strength of the whole body, but also the strength of the soul, and even the energy of the body. Even if one has spatial attributes, if one's physical and soul strength does not meet the standard, then negative effects will occur when moving in space. Yang Bo did not have the ability to move in space at the beginning. The mecha he was riding before moved in space, and black vision was one of the side effects. Other people can't reach my level even if they have space superpowers. In fact, no matter how rare a superpower is, it needs to reach a certain level to be effective. For example, the most common power attribute superpower. An A-level power attribute superpower user can beat a group of B-level fire or water superpower users. It would be great if we could find a superpower user, or an interstellar creature, or a mutant creature with space attributes. And my own space attribute superpower. Although only in the primary stage. But the explosive power and destructive power I possess are no less than that of an A+ level superpower user. So it's not entirely correct to just look at my own skill level. I still need to think more about my skills when I have time. If I can use space energy to create energy rays, I'm afraid the power will be even greater. While thinking about the problem, Yang Bo went back to Tianyun Star. Yang Bo's invisibility lasted for 52 hours in Interstellar Standard Time. If anyone knew, they would probably be shocked. The invisibility skill is good in every way, the only bad thing is that no matter where you go, you can only rely on your legs. Huh? Yang Bo returned to the small villa on Tianyun Star, pretending to be surprised to see Lin Yu appear. Lin Yu was a little angry at first. Third Master had arrived, but Tianyun Star didn't come to find her. But after seeing Third Master, she didn't dare to be angry anymore. Because of the other party's identity. Although she was not sure whether the other party's identity was true or false. But the arrogant way the other party did things, Lin Yu always remembered. And there was also the relationship with Li Yong. If it were not for the Third Master to protect her, she would probably end up like her ex-boyfriend and his colleagues. You are here. Lin Yu greeted Yang Bo attentively. Yang Bo certainly knew that Lin Yu was notified by Li Yong. Yang Bo was also very clear about Li Yong's mentality. So Yang Bo would not contact Li Yong. Well, I came here to do something recently. Yang Bo nodded and explained. Lin Yu felt happy when she heard the explanation from the Third Master. Because it was good enough for a person of the Third Master's strength to explain to her. Many people understand the strong. Because when facing the strong, if you don't understand, you will be the only one who feels uncomfortable. I have learned a lot of cooking skills recently. I wonder what you like to eat. Lin Yu poured water for Yang Bo like a little woman. And then asked gently, Eat you first. Yang Bo chuckled. Lin Yu knew that she couldn't leave the protection of the Third Master. So she felt a little flattering when she was with the Third Master. This was something Yang Bo couldn't experience with other women. Although Annie and Xia of Sanguistar also regarded Yang Bo as a support, they didn't flatter Yang Bo so much. Lin Yu had a sense of crisis in her heart. So when facing Yang Bo, she tried her best to flatter him. Moreover, Lin Yu was more open in some aspects, and was willing to try more actions to please Yang Bo. As a man, I like this very much. Because the experience is completely different. Yang Bo was happy in this small villa for most of the day. Then he returned to March Star in the safe house of the small villa. Now everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Yang Bo did not have a very detailed plan for this matter. Mainly to be determined based on relevant information. On the one hand, he had to kidnap Speaker Charlie. And based on the information obtained from Jiang Bai, he had to seize the best opportunity. On the other hand, he also had to consider the secrets of the Zhang family. In addition, we have to wait for John Lee to return to the Crimson Federation. Then launch a hacker attack on the Crimson Federation. First of all, John Lee will take a few days to return to the Crimson Federation's Karaya state. We also need to plan ahead based on the information obtained from Jiang Bai. The most important thing is that Yang Bo has to play several roles respectively. The hacker attack program can be scheduled in advance. To target Speaker Charlie first, we need to know the other party's schedule, and then make plans based on the other party's schedule, and if possible, we need to go to the scene to investigate. In addition, we have to raid the Zhang family's secret collection. The reason why we can't make a detailed plan is that Speaker Charlie's itinerary may not be accurate. Even though Jiang Bai is Charlie's personal assistant, he doesn't know many things until the end. Yang Bo took time to play the second world game again. In the second world game, Handy obtained the title of Viscount, and Yang Bo had to spend 1,500 gold coins to hold a grand cocktail party to entertain these nobles in Green City. There is a strict class system and unspoken rules among the nobles, and there is a standard for the cocktail parties held by each noble who obtains the title. Generally speaking, no one will exceed this standard. Because there are nobles of higher levels, if the standards of the receptions of the nobles below are too high, then the nobles of higher levels may think that you are provoking. The hierarchy among the nobles is more strict. Even when attending the reception, the nobles of the same level are a small circle. Including the seats in the reception, there is also a strict order. After waiting for a few days, Li Yuehan finally returned to Karaya State. These dirty and despicable nobles of the Shuilan Empire. I must teach them a lesson. These damn bastards, I will crush their descendants one by one. Li Yuehan returned to his manor, and then he burst out the anger that had been suppressed for a long time. Li John had suppressed his anger for too long. Mainly because he was deceived by Bart. Li John wanted to deceive Bart, but he was deceived by Bart instead. This huge gap made Li John extremely angry. Li John often regretted that he should not have met Bart earlier. Wouldn't it be better to have tens of billions of dollars? After meeting Bart, not only was the money he got from Bart robbed, but that damn guy also blackmailed him for a large sum of money. Li John now thought of his flattering attitude towards Bart's housekeeper, and felt that his performance was disgusting. Of course, it was more about face. In addition, Li Yuehan did not dare to express his anger when he left the Blue Water Empire on the spaceship. He suppressed his anger on the way back to the city. Every time he thought of being blackmailed by Bart, he regretted it so much. Check for me, the disciples of the nobles of the Blue Water Empire. Find them all. I want to get back what I lost. Li Yuehan summoned his trusted subordinates and issued a series of orders. At this time, Li Yuehan's butler came in with a box. Master, there is an energy stone in this box. Someone specifically asked to give it to you. Li Yuehan was just about to ask who sent it. The next second, Li Yuehan heard his own voice. Leave it to me, you others go, and do your work quickly. Don't come back if you can't do it well. Yes. Li Yuehan was a little confused. Why was what he wanted to say different from what he said? What frightened Li Yuehan even more was that he took the box from the butler's hand uncontrollably, and then turned around and left. Li Yuehan shouted loudly in fear, but no sound came out, as if his body was not his own. Who is it? Who is it? Li Yuehan shouted at the top of his lungs, but there was no response, and no sound was heard in his ears. Li Yuehan was horrified to find that he had opened his safe, and then closed it again. Then Li Yuehan found himself in darkness. Hee. Li Yuehan's body fell to the ground, and Yang Bo flashed out of space, looking at the unconscious Li Yuehan and smiled. It turned out that Yang Bo used the spirit seed to control Li Yuehan, and then revoked the spirit seed, causing Li Yuehan's soul to be severely damaged. Dream Domination plus 32. Yang Bo looked at the skill given by Li Yuehan, and almost jumped up with joy. Chapter 970 Current Situation. So that's what's going on. Yang Bo carefully studied this skill, and soon understood what was going on. This ability control by dreams, to be precise, is an application of the soul level. This is a competition at the soul level. If the opponent's soul is very weak, you can kill the opponent in the dream. The individual strength of a superpower has no direct relationship with the strength of the soul. Many superpowers have abnormal strength, but their souls and mental strength have not increased too much. When facing this kind of person, you can easily kill him by using dreams to control this ability. It is a direct soul level competition, but for the opponent, it is like dreaming. In fact, this is a means of soul attack. Field? However, Yang Bo found something unique in this skill. This dream is just a battlefield for soul level battles that he has constructed. As long as the opponent enters this dream, what he sees and hears is what he wants them to see. So Yang Bo felt that this seemed to have some domain attributes. The state of domain is easy to understand. The same water element clone, different environments, the actual combat power of the water element clone is also different. The combat power of the water element clone in the ocean environment is definitely stronger than that of the water element clone in the desert. To release the dream, the ruler needs to look into the other party's eyes. This ability is released through the other party's eyes. Of course, this skill also has huge disadvantages. That is, when someone's soul or mental power is stronger than yours. When you use this skill, you may be killed by them. Even when you release this ability through the other person's eyes, it will cause backlash. So the killer missions that Li Yuehan received before, there were basically no superpowers with mental attributes. Because once one party is hurt in the competition at the soul level, there is no way to heal. And once you lose the competition at the soul level, the best outcome is to become a vegetable. In general, the ability to control dreams is not as powerful as your own spiritual seeds. And to control dreams, you must see the other person's eyes, which is much more troublesome than releasing your own spiritual seeds. But since I want to disguise myself as Li Yuehan, it is very appropriate to use this skill to kill people in the future. Yang Bo cleaned up everything on Li Yuehan and left enough biological samples. Li Jian was thrown directly into the alien space. When Li Jian's body entered the alien space, it was directly impacted by the huge energy and turned into countless powders. Then Yang Bo turned into Li Jian's appearance again. The things he carried on his body were all taken from Li Jian. TSK. Yang Bo had time to look at the things in Li Jian's safe. The whole safe is 200 meters long, 100 meters wide, and about 8 meters high. It looks like a huge warehouse. Some places are divided into 2 floors. Some places are only 1 floor high. There are some safes in the safe. Anti-shielding safe. Yang Bo opened an anti-shielding safe and saw the box of energy stones, a big safe full of them. The total value of energy stones is about 15 billion, and there are some standard universal energy stones used by the Alliance military warships. It seems that the people in the Alliance have been secretly selling energy stones more than once or twice. There are also various rare materials worth more than 20 billion. This guy doesn't have much cash. Energy stones and rare materials are both hard currencies. Relatively speaking, energy stones are more stable. The reason why energy stones are more valuable is that it is difficult to say about rare materials. It is possible that a mining company suddenly discovers a large amount of rare materials. This will cause the price of rare materials to fall, because there is no rare material in the entire universe. It is just that some materials in your environment are rarer. Just like precious metals such as gold before the Interstellar era, they have completely become ordinary materials in the Interstellar era. There are still many things left, and some weapons. There are hydrogen bombs. There are neutron bombs, and they are all large quantities. It's nothing to have these things in the Crimson Federation. And Li Yuehan also stored a lot of energy potions and gene evolution potions. Master. Yang Bo roughly counted the things in the safe, and then left the safe. Li Yuehan's butler greeted him respectfully. Well, go and do your business. Yang Bo had disguised himself as Li Yuehan, and gave orders in a light and indifferent tone. In the Crimson Federation, people like Li Yuehan have absolute power. Therefore, the staff in John Li's manor are very respectful of John Li. Moreover, the status of these staff, although not slaves on the surface, is lower than that of slaves in the Blue Water Empire. For slaves of the Blue Water Empire nobles, the nobles will take care of everything. However, these staff in the Crimson Federation, if they are slaves, they do not have the same good welfare and treatment as slaves in the Blue Water Empire. However, these staff are doing the work that only slaves can do. The slaves of the Blue Water Empire nobles, their birth, aging, illness and death are all the responsibility of the Lord. In the Crimson Federation, if these staff members get sick or something happens, they will be directly driven away. Don't even think about getting a penny of compensation or benefits. Because the Crimson Federation is definitely a difficult place for ordinary people to survive. The states of the Crimson Federation come from various cities, and have been divided up by various companies. Korea State is actually a habitable planet, slightly larger than the Earth. As for how many people there are, no one has ever counted them. However, there are more than 200 cities. These 200 cities are managed by more than 20 large companies, and thousands of small companies. That is, everything in the city is outsourced to companies for management. These companies have their own army, and their own police force. They replace the government's functional management and manage everything in their territory. These companies are formal on the surface, but secretly they will set up some small companies that have nothing to do with themselves. To put it bluntly, these small companies are similar to gangs. If any ordinary person does not obey the management of a big company, they will be taught a lesson by these small companies. The government only needs to take a certain amount of money from these companies every year. Of course, these government members, the Minister of Justice, the judges, etc. are all shareholders of the company. John Lee is now in Vichy City, Korea State. The entire city is controlled by 3 companies, so the entire city is divided into 3 parts. It's really messy. The public security in the Crimson Federation is very chaotic. Companies often have conflicts over certain things. And Korea State also has friction with the Crimson Federation and other states. Except for some high-end energy weapons, other weapons are rampant in the Crimson Federation. This is also done intentionally by the Crimson Federation, to avoid being invaded and annexed by the Water Blue Empire and the Alliance. Do the business first, and then slowly get rid of the senior executives of these companies later. The senior executives of these companies in the Crimson Federation, as well as the congressmen and politicians, are all very powerful superpowers. Here, the big fist is the truth, unlike the Alliance, where there is still political correctness. It is normal for people here to assassinate each other. So the killer organizations, mercenaries, unions, and bounty hunters of the entire interstellar society have established their headquarters here, because it is the most convenient place to train talents. At the same time, funds will not be monitored in these places. Yang Bo decided to do the business first. Chapter 971 Comparative Test. The real thing Yang Bo is talking about is to implant a hacker virus in the virtual server. The virtual server is a network service provided by the Crimson Federation. There is no IP address in the virtual server, and activities in the virtual server do not require real name registration or the like. As long as you pay, then you will have the right to use these virtual servers. It's just a password and an account. Of course, such security cannot be guaranteed, that is, your account and password, once they are cracked by others, the things in your virtual server will also belong to others. Although there are other ways to retrieve it later. It is obviously not very useful. Although virtual servers have many advantages, there is also a key point. That is, if you are in the Alliance or the Empire, you will still leave traces when you access the virtual server. Even in the Crimson Federation, accessing the virtual server will leave traces. So there is no absolute confidentiality in this world. However, for Yang Bo, there are many ways. Yang Bo's photoelectric superpower can remotely generate hacker attack programs directly in the virtual server. In fact, the program in the server itself is composed of some electronic signals. However, Yang Bo would not do this, because such a hacker attack program generated out of thin air, and others would have many questions when they find it. Who should I put the blame on? Yang Bo thought to himself, who should I put the blame on for the traces of these hacker attack programs? The Carter family? The Zhang family? The Wu family? Or other forces in the Alliance? While thinking about the problem, Yang Bo walked out of Li Zhan's house. Li Zhan's home is a small war fortress. Li Zhan's home is on a mountain, and the whole mountain is full of various buildings. The foot of the mountain is blocked by a high wall, and 8 multifunctional defense turrets are installed on the whole wall. This kind of defense turret has a variety of weapon systems, not only lasers, but also various weapons such as microwave weapons. There are also various missiles, as well as relatively primitive physical attack weapons, because energy weapons have many effects when used on the ground. Heavy rain, sandstorms, and thick fog will affect energy weapons. So in this environment, only physical attack weapons can be used. Physical attack weapons are rampant in the Crimson Federation, and almost everyone has 2 physical attack weapons. They are mainly various guns and ammunition before the Interstellar era, because these primitive guns and ammunition do not emit energy fluctuations. They are not easy to detect. Although there are some physical attack weapons such as electromagnetic guns in the economic society. But physical attack weapons such as electromagnetic guns are not as convenient as the most primitive gunpowder weapons. First of all, the electromagnetic gun will emit energy fluctuations when it is excited. In addition, the electromagnetic gun needs to carry a battery. Once the battery is out of power, it will be a waste. In addition, the electromagnetic gun will also be subject to some strong electronic interference. And some people install some positioning systems in the electromagnetic gun. Not everyone can disassemble the electromagnetic gun to check whether there is a positioning program installed by others. The primitive gunpowder weapon is low in price, easy to carry, simple in structure, and cannot be tracked by others. Moreover, after using gunpowder weapons to commit crimes, no one can find the source of the weapons. But weapons such as electromagnetic guns can easily find the source of the weapons. TSK. Li Jian is a local tyrant. The home where Li Jian's manor is located covers an area of 12 square kilometers, a mountain, and an artificial lake at the foot of the mountain. There are more than 2,000 people in the manor, including 1,000 armed personnel. The remaining more than 1,000 people are the staff of the manor. The armed personnel under Li Jian have mechas, fighter planes, armed flying cars, and Li Jian also has his own warning and reconnaissance satellites. As for drones, there are even more unmanned detectors. However, the armed personnel of Li Jian Manor also have a variety of mechas, from the lowest level training mechas to the advanced 13th generation mechas. There are only 5 13th generation mechas, and most of the others are worthless 3rd generation mechas eliminated by the Alliance. Because there is no need for too many high-level mechas. Because if some big forces want to deal with Li Jian, 10 more high-level mechas will be useless. As for those small organizations, it is impossible for them to have mechas. A 3rd generation mecha team can destroy them. The armed personnel in John Lee's manor are mainly to guard against assassination. The various companies in the Crimson Federation compete for territory. These companies will support many small gangs. The people in these small gangs are at the bottom. They are not afraid of death at all, because they have nothing except their lives. The Crimson Federation also has welfare institutions in name, but most of them are not real welfare institutions. These welfare institutions secretly engage in human trafficking and blood trafficking, because these welfare institutions are also run by companies. However, Yang Bo first has to dismiss some of Li Yuehan's original people, mainly some of this guy's women. Li Yuehan's manor has its own independent communication network. Yang Bo directly controls it on Li Yuehan's smartwatch. Li Yuehan has more than a dozen women, and these more than a dozen women are all superpowered. What makes Yang Bo relieved is that Li Yuehan has no children or wife. The stronger the power of a superpower person, the older they are when they give birth. Many superpower people will raise their children after their superpowers stop growing for more than 10 or 20 years. Therefore, the family situation of superpower people cannot be measured by ordinary people. Moreover, giving birth to superpowers is a relatively dangerous thing. Superpower people will use special energy interference drugs when giving birth. When superpower people use this interference drug, their own energy will disappear temporarily. Therefore, some superpowerful people keep their birth secret. If other enemies know about it at this time, they may encounter some troubles. Moreover, these superpowered people will prevent their close friends from knowing it, because it is difficult to say whether the close friends around them are spies planted by others. Yang Bo did not meet these women of Li Jian, but transferred a sum of money to each of them, and then gave each of them a small house in Vichy City. Then he gave these women an order to leave within a time limit. Anyway, these women of Li Jian followed Li Jian for money. In the Crimson Federation, everyone looks forward to everything, and the concept of people here is the concept of money. Morals do not exist in the Crimson Federation at all, because the entire social system has become like this. In the Crimson Federation, money can do everything, so many pharmaceutical companies in the Alliance and the Empire have opened branches in the Crimson Federation to use people here to test energy potions. Testing energy potions has a high risk, maybe one mistake will mutate into a monster, and even have serious sequelae. But for the people of the Crimson Federation, drug testing is a good way to make money, because they are so poor that they don't care about their lives. The gap between the rich and the poor in the Crimson Federation is the most extreme. The rich people in the Crimson Federation eat all kinds of naturally grown food, and those at the bottom can only eat nutrient solution. And some people can't even guarantee nutrient solution. Then Yang Bo called the staff of Li Jian's territory in batches. Butler. The chief steward of Li Jian's manor is named Su Shun, a bald white-skinned middle-aged man. Su Shun's strength is also a level, and he is Li Jian's first confidant. Su Shun's superpower is strength. Boss. John Lee likes people below him to call him boss. Are you loyal to me? Yang Bo decided to try his telepathic skills, and asked Su Shun directly. Loyalty. Su Shun heard his boss ask this, and hurriedly bowed. Yang Bo was mainly testing whether the telepathic ability was accurate or not. Through the telepathic ability, Yang Bo did not find any mental fluctuations in Su Shun in front of him. In other words, what Su Shun said was correct. Yang Bo reached out and patted Su Shun on the shoulder. Well, go and call the other housekeepers. Yang Bo took this opportunity to release the spiritual seed for Su Shun. TSK. However, after releasing the spiritual seed, Yongbo realized that the ability of telepathy was not reliable. Su Shun was a spy planted in front of John Lee. Su Shun was a spy planted by the Bobby family, the major shareholder of Black Star Company, of which John Lee was a shareholder. Black Star Company is one of the 3 major companies in Vichy City. The company's owners have a black 6-pointed star badge on their uniforms. Black Star controls 3/5 of the territory in Vichy City. The Bobby family controls 23% of Black Star's shares. John Lee only has 6% of Black Star's shares. It seems that telepathy is not reliable. But Su Shun has been carefully trained. It seems that for these spies who have received special training, telepathy is not accurate. This is like the result of a lie detector. It is not 100% correct. It can only be used as a reference. Su Shun has been in John Lee's house for more than 50 years. If there is any disturbance in John Lee's house, this guy will report it to the Bobby family. In the future, we can use this guy to trick the Bobby family. John Lee's manor has a total of 16 butlers, and these butlers are in charge of different areas. Facing Yongbo's questioning, these guys showed various reactions. Some quickly knelt on the ground to show their loyalty. Some patted their chests to show their loyalty. Speechless, Yongbo released the spiritual seeds to all these guys, and the result shocked Yongbo. 9 of the 16 people were spies planted by other forces. These forces were also varied, including the Blue Water Empire and the Alliance. There were also 2 other companies in Vichy City, and other shareholders of Black Star Company. The accuracy of telepathic perception can only reach 60% for these people. But it doesn't matter, I'll deal with these people left by Li Yuhan later anyway. However, Yongbo turned his head and thought, and relaxed again. Let's finish the matter of Tianza Star first, and then develop this territory with peace of mind. In the Crimson Federation, the big fist is the truth, and this suits me best. Yongbo is ready to show his strength. Chapter 972 The Hacker Program is ready. It's him. Yongbo found the force that was responsible for the hacker attack. That is the Golden Lion City next to the Vichy City. The Golden Lion City is larger than the Vichy City. The area under the jurisdiction of the Vichy City is about 1.1 million square kilometers. However, the Vichy City is closer to the North Pole, so the resources and population here are less than those of the Golden Lion City. 2 major armed conflicts broke out between the 2 cities this year. The main reason is the fight for land. In fact, in today's high-tech society, the use of land is not very large. But the system of the Crimson Federation is very strange. Some companies in the Crimson Federation deliberately pollute the water sources outside, and some plants and the like. They force the residents of their own cities to buy water or food from their own companies. And science and technology at this time are not for the benefit of residents, but have become the most advantageous tool for exploiting residents. Because many companies will implant positioning information into the smart watches used by residents. What every resident does, as long as the company wants to know, it can be clearly seen. Some cities also deliberately release some mutant animals, let them reproduce in the wild, and then let residents catch them, to obtain some mutant materials. As for the environmental damage and natural pollution caused, no one cares at all. Because the senior executives of these companies, or the people in power in the city, they eat and use special supplies. And this can also strangle the lifeblood of the residents. You have to drink water and eat every day, unless you are not afraid of death and are willing to drink polluted water and eat polluted food. Otherwise, you can only continue to create value for the company. Yongbo now regards the planet of Koreabang as his base. Vichy City is definitely the first step, and the stronger Golden Lion City next to it is a potential enemy. So it is more beneficial to make this city chaotic in advance. Anyway, there needs to be a force to take the blame for the hacker attack. Yongbo wants to let other companies in Vichy City take the blame, but doing so is a bit too conspicuous. And he is not ready yet. If Vichy City becomes chaotic, it may be taken advantage of by Golden Lion City. Yongbo had no time to identify the other people in John Lee's manor. Because there were so many people in the whole manor, if they wanted to release their spiritual seeds, it would have a great impact on Yongbo himself. In fact, as long as the management of the manor was controlled, the other people below would be easy to deal with. Yongbo directly found a virtual online gambling website opened in Golden Lion City. Then he logged into this virtual gambling website, and started gambling in this virtual gambling website as a tourist. One good thing about the technology in the Interstellar era is that the whole person is like being in an ancient casino. The casinos here offer a wide variety of games. From the most basic gambling methods, such as betting cards, to the later gladiatorial games. and even two mechas fighting each other. There is also the recruitment of some people to gamble their lives, which is just like the way of passing levels. Those who pass all levels can get a certain amount of bonus. Of course, those who fail to pass the levels will definitely die. There are also many types of gladiatorial games, not to mention people fighting against people, but also people and animals. There are even more eye-catching beauties, wrestling on the ring. But in this process, the clothes of both parties will definitely be torn off. This kind of gambling room, which combines gambling and visual entertainment, is very popular. Yang Bo also knew from Li Zhan's memory that some people were so angry when watching this kind of anchor room that they could even directly call these beautiful wrestlers who were gambling to the real world. Yang Bo wore virtual glasses and entered the gambling website. These gambling websites do not require any identity authentication information. When you enter, you are a visitor, and the website will also give you gambling chips for free. These websites accept any form of deposit. And of course, there are many ways to withdraw cash. There is no need to worry about the safety of funds. Even the Alliance and the Empire cannot find out whether these funds are illegal or not, because everything is officially endorsed. Everyone can set their own unique image when entering the website. So you see in the virtual world of these websites, a rabbit or an elephant standing in front of the trump card table, which is very normal. There are even skeletons or various characters in the game. It was even a character model, without any eyes or nose. Just a simple human figure. Through remote photoelectric superpowers, Yang Bo also entered the virtual server. Then the hacker program was automatically generated in the virtual server. Although the virtual server also has a security system, the security system of the gambling website is definitely not as high as those of the regular websites of the Alliance, because the gambling website does not restrict access. That is to say, regardless of whether the other party is safe or not, access is allowed. The servers on the Alliance side need visitors, and they need to be completely legal and compliant. The program of this gambling website is very large, and the business is very hot. As long as there is no internal program conflict, the security system of these gambling websites will not warn. And even if the virtual server is attacked by hackers, there is no big loss. Besides, these programs of Yang Bo are generated inside the server. To put it bluntly, it is like the administrator directly inputting these hacker programs in the background with a USB flash drive. It's just that the programs that generate these hackers will consume a little bit of electricity. But this is nothing compared to the huge power consumption of virtual servers. After the virtual server is implanted with a virus, it will continue to multiply. Yang Bo's program is only for virtual servers. That is to say, when it spreads, it only targets other virtual servers. It will not target personal devices, because personal devices have their own security system. As long as the time is right, Yang Bo will directly launch the attack program. These virtual servers will instantly launch a hacker attack on Interstellar's network. Alright. Yang Bo browsed this gambling website for about 2 hours, and finally got the program done. It's not that Yang Bo couldn't get the program done in less time, but he had to do it step by step, because Yang Bo also had to monitor the security system of the entire server. If the server's security system alarmed, it would prove that there was something wrong with his program. After everything was ready, Yang Bo asked his butler Su Shun not to disturb him, and did not see any guests. Then Yang Bo came to an underground laboratory of John Lee. He locked himself in the underground laboratory, and then returned to Tianyun Star. Yang Bo can now move freely in space on Vichy Star, Tianyun Star, Kinza Star, March Star. The rest of Yang Bo is waiting for the opportunity, and Yang Bo also has to plan how to play several roles. At the beginning, he has to play at least 2 roles. Should the character who broke into the Zhang family's secret treasure explode? It's easier to explode, but it won't have any deterrent effect. If it explodes, it will become a suicide terrorist attack. If you get away unscathed, it will be a huge pressure for everyone. The same is true for Speaker Charlie. A simple self-destruction attack can't show your awesomeness. Of course, this is not immutable. If you really can't get away, then explode your identity, and by the way, cover up the energy fluctuations of your space transmission. Yang Bo now wants to wait for an opportunity, because it is not a good choice to take action in Speaker Charlie's castle. Chairman Charlie has 3 lovers. As long as he goes to any of his lovers, it's a good time to take action. Yang Bo sorted out Jiang Bai's memory, and finally found the time to take action. Although there would be security personnel outside the door of Chairman Charlie at that time, the security was much worse than that of the castle. Chapter 973 Breaking In. As for the Roll Castle where Charlie lives, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chairman Charlie of the Tianza Star House of Representatives has no idea that anyone is thinking about him. Charlie has 3 lovers, all of whom are secret lovers. One of them is a third-tier female star, another is the wife of Charlie's nephew, and the third is the public relations manager of a company. Of course, this public relations manager was promoted to public relations manager after becoming Charlie's lover. These politicians of the alliance, although they play a lot in private, they all do a good job on the surface. The best actors in this world are not actors, but these politicians. TSK. Moreover, Yang Bo also knew about the affair between Charlie and his nephew's wife. And his nephew also knew it. But he pretended not to know. And both sides played their own games. Whether it was the alliance or the upper class of the empire, they played more openly. Because in the eyes of these people, there was no love. And the union of the two sides was just for the sake of interests. Even the Shuilan Empire had a law a long time ago. That is, nobles were not allowed to do paternity tests. Yang Bo now has to wait for an opportunity. Mainly because of the distance between Zhang's castle and Charlie. Yang Bo's plan is very simple. First, control Charlie. Because the places where Charlie meets his 3 secret lovers all have safe houses. When Yang Bo controls Charlie, he will release the space coordinates in the safe house. Then find an opportunity to leave Charlie's residence. And then go to Zhang's castle. The reason for doing this is that Yang Bo has to enter Zhang's castle from the wild. In this process, there is no way to release the space coordinates. Nor can there be space movement. Because the energy fluctuations will be passively detected by the warning system. Only after breaking into the Zhang family castle, Yang Bo would release the spatial coordinates inside. And then return to Charlie. There are lakes and rivers outside the Zhang family castle. At that time, he could use the lakes and rivers to cover his tracks, and find an opportunity to move back to Speaker Charlie's safe house. During this period, the hacker attack program would attack the civilian system of Tianza Star. As the deputy administrative star of the alliance, Tianza Star is basically inhabited by the powerful. Once the civilian system is attacked, coupled with Charlie's kidnapping, Yang Bo thinks there may be a short period of chaos. I just took advantage of this chaotic period to fish in troubled waters. As a speaker, Charlie's daily schedule is full. However, Yang Bo is not in a hurry. Charlie's usual schedule, the security force is very strong, not only as personal security, but also security personnel from the Alliance Special Service Team. Charlie only has his own personal bodyguard when he is meeting his lover. In this way, even if something happens to Charlie, he will basically not offend the Alliance officials. Because at this time, Charlie's security is a personal bodyguard. If something goes wrong during the protection of the Alliance's Special Service Department, then the responsibility lies with the Special Service Department. Once Charlie's incident happened, it would be a huge scandal, and his political future would be ruined. So when something happens to this kind of person, no one will investigate it to the end. But if something happens to this guy while he is working, it will be the responsibility of the entire Alliance's Special Service Department. Yang Bo sees the interests involved very clearly. The Alliance's Special Service Department is definitely a violent organization. And its technological means, equipment, and individual strength are all very strong. The main task of the Alliance Special Service Department is to protect the politicians of the Alliance. For their own safety, the politicians of the Alliance will definitely give this department a lot of green lights. Yang Bo suspected that Charlie had other lovers. It was just that Jiang Bai, the personal assistant, was responsible for arranging matters related to these 3 lovers. Charlie had more than one personal assistant. People like Charlie were very cunning, and would not leave all matters to one person. This was also a way to spread risks. Even the place where these 3 lovers meet is not fixed, but one of several places is chosen. While Yang Bo is waiting for the opportunity, he is making ultra-high temperature materials on Devon Star. He completes the signed orders as much as possible, because too much money is needed later. Although he cheated and cheated, he got a lot of money. But a lot of money cannot be transferred to each other. Bart's identity has trillions of funds, but he can't transfer it to Li John's identity. He also has tens of billions of funds, but he can't transfer it to others. The mutual fund transactions, although they can be laundered through other institutions or other means, the possibility of being detected in this way is also low. But it is not impossible. After waiting for 4 days, the opportunity came. Yang Bo came to the small villa on Tianyun Star through the space movement ability. Then he came to Aru City on Tianza Star through the small villa on Tianyun Star. The name of Aru City comes from an animal. To be precise, it is a mouse. It is the first mouse placed on this planet after the transformation of Tianza Star, used to test the environment of the entire planet. Yang Bo had thought about getting a residence on Tianza Star to facilitate his travel. However, Tianza Star has a big shortcoming. That is, all buildings are closed. Although there are no monitoring equipment in many places inside these buildings, the air consumption and energy consumption in this room can be known through big data. If no one lives in this room, the oxygen content of the air exchange in this room will not change. In general, no one pays attention to such subtle data. But once something big happens on this planet, it will probably be discovered. In addition, it is not so easy to buy a house on Tianza Star. Not just any rich cat or dog can buy a house on Tianza Star. Otherwise, how can the class of people living on this planet be shown? Not bad. Yang Bo went from Tianyun Star to Tianza Star, and followed the private bodyguard sent by Charlie and Jiang Bai into a house. When Charlie met with his lover, he would send 2 private bodyguards 2 days in advance to check the entire house and live in it. Jiang Bai and his personal bodyguard came to check this residence. This residence is above the ground in Aru City. The personal bodyguard carefully checked the whole room with an instrument. The ventilation system of this residence is in mechanical mode. That is, it turns on a fixed temperature and air volume. It is not connected to the intelligent system for real-time control. Yang Bo stood in front of the window and saw a sea of clouds. Because the location here is high enough, the entire cloud layer is under the building. If the weather is clear, looking down from here, that is the real scenery, you could overlook the endless snow-capped mountains, and the forests, and even rivers in the distance. If I hadn't followed these guys, I wouldn't have been able to get in. Yang Bo also carefully observed the house. The house uses a high-tech intelligent access control system. After entering, there is a password door with a battleship armor inside. The area of this house is not very large. Only about 300 square meters. The entire balcony is a huge floor-to-ceiling glass. Because the more scenery this kind of building has, the more expensive it is. The whole house has 2 bedrooms, a huge swimming pool, a living room, and a safe house. There is also a huge balcony, and some green plants are planted in it. The private bodyguard team carefully checked the whole room, and found nothing unusual. Then Jiang Bai and the extra bodyguards left. The remaining 2 bodyguards rested in a small room at the entrance. In the whole house, only the living room has network signal, and the rest of the rooms are not only isolated from network signal, but also from energy fluctuations. It hurts. Yang Bo did not think about leaving this room. It was because Charlie's time to come here was not fixed. Generally speaking, people would be arranged to check these rooms 2 days in advance. But it was possible that he would come in the afternoon, or it was possible that he would come the next day. Even Jiang Bai didn't know how long Charlie would come, which was also a strategy of Charlie. To put it bluntly, he was afraid that someone would mess with him. Fortunately, Yang Bo's current strength was strong, and he could last for a long time after being invisible. Facts have proved that Yang Bo's judgment was correct. 5 hours after Jiang Bai checked this room, Yang Bo knew from Jiang Bai's memory to know Charlie and his secret lover. I will come here tonight. Jiang Bai is buying something. Charlie and his secret lover also need to eat and drink when they come here at night. There are some things to be used. When Jiang Bai sends things, Yang Bo took the opportunity to go out. Aru City Yang Bo is quite familiar. There are many management vulnerabilities inside such a large city. The maintenance channel of the entire city, Life channel, the management is not so strict. The maintenance channel and life-saving channel are all backed up with pure mechanical mode control. The mechanical mode is the most reliable mode so far. Because once the intelligent system is attacked, it is easy to make various errors. Yang Bo showed up in a deserted place. Yang Bo was still wearing a hooded sweater, and then wearing sunglasses and a mask. Then he sneaked into the maintenance channel. Before entering the maintenance channel, he deliberately let some surveillance cameras take pictures of himself. These surveillance devices did not react after taking pictures of Yang Bo. Because entering Aru City, you have already gone through layers of inspection. As long as there is no abnormal situation, no one will check everyone's identity information. Of course, Yang Bo is wearing a sweater, glasses, and a mask. But in fact, the inside has been completely covered by the armor. At the same time, Yang Bo also used his camouflage ability to turn himself into a pirate leader. This is to avoid the leakage of his biological samples. In fact, as long as the armor is fully covered, there is no big problem. Later, Yang Bo will go directly to the outside of Aru City through the maintenance channel. Yang Bo came to the floor where Charlie lived through the maintenance passage, and then quietly waited for the opportunity. The lover who had a tryst with Charlie this time was a public relations manager of a mining company, named Lillian, who was only 25 years old this year. She was a public relations talent trained by the mining company to specialize in public relations for these politicians. Lillian came an hour early. Charlie also brought 2 private bodyguards, and Jiang Bai arrived an hour later. And Charlie was a very cunning guy, wearing a sweater, glasses and masks. And this guy was so smart that he took the elevator to his target floor, and got off the elevator 2 floors below, and then went to his destination through the stairs of the escape passage. Yang Bo knew from Jiang Bai's memory that this group of people were in a relaxed state of mind, because there was no danger inside Aru City. The main thing was to guard against some reporters, who were everywhere, or people sent by opponents to follow. Charlie got off the elevator, and entered the stairwell of the escape passage. He left a private bodyguard to take the elevator, and continued to go up. This bodyguard would get off the elevator 1 floor above Charlie's target floor, and then guard the isolation door between the elevator passage and the staircase passage. The private bodyguard, who followed him out of the elevator, was guarding the isolation door between the elevator and the stairwell to prevent anyone from following him. In other words, the 2 bodyguards directly guarded the elevator passage to the floor you were going to, and the escape stairwell. This guy is insidious. Yang Bo felt that if he could not read Jiang Bai's memory at any time, he might have been discovered by this guy. Yang Bo hid directly in the maintenance passage next to him. The maintenance passage was made very solid, and it could solve all energy fluctuations, mainly to prevent problems with the energy pipelines in the maintenance passage, and then affect people outside. Jiang Bai accompanied Charlie to the door, and the private bodyguard inside opened the door. As soon as Charlie entered the door, he felt a huge force behind him. Jiang Bai was behind Charlie, and he never thought that someone would attack him from behind at this time. Suddenly, he felt a huge force behind him, and he and Boss Charlie rushed into the room directly, and then his eyes went black, and he didn't know anything. The 2 private bodyguards in the room stood at the door to greet their boss. When their boss flew out, the 2 bodyguards reacted, but it was too late. A person covered tightly appeared in front of the 2. The 2 had no time to use their superpowers, and felt a huge force hitting them, and then their eyes went dark. Hee hee. Yang Bo looked at Jiang Bai and Speaker Charlie, who were knocked unconscious, and laughed. Looking at the closed door behind him, I believe no one knows what happened inside. Then Yang Bo took out a few restraining helmets, put them on the 2 private bodyguards, and then tied them up in the small room. Then Jiang Bai and Charlie were put in restraint helmets. Then the tied Jiang Bai was stuffed into the small room at the entrance. Then Charlie was taken to one of the rooms. Of course, the smartwatches on these people must be put away, and then put in a place where smartwatches are stored. Because after coming to this house, everyone's smart communication devices must be placed in a separate place. That is, all signals of smart communication devices are blocked. Lillian's smartwatch is already in it. There are many sex toys in this room. Yang Bo directly tied Charlie to a stool. The shape of this stool is a bit strange. Wearing a sexy swimsuit, Lillian was swimming in the swimming pool. This swimming pool is also a separate room. Just when I popped out of my head, I saw a person. I thought it was Charlie. I didn't expect that the person in front of me would grab my neck directly, and then put a restraint collar on me. Yang Bo looked at Lillian's figure. It was definitely not his aesthetic type. The butt was too big. The face was not the type he liked. Thick lips. Lillian was taken to the room where Charlie was tied up by the neck. Your old lover has woken up. Let him think about it carefully. I will question him later. If the answer does not satisfy my boss, hee hee. Yang Bo also tied Lillian, who was frightened and pale, to another prop. Then he said something inexplicable and closed the door of the room. Yang Bo released a space coordinate in the safe house of this residence. Then he swaggered and opened the door of this residence and left. Yang Bo still took the maintenance passage, and then deliberately came out from a maintenance passage, which happened to be captured by a camera, and then took the stairs of the rescue passage. In fact, Yang Bo found a deserted place in the stairs of the rescue passage, and returned to the maintenance passage in stealth. There is a place in the maintenance passage that can be accessed. outside of Aru City. These are backup measures, mainly to prevent certain faults in the maintenance passage from causing inability to enter for maintenance. Because the maintenance passage contains energy pipelines, various communication lines, and ventilation ducts. Charlie? Charlie? After Yongbo left, it was about 10 minutes before. Lillian screamed in fear. She was mainly shocked by the sudden change. You have to know that the person tied up in front of her is the speaker. Lillian is just a girl in her 20s. When faced with such a situation, her mind was confused. This room was originally a place for the two to meet secretly. It not only isolates signals, but also isolates energy fluctuations, and also isolates sounds. So no matter how loud the screams inside, no one outside can hear them at all. Chapter 974 Moving. However, no matter how Lillian called, Charlie did not make any movement. At this time, Yongbo was running wildly in the maintenance passage in stealth. There are many places where the maintenance passage is connected to the outside of the building. Yongbo chose the nearest place, where there is a place similar to a sealed chamber. First open the hatch on the maintenance passage, then close the hatch on this side, and then open the hatch on the other side. This way you can get out, but this sealed chamber has an intelligent sensing system. It was just an intelligent sensing system, and no intelligent control system. Because when this place was to be used, the intelligent control system would definitely not be able to be used. After Yongbo arrived at his place, he waited quietly. Yongbo was waiting for the hacker program to attack the civilian network of Tianza Star. Yongbo only waited for less than 10 minutes, and the time was up. At this moment, countless virtual servers of the Crimson Federation launched attacks on the civilian network of Tianza Star. It was just a simple access attack. The civilian network of Tianza Star was flooded with a large number of visits in an instant. The civilian network of Tianza Star instantly turned on the backup server. But it was obviously not enough. People who used the civilian network on Tianza Star felt it instantly. Those who were surfing online instantly found that the virtual projection they saw instantly became a mess. People who were on the phone instantly heard the voice of a stranger, and it was intermittent. At the same time, urgent alarms sounded inside all the cities of Tianza Star. Many people on Tianza Star didn't know what the alarm meant for a while. Because this planet has never been attacked since its establishment, this alarm system was activated immediately. Warning! Warning! The planet's network system is under attack. Everyone stay away from smart devices. The planet's network system is under attack. Everyone stay away from smart devices. The Network Security Department on Tianza Star, the entire department is also a mess. Because the entire department has never encountered such a thing. Cut off the quantum communication satellite. The commander of the security department finally reacted. Cannot cut off the quantum communication satellite. The quantum communication satellite system is also attacked. Notify the alert fleet. The various departments on Tianza Star are now like a mess, because these departments used to do things seriously, relying on smart devices. When doing everything, the smart devices will give some suggestions. Now that the smart system is under attack, the response of the smart devices is not only very slow, but also not accurate at all. The cyber attack on Tianza Star, although the starting point is the Crimson Federation, but the access attack can jump through various places. Some access Tianza Star's network through the network of other places within the Alliance. Some are through the Empire, and some are directly through the Crimson Federation. The virtual server of the Crimson Federation launched a cyber attack on Tianza Star. The virtual server of the Crimson Federation was also affected. The various websites set up in the virtual server could not be opened for a while. Those who are gambling in the online casino, some are crying, some are laughing. Because Yongbo implanted a program in the hacker program. This program will randomly transfer all the money of these gamblers, or send a large sum. And the account of the company that opened the gambling website, the funds on it were cleared at the moment the hacker program was run. At this time, Yongbo had already opened the maintenance channel to the sealed cabin outside, and went outside. Now the entire network has been attacked. The abnormal data in the sealed cabin must be sent to the command center, and then discovered by the command center, which may take a long time. Because the entire network center is all red, and all data is abnormal. Because the entire network is under attack, the data transmitted by the sensors of the entire network are abnormal. For example, the speed of each public transportation inside, the standard data range of the sensor itself is very different from the current data. After all, the intelligence system of each public transportation is abnormal, which will cause the status of the entire public transportation to be abnormal. Tianza Star was attacked by hacker network, and at the same time, Other planets in the capital circle did not rescue Tianza Star in the first time. Instead, they all opened up access rights to their own planet's quantum communication satellite network systems. On the Alliance side, politicians and staff on each planet are only responsible for the planet they serve, and will not rescue other planets. Because these people's salaries do not come from taxes on other planets, they will naturally not meddle in other people's business. The Alliance's Security Department and Defense Department initiated emergency response procedures. 5 minutes after the incident, the Alliance's Security Department issued an order to the Tianza Star Guard fleet. Directly use military robots to cut off the energy supply of Tianza Star's quantum communication satellite. Because Tianza Star can't send control signals to the quantum communication satellite. As long as the energy supply of the quantum communication satellite is cut off, the hacker attack can be cut off. To put it bluntly, if your computer is attacked and cannot be controlled, just unplug the power. At this time, Yang Bo has changed his equipment, wearing a camouflage suit, and is moving quickly along a valley. At this time, Yang Bo's body is also releasing energy fluctuations. And the places where Yang Bo moved will also leave traces of energy fluctuations. But the value of this energy fluctuation is very low. It can't trigger the passive energy detector of the planetary warning system. The planetary warning system is a military network, with a separate military reconnaissance satellite. Yang Bo's hacking program only attacks civilian networks. In fact, Yang Bo can do it, and the energy fluctuations can be received even smaller when moving. The reason why some energy fluctuations are left now is mainly to leave some traces for others to investigate this matter later. Of course, Yang Bo would not carry any smart devices. The news that Tianza Star was attacked by a cyber attack spread throughout the galaxy in an instant. The Alliance Security Department was still very powerful. Less than 10 minutes after the incident, it issued a notice. The hacker attack on Tianza Star came from the Crimson Federation. And the Crimson Federation announced 15 minutes after the incident, countless virtual servers of the Crimson Federation were attacked by hackers. The losses caused were incalculable. Because the gambling or pornographic websites in the virtual servers, the financial accounts of the websites of these companies, were cleared at the first time. These funds were transferred to countless accounts through countless channels. Then these accounts were transferred to other personal accounts through other channels. The Crimson Federation is still unable to calculate how much it has lost. 18 minutes after the incident, Yang Bo arrived at the entrance of the rescue passage of the Zhang family bunker. The entrance and exit of the rescue passage were disguised as a big stone. Yang Bo directly destroyed the big stone violently, revealing the hatch inside. This is actually a sealed cabin design, and it is a mechanical mode. Of course, there are sensors inside this sealed cabin. So when Yang Bo opened the hatch outside the sealed window, the command system inside the Zhangjia bunker received abnormal signal data. Unfortunately, the command center of the Zhangjia bunker is now in a mess. The Zhangjia bunker is connected to the underground public transportation tunnel. And the underground public transportation tunnel is now in an abnormal state. The security center of the Zhangjia bunker covers the sensors connected to the public transportation tunnel. So the abnormal sensor data triggered by Yang Bo, the people in the command center had no time to deal with it. Because the big screen in the command center was all red. The virtual projection in the command center could not be used, and the screen display was used instead. The entire command center sounded a dense and urgent alarm. All the people in the security command center of Zhangjia bunker were on duty. For each abnormal data, other people were notified to check. Only when the feedback was that there was no problem with the data would it be manually restored. Huh? Yang Bo entered Zhangjia bunker. He thought that the patrol robots would swarm towards him. He prepared the hydrogen bomb the moment he entered. He did not expect that there would be no abnormality after entering. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that part of the security defense system of the entire Zhang family bunker was also disturbed by the abnormal public transportation data. No more pretending. Yang Bo used his superpowers to run wildly throughout the bunker. Yang Bo arrived at one of the storage areas where his target was located. He didn't see any patrol robots or patrolling guards along the way. Where did these people go? Yang Bo was a little puzzled. Yang Bo didn't know that due to the hacker attack, public transportation was affected. A public transportation train happened to stop at this platform. And then everyone got off. The security command center in the bunker dispatched most of the people to guard the entrances and exits. In addition, some people had to check these abnormal data. And when checking, the security command center also shut down most of the system. As a result, There were not many robots and patrolling guards in the storage area of the bunker. Wow! Although these safes have mechanical password locks, they are not difficult for Yang Bo. After opening a safe, Yang Bo saw boxes one by one. When he opened a box, it turned out to be a standard energy stone, which is the energy stone used by spaceships and warships. Move! Yang Bo closed the door of the safe, and then began to move the boxes through space. I'm rich. I'm rich. Yang Bo didn't have time to check what energy stones were in these boxes. The Zhang family is really rich. Energy stones are hard currency. As big as the Zhang family is, they must have these hard currency reserves. Yang Bo moved too fast, almost one box every half a second. Yang Bo picked up the boxes, and then moved back to the underground laboratory of March Star to put the boxes down, and then immediately returned to the Zhang family bunker. 651 boxes. In just 5 minutes, Yang Bo moved more than 600 boxes. After the safe was emptied, Yang Bo threw a hydrogen bomb and set the time. Then he closed the safe again and hurriedly to the second target safe. Chapter 975. Call the police. Why haven't these guys found me yet? Yang Bo was in the entire bunker, as if there was no one guarding it. He rushed inside at lightning speed. Soon he came to the second safe. Yang Bo was very puzzled. According to the energy fluctuations of his superpowers, the security personnel of the bunker should be able to find the abnormality. Natural energy stone. Yang Bo opened the second safe and found a box of energy stones. However, these energy stones are all natural energy stones, unlike the universal energy stones used by spaceships in the previous safe. That kind of energy stone has been produced in a certain shape when it was produced. However, the size, shape, properties, and quality of natural energy stones are completely different. Therefore, the boxes that package these natural energy stones are of different sizes, and these boxes are placed in special anti-shielding boxes. Move! Yang Bo began to move these boxes again. 915 boxes. In almost 10 minutes, Yang Bo moved more than 900 boxes. This is probably the biggest fortune of the Zhang family. Of course, the wealth of the Zhang family cannot be stored in this bunker. As a large family like the Zhang family, it will definitely spread the risk. But there is no doubt that this may be the largest reserve. Once the Zhang family encounters any unexpected event, this energy stone can be quickly converted into cash. However, the price of natural energy stones, because of the size, properties and quality, is very different. The standard universal energy of the previous safe is worth about 200 billion credit points. And this batch is inestimable. After Yang Bo emptied the safe, he placed 2 hydrogen bombs in the safe. Then he changed the password of the safe and locked it. Then Yang Bo quickly rushed to the last safe. Yang Bo was also very glad that his judgment was very accurate. Through the transport robot, he could judge the property of the wealth stored in the safes in different areas. Finally, on the way to the third safe, Yang Bo saw the fixed patrol robot. Yang Bo rushed directly and knocked the 5 patrol robots away. The 5 patrol robots were scrapped on the spot. Alas, it's still exciting to be discovered. Yang Bo felt very excited for no reason. Then he rushed to the third safe. After opening the third safe, Yang Bo saw the most primitive electric handling machine inside the safe, which was similar to a forklift, but larger in size. And the shelves in the entire safe were all reinforced. Yang Bo opened a box and found that it contained rare materials. These rare materials have a large specific gravity. A box with a volume of 1 cubic meter weighs more than 10 tons. The heaviest can reach more than 100 tons. This weight is nothing to Yang Bo. Yang Bo jumped on the shelves, lifted a box and disappeared, then reappeared. Then he lifted another box and disappeared, then reappeared. Now Yang Bo can move 3 boxes in 1 second. This warehouse has the most boxes, more than 2,000 in total. Luckily, Yang Bo's villa on March Star is built according to the highest civilian fortress level standards. Because each box is very heavy, if it were a normal building, the basement would have collapsed long ago. Yang Bo stacked the light ones and placed the heavy ones directly on the ground. The bottom of the villa is not only a hard rock layer, but also a battleship armor. As long as the weight is not excessive, it can withstand it. Because even if the lightest box weighs 10 tons, the total weight reaches more than 20,000 tons. Of course, there are fewer heavy boxes, because the higher the density of rare materials, the higher the value. It seems that we need to take another approach. Yang Bo did not expect that there were so many rare materials in this vault. There were too many rare materials. No matter how many hydrogen bombs he used, the Zhang family would find that the materials disappeared when they checked at the end. Because these materials would not disappear with the explosion of the hydrogen bomb. So Yang Bo decided to use the most polluted atomic bomb to destroy it. The reason why Yang Bo did this was because the radiation in this bunker exceeded a certain standard. The warships of the Guard fleet will launch high-energy weapons attacks on the bunker. Just like when some nuclear power plants on Earth have accidents, the best solution is to drop a hydrogen bomb into the nuclear power plant and directly destroy everything inside it. If the radiation of the bunker is too high, the energy main guns of the Planet Guard fleet will directly destroy the bunker with one shot. The Alliance has done this many times, because many alien mining bases will do this when they are finally scrapped. Alien mining bases also use various energy facilities, and the cost of dismantling these energy facilities is very high. Even after dismantling, they can only be thrown into the star for disposal. So directly destroying it with the main gun of the battleship is the most convenient method. After the battleship's main gun hits this bunker, this place will become a lake. It took only more than 10 minutes for Yang Bo to return to Devon Star and make a large-yield atomic bomb. It's a big loss. Yang Bo looked at the energy stones he consumed to make the atomic bomb. These energy stones are worth at least several hundred million. And they only produced one atomic bomb. Atomic bombs are very cheap in the interstellar world. Although the power of this atomic bomb is not as strong as the other hydrogen bombs prepared by Yang Bo, it is very polluting. This atomic bomb will pollute the entire bunker. Yang Bo put a huge timer on this atomic bomb. Yang Bo left this safe and changed the password of the mechanical lock. Do you want to go to other safes? Yang Bo was a little hesitant. The reason why Yang Bo had this idea was that the hacker attack was about to affect Tianzi Star. If he waited until the impact of the hacker attack was completely gone, and then he showed up, the leaders of Tianzi Star, who were furious, might start a fight with him. These people in the Zhang family are really useless. It's been nearly half an hour, and no one has come. Since you are not coming, I'll say goodbye. Yang Bo put the atomic bomb he made directly on the pallet of a transport robot, and then let the transport robot transport the atomic bomb directly to the security command center in the bunker. Hee hee. I wonder if the people in the security center will be frightened after seeing this atomic bomb. Then Yang Bo put the remaining 3 hydrogen bombs on the trays of the other 3 transport robots. Then he changed the targets of the 3 transport robots, and let them move continuously along a certain route in the bunker. How lonely it is to be invincible. After doing everything, Yang Bo watched the transport robots transporting the large-yield atomic bombs to the command center of the bunker. Yang Bo ran away by himself. Originally, he thought there would be a conflict in the bunker, but no one noticed him from beginning to end. The main reason was that when Yang Bo was moving these things, the door of the safe was closed. Even if someone passed by outside, they would not have thought that someone was moving things in the safe. In addition, the bunker security command center was affected by this hacker attack. Although Yang Bo destroyed the fixed patrol robot, but the bunker security command center had no time to check this abnormal signal. 05.05, Area S100 had data anomalies half an hour ago. Please go and check. The staff at the security command center of the bunker had already checked the data transmitted when Yang Bo came in and opened the sealed cabin. If I remember correctly, that is a life-saving entrance to the outside world. I have been in this place for 30 years. How could there be people in that damn place? 05's answer came from the communication channel. All the necessary procedures must be followed, although I know there are no problems. The staff at the command center also knew that the data anomalies that had been checked today were all correct, but the necessary procedures must be followed. At this time, the staff of the command center saw abnormal data of S100 on the screen again, showing that someone entered the isolation chamber and opened the life-saving entrance. 05. S100 has abnormal data again. The staff just called again as a routine. Got it. These damn hackers. 05 cursed in the communication channel, because he went to many places today and all the data were abnormal. At this time, at an elevator entrance outside the security command center, the elevator door opened automatically. The 2 guards standing by the elevator door just glanced subconsciously and then turned their heads away. Because this elevator is a freight elevator leading to the entire bunker. All the people going in and out are transport robots. But the 2 guards turned their heads and found something wrong. What is on the pallet of the transport robot? The 2 guards quickly turned their heads to look over. At this time, The transport robot had already left the elevator and was heading to the security command center along the set route. Hey, buddy. Am I seeing this right? This looks like an atomic bomb? Is there such a thing in our bunker? It's hard to tell. Calling the security center. Calling the security center. A suspicious transport robot was found. Numbered SG-1051. The two guards hurriedly followed and called the security command center. The security command center received it. SG-1051 does not have a transport mission. You two may have seen it wrong. The security command center quickly called up the robot's transport mission program and found that there was no transport mission. Command center, SG-1051 cargo robot is suspected to have transported a DGR-400 atomic bomb from the safe. One of the two guards reported anxiously. Of course, the two guards didn't know that. It was because of this report that the incident in the bunker made the Zhang family take the blame. This atomic bomb model was made by the Blue Water Empire, and its explosive power was equivalent to the original 4 million tons of explosives. Don't be ridiculous. The person in the command center said unhappily. We are not kidding, because we are about to reach the door of the security command center. The two guards were trembling with fear when they spoke. The commander of the security command center, who is also the person in charge of this bunker, was speechless after receiving the information from below. And the security command center also shut down the alarm system, because the civilian network facilities of Tianza Star were attacked, causing many data in the security center to be abnormal, so the alarm system of the entire security command center kept ringing. In fact, when the transport robot entered the elevator, it was captured and alerted by the security center's monitoring. Unfortunately, the security command center now has to deal with more signal anomalies. The commander of the security center directly switched the screen and saw a cup of atomic bomb on the tray of a transport robot. And the security center's intelligent program has identified the model of this atomic bomb. Crazy. They actually stored the atomic bomb in the bunker. The commander jumped up and rushed to the door of the security command center. Before the commander rushed to the door, the transport robot actually transported the atomic bomb into the command center. Then it unloaded the atomic bomb in front of everyone's stunned eyes. Is it true? Someone finally reacted. Quick! Quick! Deep scan. Notify everyone at the same time. Prepare to evacuate. No. Prepare to call the police. At this time, the commander received another report in his headset. Boss. Guess what we saw? The commander quickly switched to the big screen, and then saw the patrol team members filming a transport robot. This is a transport robot tray, a black thing. Hydrogen bomb. The commander was stunned after just scanning it with the intelligent scanning program. Where did these transport robots come from? Is the transport robot program affected by hacker attacks? Is this thing real or fake? The two patrolling team members did not notice the danger at all, and were still curious. Boss, it's bad. There are signs of intrusion in S-100. At this moment, 05 was at the entrance and exit of the rescue passage, and it was obvious that this entrance and exit had been used. Execute the S-level special regulations, quickly. The commander also saw the data from the deep scan at this time. The atomic bomb is real. An atomic bomb appeared in our security command center. If you don't want to die, come back quickly. Call the police. Call the police quickly. Although the commander of the security center is a member of the Zhang family. But this time, the matter is too big. He dare not notify the Zhang family first, because the commander does not know what is stored in this bunker. What if the Zhang family really stored a lot of hydrogen bombs or atomic bombs in there? Will the blame fall on me then? So the commander will not deal with these hydrogen bombs or atomic bombs at all. If I deal with them myself, I will bear all the consequences myself. Now the commander no longer thinks about his job or salary, but how to get out of this situation. So he called the police immediately. Chapter 976 Scum Among Scum. Everyone in the security command center heard the order from their boss. No one objected. Although these people are also loyal to the Zhang family, but in the personal values of the alliance, one's own life is more important than anything else. And this matter is too big. No one knows what is in the bunker. What if there are more atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs in the bunker? Then these atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs explode, causing the environment of the entire Tianza Star to be polluted. I am afraid that the entire Zhang family will be destroyed. What's more, those of us who have received money from the Zhang family, although there is no such thing as collective punishment in the alliance's laws. But for those families that have angered the public, their members will die inexplicably, until the family disappears in the long river of history. The Zhang family bunker is also under the jurisdiction of Alu City. The police in Alu City are very busy today. The civil network system was attacked, causing the civil network of the entire city to freeze, delay, and paralyze. This indirectly led to many things happening. First of all public transportation was suspended. Then some personal transportation vehicles were also affected. There are also elevators in shopping malls and buildings. Houses that use fully intelligent program control. For example, cold water, hot water, air conditioning, and various other things in the house. Even some robots doing housework will receive some wrong instructions. Although there were no major catastrophic accidents, there were many trivial matters. The civil network itself was delayed and stuck, and the residents' smart network meters could not communicate or access the internet, which increased the panic of residents, and they kept calling the police. Damn these politicians. The police chief of Aru City cursed, because the police chief wanted to use the backup military network. But the military disagreed. The excuse the military gave was simple, which was security. Because the military suspected that the hacker attack was aimed at the military system. The paralysis of the civilian intelligent network system also made the police command system a mess. The police drones and bionic robots could not be used remotely at all. So the police station could only send police officers with drones and bionic people to deal with it. Police officers can command drones and bionic people on the spot. The robots sent by Tianza Star's security fleet shut down the energy system of the quantum communication satellite. Tianza Star's network system finally recovered slowly. The police chief was also relieved. With the recovery of the civilian network system, the operation of the police station finally returned to normal. Boss, something big happened. Just as the police chief was about to drink a cup of tea to calm down, a voice came from the emergency communication channel of the smartwatch. The smartwatches warned by the police have an emergency communication channel. This channel can be opened directly without you answering the call. Of course, the police only use this kind of watch when they are working. What's wrong? The police chief quickly put down the teacup. An unknown number of atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs were found in the Zhang family bunker. Another voice came from the communicator. Atomic bomb? The police chief heard it. This is the voice of the first deputy director. Yes, this is the scene. The first deputy director quickly answered. The police chief turned on the virtual projection, and it was as if he was standing next to the atomic bomb. There was also a big countdown timer on it, and there were still 28 minutes left. The timer was tied to the atomic bomb. Although the chief was not sure whether the atomic bomb was real, this situation was very serious regardless of whether it was true or not. F***K. These bastards of the Zhang family. These bastards actually stored such contraband in the bunker. The chief thought that these contraband were hidden by the Zhang family. Because of these powerful families, no one knows what contraband is in their warehouses. Because these powerful families have too much power. For ordinary people, it is contraband, but for them, it is normal. Do these bastards want the whole family to be destroyed? Quick, send a special operations team. I want to determine the authenticity of the atomic bomb as quickly as possible. The police chief jumped up and smashed the cup of tea he had just brewed on the ground, and kicked the desk hard, jumping and cursing. Although there is the scanned data of the Zhang family bunker command center, the director dare not be careless. And according to the process, the police station must confirm the authenticity before taking the next step. Yes. The first deputy director quickly answered. The special operations team is a special affairs handling team of the police station. This special affairs handling team generally handles some events with a high level of confidentiality. To put it bluntly, it is to do something that is not convenient for the public to know. Now the authenticity of the atomic bomb is still uncertain, although the police station's intelligence system has identified it as true. The special operations team still needs to investigate carefully. Everyone in the Zhang family bunker has been evacuated. Everyone has come to the connection between the public transportation tunnel and the bunker. Even so, these people are sweating profusely. If the police hadn't asked everyone not to leave, these people might have run away long ago. Now it is known that there is an atomic bomb and a hydrogen bomb. Who knows how many more of these things are inside the entire bunker? Who knows how many of these things are in the bunker safe? Because the people guarding the safe didn't know what was inside the safe. So the guards didn't want to take the blame. And the police restricted everyone from leaving, so these people couldn't get on the bus to leave. Because public transportation had restricted these people from getting on the bus. The commander of the Zhang family bunker was thinking very fast in his mind how to clear himself, because he was nominally the person in charge here. But the commander's mind was a mess, because the commander didn't know what was inside the safe of the bunker. The police arrived just 8 minutes after the alarm was called. "Sir, I am the person in charge here, but I have no idea what is stored in the safe in the bunker." The commander of the Zhang family bunker saw the police team coming up quickly, and he distanced himself from the matter in the first sentence. You, the 5 of you stay, and send the rest back to the police station first." The captain of the special operations team pointed at the person in charge of the Zhang family castle. The 2 guards who first discovered the atomic bomb, and the 2 guards who discovered the hydrogen bomb. Captain of the special action team, although I already know the entire process of the incident, there are also video materials. Others of the special operation team have started to act. One of the team members went directly to the castle's command center to check the authenticity of the atomic bullet. This is the most critical step. Others commanded the hydrogen bombs in the drone and the robot to search for the fort. Director of the police department of Aru City, several deputy directors are anxiously waiting for the news of the special mobile team. Once the message is confirmed, immediately report, because once this matter is not handled well, its future is ruined. So the process is the most important thing now. After Yang Bo came out of the Zhang family bunker, he did not use his superpowers to become invisible, and went directly to a turbulent river. Then Yang Bo moved away in the river. Because Yang Bo was in the water when he moved away, the energy fluctuations would be absorbed by the water. Then, the water was diluted again, which is why Yang Bo left in the turbulent river. Then Yang Bo appeared in the safe house, where Speaker Charlie met his lover. TSK. Yang Bo didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. Kidnapping Charlie was just a backup plan made by Yang Bo. That is, when dealing with the Zhang family bunker, if a huge conflict occurred and attracted the police, he would push Charlie out and attract the attention of the police station. But he didn't expect that he didn't meet anyone in the bunker the whole time. Yang Bo also had a rough guess that the hacker attack also affected the bunker. "Who are you?" Charlie looked at the man who came in armor and asked sternly. Bang! But in return, a man in armor kicked Charlie on the leg, and Charlie's leg was instantly deformed. Ah! Chairman Charlie was a delicate person, and had never been treated like this before. He screamed in pain. Lillian, who was next to him, saw this scene and quickly lowered her head, trembling all over. The high and mighty speaker had his leg broken by a kick, which was a scene he had never imagined. "What are you going to do?" "I have money. I have a lot of money," Charlie screamed. Bang! The man in the mech kicked him again. Charlie's other leg also showed a weird angle. Ah! Chairman Charlie is also an A-level superpower. But because of this, Charlie's pain perception is clearer now. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have fainted from the pain. But the stronger the physique, the less likely he is to faint. Think about it first, we have a whole night. Because, Mr. Speaker, every time you meet your lover, it's a whole night. The voice of the person in the mech sounded like a robot. What are you going to do? Charlie was in so much pain, and then he saw the other party take out a filming device. Think about your question carefully, you only have 1 minute. If after 1 minute, your answer does not satisfy me, then I will let you know what means are. Yang Bo said calmly in his armor. In fact, just when he kicked Charlie's leg for the first time, Yang Bo had already released the spiritual seed to this guy. This guy is simply a scumbag among scumbags, and he has done too many bad things in his life. And this guy also controls a pirate group. When he was young, this guy competed for the family heir, framed several heirs before him, and even attacked his own brother. While his brother's family was traveling, he found someone to capture all his brother's family members and bring them to the Scarlet Federation, and then found someone to humiliate his brother's family members. He also spread the video to some special websites, and then reported the incident to the media. This caused a huge mental blow to his brother, and he also suffered huge public opinion and psychological pressure. Even when the previous patriarch of the royal family noticed that Charlie was not right, Charlie revealed some of the things his patriarch had done to his political opponents. Moreover, this guy would find a way to get any woman he liked in his family, regardless of blood relationship. It can be said that this guy is now a local emperor in the royal family. Anyone in the family who disobeys Charlie's will be targeted by Charlie. The most important thing is that the pirate group controlled by this guy also participated in the attack plan against the March Star route. This guy's ultimate target is Wang Mushua. Because once the route of March Star is attacked, the chief officer of the 9th Fleet will be punished by the military, will be deprived of command, and will even be sent to a military court. Because these pirate groups do not simply disrupt the route, but want to cause several major accidents. That's why Yang Bo kicked the guy's legs the second time, breaking both of his legs. And the video recording equipment set up by Yang Bo. The content of the later video recording will be sold to Charlie's political opponents. Then Yang Bo can take the opportunity to hook up with Charlie's political opponents. Just like the cooperation with Zhang Buishan. Chapter 977 Sequelae. Charlie is now extremely frightened. This kind of person in a high position and power has never suffered such harm. In the eyes of the other party, he is not a speaker at all. He feels that the other party looks at him like an ant. I don't know. Charlie has no idea what the man in front of him wants to ask. Who is the boss behind the other party? What does he want to know? It's mainly because he has done too many things and offended too many people. Because when you reach Charlie's position, it is necessary to stand in line. So I didn't know who the other boss was. And I didn't know what to say. If I told him everything, it would be a scandal in the entire alliance political, business, and entertainment circles. Crackling. Zzzz. Lillian found that there were crackling sounds and zzzz sounds in the helmet of Charlie next to her. Along with the sound, Charlie's whole body felt like it was stiff. The eyes exposed in front of the helmet rolled up hard, as if rolling their eyes. The whole person was tied to the stool and kept shaking. Hee, the high voltage current doesn't feel good. Does it? I have time to play with you. I'll give you another half an hour to think about it, and see if you know what it is that has made my boss unhappy. Yang Bo laughed. Charlie's crotch was wet from the electric shock. When Lillian heard this, she almost buried her head in the deep depression in her chest. There was no doubt that the other party controlled the high voltage current in the helmet. Thinking of Speaker Charlie, the man who had been wanted on her body, now being tortured like this. For no reason. Lillian felt as if she was also wet. Because Lillian felt that people like Charlie were extremely powerful. And even the boss of her company had to smile. The high voltage current of this helmet is used to shock the head of the superpower person, so that the superpower person cannot use his superpower. There is also an energy bomb inside. If the current cannot control the other party, the energy bomb will explode instantly, and the whole head will be blown into a rotten watermelon. The helmet can not only be controlled remotely, but also automatically. This type of helmet is generally automatically controlled, as long as the energy detector inside the helmet does not detect energy fluctuations. It will not release the attack. The detectors in these helmets actually penetrate 2 millimeters into the scalp skin, and can easily detect the opponent's energy fluctuations. Charlie was electrocuted and couldn't speak at all. The high voltage current contacts continuously released current to stimulate the scalp. The burning pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow took Charlie a long time to recover. At this time, the person wearing the mecha had left the room. The reason why Yang Bo left now was to see what the situation was like outside. Yang Bo came to the room where he could access the internet and turned on the projector directly. This projector is like a TV. You can go online directly without logging in with a personal account, and then watch the news. Sure enough, Yang Bo opened the news and saw the news that an atomic bomb appeared in the Zhang family bunker. In the alliance, no news can be kept secret, because the alliance is divided into many factions. There are ruling parties and opposition parties. Once something happens in a place, it will definitely be exposed, because this is the best weapon to attack these people in the ruling party. These reporters are not afraid of death, and they all rush to the scene of the incident. There are still 18 minutes before the explosion. Yang Bo looked at the time and saw that there were still 18 minutes before the atomic bomb exploded. And now it has been officially confirmed that this is an atomic bomb made by the Blue Water Empire, with an equivalent of 4 million tons of explosives. And at least 2 hydrogen bombs were found in the Zhang family's bunker. There are no timers on the surface of these 2 hydrogen bombs. But according to the detection results, there are also timing devices inside the 2 hydrogen bombs. The current president of the alliance held an emergency secret network meeting. Department of Homeland Security, Secret Service, Department of Defense, Department of Justice, Department of Environmental Protection. Several reporters have been broadcasting the countdown of the atomic bomb. And these reporters have also connected with experts. Each expert expressed his opinion on this matter. When Yang Bo opened the news, an expert was explaining, according to the information we have now, once this atomic bomb explodes, it will cause huge pollution to the environment of the entire Tianzi star. The first to be affected is Aru City. The destructive power of this atomic bomb itself is not great, but the atomic bomb is a highly polluting bomb, and its radiation pollution can last for decades. And there are 2 hydrogen bombs. If they explode together, the polluted radioactive dust produced can be accompanied by air pollution, millions of square kilometers of land. It will cause permanent pollution to the atmosphere. In addition, there may be more contraband of this kind in the Zhang family's bunker. According to the detection data released by the police, the interior of this atomic bomb has been modified. We cannot detect the structure of its control system. Its control system module is anti-radiation. And we only have 13 minutes at most. So I suggest evacuating everyone immediately. Use the main guns of the battleships of the Guard fleet to launch a devastating attack on the bunker. Such news is everywhere on the Alliance network. There are all kinds of comments below. The current government of the Alliance is so terrible. They can actually tolerate such a thing. These big families are really lawless. They actually stored such highly polluting atomic bombs on Tianzi Star. Some people in the Tianzi Star official must have colluded with the Zhang family, otherwise such contraband would not appear. This is simply a disaster. They clearly know that the environment of Tianzi Star is very fragile, but these guys still stockpile contraband unscrupulously. All the people in the Zhang family should be arrested and killed. I don't know what the people in the Zhang family want to do by stockpiling these atomic bombs. I'm just very curious. How could the atomic bombs produced by the Shuilan Empire be in our country? Does the Zhang family have a smuggling relationship with the Shuilan Empire? It may not be the Zhang family. Anyway, what we see may not be true. In addition, there are private spaceships on Tianzi Star, and the routes of spaceship flights are almost full. Some reporters took pictures of these scenes, and saw a lot of private spaceships taking off and public transport spaceships. And it was hard to get a ticket for flights. Because these rich people know that when you see an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb, who knows how many atomic bombs or hydrogen bombs are behind it? Although superpowers are awesome, they can't withstand atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs, because they don't know where these things are hidden. And those who can't escape are frantically hoarding all kinds of supplies. The delivery robots on the planet block the traffic. Every resident here has a safe house, and those who can't escape can only stock up on supplies. One by one, politicians and senior officials came out to speak to appease these people. Of course, Speaker Charlie of the House of Representatives was absent from this speech. Charlie will be liquidated for this reason alone. The police chief of Aru City is dealing with various things with a big head. The atomic bomb has been carefully detected and analyzed by the Special Operations Team, and it is indeed the same as the recognition result of the intelligence system. So the police chief quickly reported to his superiors, saying that this matter was too big, that he should not handle it by himself, and that his small body could not bear the responsibility. Moreover, the police chief privately informed some opposition parties about this matter, and then the opposition parties directly exposed it to the media, because the police chief knew that if this matter was not made public, he would have to handle it himself. In the future, any responsibility would be on him. In fact, the police chief did not deliberately shirk responsibility, but the time limit on the atomic bomb was too short. Now the atomic bomb cannot be moved at all. The special operations team of the police station tried to move the atomic bomb. The atomic bomb made a rapid sound as soon as it was lifted off the ground, and then the time jumped to show that there were still 10 seconds. The atomic bomb was placed on the ground, and the time was restored to more than 20 minutes. So to dismantle the atomic bomb in such a short time, the probability of success is as high as 90%. But there are so many safes in the Zhang family's bunker, who knows how many contraband items are there? 2 hydrogen bombs have been found. Will there be more hydrogen bombs or atomic bombs? And even if there is a 10% failure rate, why should I take the blame? So after this matter is made public, it will become the responsibility of the president and other senior officials. Even if a major accident occurs at that time, I will only be held responsible for a small part. If we want to resign, we will resign together. If we want to die, we will die together. Don't think that I will take the blame alone. The police chief knows that once this matter spreads to the president and other senior officials of other departments, they will be held responsible. At that time, they will naturally have a way to make a big deal out of a small matter, or find someone else to take the blame, such as anti-government armed forces. Although the Zhang family issued a statement that these contraband items had nothing to do with them. However, no official person came to clarify the matter. Chief, this is the latest news. The police chief of Aru City received another latest news. The security command center of the Zhang family bunker provided an abnormal situation. That is, there was an abnormality in the entrance and exit of the rescue passage leading to the ground from the bunker. and it was opened. The police station reported the matter, and the satellite of the planetary warning system immediately conducted a survey of the entrance and exit of the rescue passage of the Zhang family bunker. As a result, the entrance and exit of the life-saving passage were found. The disguised stone had been opened, and there were obvious signs of opening. So the police immediately sent people to track it. In just a few minutes, the results were obtained. The detection drone tracked the energy disappearing in a turbulent river. The police chief looked at the news and felt his scalp tingling. No one is allowed in the wild of Tianza Star. I didn't expect that there would be people in the wild now. The police chief knew that once this news was leaked, he would probably be besieged by those environmental protection groups. Another point is, if there are hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs, they were thrown by the person who entered and exited this entrance. Then does this person have more hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs in his hand? The police chief quickly reported the matter. Just as the police chief reported the news, the governor of Tianza Star called. Don't you want to do this anymore? Are you not sober? Tell me now, the bastard who did this ran to the wilderness of Tianza Star? And this bastard will drop nuclear bombs or hydrogen bombs on the planet at any time. Do you know that Tianza Star will be destroyed in this way? Do you know how much the housing prices of Tianza Star will drop in this way? Don't you know that this is a sensor data error? This is the sequelae left by the hacker attack. The governor of Tianza Star cursed. The police chief was scolded so much that he dared not speak at all. The people in Zhang's bunker are in your police station. Find a way to make them shut up. If they don't shut up, they will be held responsible for this matter. Facing the angry scolding of the planetary governor, the police chief could only pinch his nose and, Also, withdraw all your people. The higher-ups are going to use the battleship's main gun to destroy Zhang's bunker. Deal with everything that needs to be dealt with. The planetary governor spoke again. Chapter 978 setting the tone. Of course the police chief knew what was to be destroyed, which was the data collected by the drone. But the police chief still felt a little scalp numb. What if? The police chief just said 2 words and stopped talking. Of course the planetary governor knew what the police chief meant by what if. This what if refers to the instigator of this incident, who came out to cause trouble again. What should we do? If the hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs in the Zhang family bunker were left by this guy, then does this guy still have hydrogen bombs or atomic bombs? Are you crazy? Do you think that after this incident, the planetary alert fleet will still adopt the passive detection mode? Let me tell you, the planetary alert fleet has already adopted the active detection mode, and will scan the entire planet repeatedly. The planetary governor cursed angrily on the other end of the communicator. But will this be discovered? The police chief felt his scalp tingling again. If this matter was known by the people of the Environmental Protection Organization, or by the politicians of the Environmental Protection Organization, there would be greater trouble. This is the sequelae left by the hacker attack. Just do it when you are asked to do it. Even if something happens later. It has nothing to do with this incident. Don't you see the panic of the people on the planet now? As the Deputy Administrative Star of the Alliance Capital Star, do you know how many company headquarters there are on our planet, and how many rich people have to pay taxes every year? Do you want all these rich people to leave because of this? The planetary governor of Tianza Star said unhappily. But the police chief still didn't want to take this task. The governor's intention was obviously to let him come out to issue the announcement. But if something happened later, he would be the first person to be hit by public opinion. Even if something happened later, wouldn't I protect you? If something happened to me, do you think you can get away? The governor of Tianza Star, of course, knew what the police chief was thinking. When the police chief heard this, he didn't dare to agree in his heart. Although everyone was in the same camp, he didn't take the promises of these politicians seriously. The Zhang family? They have been trying to get something in there. The police chief spoke again. After the bunker was found to contain an atomic bomb, the police evacuated all people within a certain range around the bunker, leaving only the police special operations team to handle the matter. It was not known whether it was intentional or unintentional. The first to know about the atomic bomb was the police station, then the governor of Tianza Star, the president of the Alliance, and the Ministry of Justice. Finally, someone notified the Zhang family. When the Zhang family knew the news, all people around the bunker were evacuated, and no one was allowed to enter. Even the underground vacuum electromagnetic tunnel near the bunker had been shut down. All communication energy and other sources around the bunker were cut off. The bunker guards were all taken away, and their statements were recorded. So after the Zhang family got the news, they rushed over as fast as they could. There were less than 20 minutes left on the atomic bomb. Of course, the police chief did not dare to let the Zhang family in. Now the entire bunker is full of drones. So there was no time to open the safe in the bunker for inspection, because the internal communication and energy system of Debao were all cut off. Now there is no one in the bunker, all are robots and drones. This is impossible. You tell them that they must be responsible for this matter, Tianza Star's governor said firmly after hearing this. Who dares to allow them to take anything out of it? If this is caught by the opposition, none of us can shirk responsibility. When the police chief heard what the governor said, he certainly understood the power of this. No one is allowed to approach such a serious danger, let alone take things from the safe. More importantly, someone has to be responsible for this matter. Who is responsible? Before the truth of all things is found out, the Zhang family is responsible. The reason why the police chief asked this question is that the Zhang family is quite powerful. He is a police chief in a small city of Aru, which is nothing in the eyes of the Zhang family. Everything should be done according to the process. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. We must reduce the risk to the minimum. This is not only a test of the emergency safety of our alliance, but also related to our future. Do you know what to say? The governor of Tianza Star emphasized the word process. Understood. The police chief immediately knew how to announce it. After hanging up the call, the Aru City Police Department immediately issued a public message at 20:40 p.m. Interstellar Standard Time. Our bureau received a police report that a suspected atomic bomb was found in a certain place. Our bureau immediately handled it according to the procedures. Now let me report the matter. 1. Based on the information currently available, it has been confirmed that 2 hydrogen bombs and 1 atomic bomb have been found. The model of the hydrogen bomb is GD-1000, and the model of the atomic bomb is DGR-400. Both were produced in the Blue Water Empire 350 years ago. 2. The atomic bomb explosion module uses anti-detection shielding, and the structure of the atomic bomb explosion module cannot be detected. There are still 15 minutes left for the atomic bomb to explode. 3. We are conducting a careful investigation of the relevant personnel, and no external forces have been found to be involved for the time being. 4. It is initially determined to be the sequelae of a hacker attack. 5. After the judgment of the Superior Department, we will carry out energy destruction of the area where the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb are located at 2100 hours Interstellar Standard Time. 6. Everything in this incident is under control. Please do not panic. 7. In addition, a bounty of 1 billion credit points is offered for this incident. There is also a video material accompanying the announcement. Among them are atomic bombs and 2 hydrogen bombs. The atomic bombs are placed in the security control center of the Zhang family bunker. The 2 hydrogen bombs are on the transport robots, and the police dare not stop the 2 robots rashly. Who knows if there will be other problems? Now the police and relevant departments have no way to search for more hydrogen bombs in the safe, because time is running out. In the 10-minute countdown to the atomic bomb explosion, the action must begin. At this time, the blockade around the Zhang family bunker was expanded again, and there were dozens of fighter planes on standby. The person in charge of the Zhang family bunker heard the person in front of him asking, "According to the records of your bunker, your security center was attacked by hackers, causing the security system to alarm and show more than 4,000 abnormal data. Is this true?" The person in charge of the Zhang family bunker nodded. "Yes, all of this is recorded." "So how many of these more than 4,000 abnormal data have you checked before the incident?" The person asking asked again. "We checked more than 2,000. The person in charge of Zhongjia bunker answered again. "So are these more than 2,000 abnormal data abnormal?" The person in charge of Zhongjia bunker heard the questioner ask this question, and was about to answer that the only abnormality at the time of the incident was the bunker's life-saving exit. If there is an abnormality, then what caused the abnormality? Is there any relevant information in the system? The person in charge of Zhongjia bunker added this. The person in charge of Zhongjia bunker felt a little nervous. If he said that the life-saving exit data was abnormal now, would he be blamed? Will they say that they did not find any abnormalities in the data at the exit of the life-saving passage, which led to the incident? As of the time I left, the data we checked did not show any abnormalities for the time being. The person in charge said this very well. At that time, it was indeed found that the exit of the life-saving passage had been used. But unfortunately, these traces were not confirmed, which means there is no evidence. Although it looks like there are traces of use, where is the evidence? Who used this exit and exit at what time and by what method? Where can the person in charge of the bunker find this person now? And to put it bluntly, if we find the other party, they dare to release atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs, how dare we provoke these lunatics? In addition, will the police station blame us for our own poor management? The person in charge knows how big the impact of this matter is. There seems to be some abnormal data in the system database? The person asking the question asked again. Anyway, as of the time of the incident, these abnormal data were caused by hacker attacks. The person in charge of the bunker insisted that this was the case. What was the last call of team member 05? The person asking the question asked again. The other party indicated that they found something unusual, but they didn't get any evidence. I think the police station can check it themselves for the next thing. The person in charge began to pass the buck. The person in charge had an attitude. When I was in the bunker, although there were a lot of data anomalies, they were all caused by hacker attacks. Now your police station insists on saying that there are problems here and there. Why don't you check it yourself? Sign. The person asking the question was relieved when he saw the person in charge answer like this. However, the person who asked the question decided that he would leave Tianza Star as soon as possible. Who knows where the instigator of this incident is? These guys can make atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs this time. But who knows what they will do next time? Moreover, the person who asked the question also felt that the matter behind this was not so simple. What is Tianza Star? Why would such a big thing happen here? All intelligence agencies did not give a warning, which is not something that ordinary people can do. However, as a person who does the specific work, don't ask too much, and don't know too much. Working within the system, you should not ask questions that you should not ask, because those who know too much have a bad ending. Well, see if there are any problems. If there are no problems, just sign. The person in charge was nervous when he heard the person asking the question, because this matter was too big. So he quickly said, "This matter has nothing to do with me. I really don't know how there are such contraband in the bunker. We don't know what the materials in and out of the safe are." Well, the person asking the question is also confused now, because from the current evidence, these atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs seem to be in the safe. But how did they come out of the safe again? And there is a countdown timer. Weird. This matter is weird and terrifying. Especially those who are asking the question. When they see the surveillance video of the bunker command center, they could understand the person in charge in front of them. When they saw the transport robot transporting an atomic bomb in front of them, and then unloading it in front of them, how much psychological pressure they were under. Chapter 979. Want a result? We work with evidence. Now it's just a routine questioning. Wait for further notice. After the person recording the confession finished speaking, the person in charge of the Zhang family bunker was about to be taken away. I want to ask, how will the atomic bomb be handled? The person in charge took the opportunity to ask. We have issued a notice. The main gun of the battleship will be used to carry out targeted elimination at 9 o'clock. The person in charge of the Zhang family bunker did not hide this. The person in charge of the Zhang family bunker was relieved when he heard this. I can't explain the origin of these atomic bombs, but there is no evidence to prove that these atomic bombs have anything to do with me. Innocent until proven guilty in the alliance. Everything must be based on evidence. Anyway, I didn't do it. I'm not afraid of others investigating. The person in charge certainly doesn't know. The instigator Yang Bo is also observing this matter. Yang Bo wants to see how the Tianza Star officials will deal with this matter. It seems that my plan worked. The reason why Yang Bo left a countdown on the atomic bomb was not to give the officials enough time. The authorities did not have enough time to dismantle the atomic bomb. Nor did they have enough time to dismantle the hydrogen bomb. Nor did they have enough time to check every safe in the bunker. Moreover, the Zhang family did not want the other party to check their safe, as there must be something shameful inside. The atomic bomb was designed so that it could not be moved once it was put down. This was to force the authorities to use the main guns of the battleships to destroy the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb. Hee. There is another little surprise. After seeing the official announcement, Yang Bo was also relieved. But Yang Bo also prepared a little surprise for the officials of Tianza Star. That is Charlie. Charlie's story will be exposed later, which is really exciting. And Yang Bo also saw a lot of things from this notice. The notice did not mention the bunker escape exit. I am afraid that none of the politicians on Tianza Star want this to be exposed, because these politicians have a lot of property on Tianza Star. If it is exposed now, there are suspicious people still in the wild of Tianza Star. I am afraid that the assets of the entire planet will shrink instantly. Even now, there are many rich people fleeing here. Although the ruling party and the opposition will fight in the parliament of each planet, but on the common interests, these guys can reach a tacit understanding when they have time. Yang Bo knew that when it came to the interests of the entire planet, the members of these parliaments would be unanimous in their agreement. If the public knew that the suspect was still in the wild on this planet, it would be a lot of fun. Yang Bo stood in front of the window and could see the huge battleship in the sky, hanging in the sky like a moon under the sunlight. Because it was night, he could see it clearly. This battleship was ready to release the energy cannon. Yang Bo wanted to see how the battleship released the laser cannon. However, for safety reasons, the automatic defense systems of all the windows outside the houses in Aru City were all activated. Not only were the windows shielded by the battleship armor, but the entire city was also covered by an energy shield. This is why the prices of these houses in Aru City are very high. On the one hand, it is the geographical location, and on the other hand, the cost is also very high. However, Yang Bo can still watch the live broadcast from the news. At 2100 hours Interstellar Standard Time, Yang Bo saw the main gun of the battleship release a beam of light, which fell directly on the location of the Zhang family bunker. The terrifying energy contained in the main gun of the battleship vaporized everything it touched in an instant. A dazzling light lit up on the ground. The light of the battleship's main gun lasted for 1.2 seconds and then disappeared. Yang Bo, who was in the house, did not feel any fluctuations at all, and the images broadcast live were all processed, so Yang Bo could not tell the effect of the attack through such images. The data of the battleship's main gun attack was quickly transmitted to the relevant experts. 8 energy fluctuations. 6 of them were consistent. Looking at the location, they should be hydrogen bombs. That means there are 6 hydrogen bombs in this bunker. There are 2 separate energy fluctuations. One of them is the energy fluctuation of the atomic bomb. Then what about the remaining one? The various energy fluctuations emitted in more than 1 second were detected by the detector and were clearly visible. By carefully analyzing these energy fluctuations, we can determine what caused them. Because when atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs encounter huge energy, they will also have energy reactions. Now we only have energy fluctuation data for more than 1 second. What we can know from this energy fluctuation data for more than 1 second is also very limited, and we will have to conduct all-round energy fluctuation observations in the future. Detect different points in the entire area. However, we cannot send out drones or robots now, because detection can only be carried out after the energy fluctuations of the battleship's main gun attack calmed down. This data was quickly reported to the President of the Alliance. The President of the Alliance was not alone. The Secret Service, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Defense, the Department of Justice, and the Commander-in-Chief of the First Fleet were all waiting for the news. Although these people were in the capital planet, they were the first to get the relevant data analysis results. Who is the murderer? Why put so many hydrogen bombs in the bunker? The President's scalp was numb after seeing the results. Because there was no clue at all about this matter. What was the murderer's motive? What was the murderer's purpose? How many people are there in the murderer? What organization is it? The President asked a series of questions. The head of the Department of Homeland Security answered, before the incident, we did not receive any intelligence, which is very abnormal. And if there is a murderer in this case, why didn't the murderer just drop the hydrogen bomb on the heads of the Zhang family? The murderer came to destroy the Zhang family's bunker instead? The head of the Ministry of National Defense also shook his head. The Tianza Star Alert Fleet activated all the detection satellites of the Planetary Alert System, and did not find any useful clues. The head of the Special Service Department also smiled bitterly. Now there are only some very vague clues. And this vague clue is really. There is no way to know whether it is false or not. If this vague clue is true, then the murderer should be in the wild of Tianza Star now. But the wild of Tianza Star has been actively scanned more than 100 times. It can be said that except for the core of the planet, there is no possibility of people anywhere else. The Commander-in-Chief of the First Fleet said, your Special Service Division is really useless. Such a serious situation, there is actually no news. I don't believe that the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb of the Shuolan Empire can be sent to Tianza Star so easily. These leaders can't understand this matter. This matter is too weird. It happened too suddenly. Do you think there is a possibility that this matter is just a trick? The head of the Ministry of Justice asked. Because the head of the Ministry of Justice has seen too many cases. We have not received any relevant news yet. The head of the Secret Service Department jumped when he heard this. Is it possible that it was caused by their internal strife? After all, The Zhang family has not been peaceful in recent years. The head of the Department of Homeland Security spoke again. There are a lot of missing system data in the Zhang family's bunker. On the one hand, the intelligence system used in their bunker only covers less than 10% of the area. The remaining 90% of the area is not covered by the intelligence system. At this time, the president's assistant knocked on the door and whispered in the president's ear, "TSK, TSK. It turns out that this bunker of the Zhang family is their family's secret treasure." Now the patriarch of the Zhang family has fainted from anger. After listening, the president said in surprise, "So this is probably civil unrest? Humph, the Zhang family must be held responsible for this, because there is no evidence that these atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs were brought in by someone, which means that these atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs are likely to be the Zhang family's previous reserves. The Zhang family will definitely not admit it. Then how do we explain it to the public? Such a big thing happened, and no one is responsible. In fact, it can be attributed to the terrorist attack of the anti-government armed forces. How did the terrorists get into the Zhang family's bunker? Did the Zhang family collude with the terrorists?" The Minister of Justice asked back unhappily. Alas, the president is also feeling overwhelmed now. Because if things go wrong, he may be impeached. Although it seems that this incident has not caused much damage now. But the impact of this incident is too great. No matter what, we must come up with a result. The president made the decision directly. Where is the evidence? This matter must have a result. But do we need evidence? This evidence must be shown to the public and must stand up to scrutiny. The head of the Ministry of Justice was speechless. There must be a result. But the result must be published with relevant evidence to be convincing. Chapter 980. Take responsibility. I think someone should take the initiative to take responsibility for this matter. The vice president knocked on the table and said, "From the beginning, the vice president has not spoken a word. The most important thing now is to stabilize the public's emotions. Although there are some vague things, these vague things do not exist without any evidence. As one of the only two habitable planets in the capital star region, Tianzi star has stability above all else. Tianzi star not only has the headquarters of many large companies in our alliance, but also has branches of 80% of foreign companies. If some vague things are spread out, it will have a great impact on Tianzi star. It has a huge impact on the economy of Tianzi star. From the existing evidence, this matter shows that nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs appeared in the bunker. The most likely possibility is that someone was in the bunker a long time ago. If anyone thinks that these nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs were transported in from outside, then let him produce evidence. And what did these people do by transporting nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs to this bunker? If the other party really wants to carry out a terrorist attack, then the Zhang family's bunker is definitely not the best choice. Everyone nodded when they heard the vice president's words. Because this matter is too weird, the other party placed nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs in the bunker. What is it for? It is definitely not a terrorist attack otherwise. The other party could have detonated it immediately instead of setting a countdown. And if they really want to carry out a terrorist attack, there are many places on Tianzi star that are more suitable than the Zhang family bunker. Not to mention in the city. Even in the wild, the implementation of this plan is better than in the bunker. I personally think that this matter is caused by the bunker's management negligence, or the internal disputes of the bunker's owners' families. And the Zhang family stood up to take responsibility, and the influence is minimal. Anyway, now the matter has come to an end, we just need to give the public an explanation now. The president also nodded. The attorney general was speechless after hearing what the president and the vice president said. Although the attorney general had a lot to say, he had nothing to say, because there was no evidence that outsiders were involved in this matter. Although there were many doubts and traces, there was no direct evidence. Tianzi star had been scanned hundreds of times by the entire planetary defense system. The scanning depth of the Earth had reached several kilometers. In the next second, many detectors would be used to continuously scan and detect the entire planet. If there is evidence that outsiders were involved in this incident, then the Minister of Justice can stand up. But there is no evidence now. So it is pale and powerless to say anything. The Zhang family should take responsibility. This incident originally happened in their privately owned bunker. The Minister of Defense nodded. The Commander-in-Chief of the First Fleet also nodded. Let the Zhang family take responsibility first. And then we will pay close attention to it secretly. I think this matter should not be so simple. Because this matter seems to be a meaningless thing. All the people present couldn't figure out what the meaning of this matter was. Do you think it's possible that this is a conflict within the Zhang family? After all, the Zhang family's bunker contains their secret treasures. With such a big incident, the Zhang family's patriarch will definitely face huge risks. The head of the Special Service Department thought for a while and said, "We have also speculated on your idea. And it makes sense. We don't know how much the Zhang family's secret treasure is worth, but it is definitely not a small number. The status of the patriarch will definitely be affected if the Zhang family's secret treasure is destroyed. And someone in our Ministry of Justice has put forward a hypothesis. That is, the reason why the person who created this incident left time on the atomic bomb is to let us officially deal with the atomic bomb. It feels like the other party is forcing us to do this step by step. The purpose of doing this is first to destroy the Zhang family's secret treasure and make the patriarch's position unstable. The second is to force us to deal with the atomic bomb and the nuclear bomb in the bunker in this way. Third, the other party also considered that we have no evidence, but we have to give an explanation to the public. Think about it. If the Zhang family takes responsibility for this matter, should the patriarch of the Zhang family bear the greatest responsibility? Everyone nodded when they heard the words of the head of the Ministry of Justice. This speculation makes sense, but there is no evidence. But sometimes you don't need to talk about evidence when doing things, especially when facing huge interests. Then the Zhang family will take responsibility and give the public an explanation as soon as possible. Let's vote by raising our hands, the president said directly, and cut the Gordian knot. Everyone raised their hands, even the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice explained, no matter what, this incident happened in the Zhang family's bunker, and they should indeed take responsibility. Well, I'll find someone to communicate with the head of the Zhang family. The president was relieved to see everyone raise their hands. Because the Zhang family may refuse to take responsibility, then everyone must work together to exert pressure. The Zhang family is in both the political and business circles. If they do not take responsibility this time, then the Zhang family must be suppressed in the business and political circles. Tianzi Star is the only habitable planet in the capital circle. The people present have a lot of interests on it, not to mention that these people are spokespersons for some forces. These forces will never allow panic to occur on Tianzi Star. Once panic occurs on Tianzi Star, all the rich people flee Tianzi Star, then the economy of the entire planet will collapse. As for the people, they don't need to know the exact evidence. They just know that the instigator of this incident is likely to be in the wild of Tianzi Star. Then the people will flee Tianzi Star, because no one dares to bet. These people don't know how devastated the Zhang family is now, because the value of the secrets in the entire bunker is only known by the core members of the Zhang family. And even some things are only known by the clan leader. The core members of the Zhang family sat in a secret room. In the entire secret room, except for the ventilation passage, there was a slight sound. Patriarch, how big is our loss this time? There are 7 people in the whole secret room. The core members of the Zhang family are more than these people, but only these few people are at home. The core members of the Zhang family are more than 200 people. But usually everyone is scattered in various places, on the one hand. It is the family's business in various places. On the other hand, it is to disperse the risk. When everyone gathers together, it is easy to be wiped out. Of course, there are some core members of the Zhang family who have not shown up. Only the head of the family knows about these core members. That is, when the family encounters a major change, these members will secretly revive the family. Sometimes they have to change their identities. Alas, the head of the Zhang family sighed. A lot of things have happened to the Zhang family in recent years. I don't know why our family has been like this in recent years. The head of the Zhang family felt tired. First of all, it was March Star. Originally, Zhang Buizhen was only sent to March Star to stay for a few years. In that place with a fiscal deficit every year. Even if the family supports it every year, it can't run the business. The reason why Zhang Buizhen was sent there for a few years was mainly to keep him quiet. Then deprive Zhang Buizhen of his inheritance rights. When the family does things, it still has to be open and fair on the surface. At that time, the family can use the excuse that Zhang Buizhen is not capable. After all, it is rare to let someone run a planet alone. Who would have thought that Zhang Buizhen actually did it well? And now he is split from the family. There is also the matter of Jean Letian, and the hacker incident of the Scarlet Federation some time ago. And the source of the hacker attack on Tianzi Star this time was also the Scarlet Federation. It is difficult to say between the two, there is no connection. And the head of the Zhang family knows about this matter, and the follow-up is definitely not that simple. Brother, just tell me how much money was lost. The head of the family's younger brother asked anxiously. I don't know. There is no archive of the inventory in the entire secret collection, and each generation keeps the most valuable things in it. Just the things I have stored over the years, the value is more than 800 billion. If you add the artworks, antiques, rare materials, energy stones stored by the ancestors in the past, the value is inestimable. If you really want to give a number, I'm afraid the value is more than 20 trillion. This does not include the value of the low castle itself. When the people present heard this, their eyes widened. What? 20 trillion. Everyone was surprised. Most of our things are stored in this bunker, because the entire capital area is the safest place. The capital area, whether it is military power or major forces, is relatively balanced in this place. Unlike other planets, there is always one side with greater power. So far, I still don't know what happened. I just know that atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs inexplicably appeared in the bunker. Everything I know comes from public information. The head of the Zhang family still doesn't know what happened. In fact, even the president doesn't know why this happened. Logically speaking, for such a big thing to happen in the capital, there should be relevant intelligence in advance. So the president and others who know about this matter are probably not simple. Now we need to stabilize everyone's emotions and give the public an explanation. As for bigger things to happen later, we will talk about it later. After all, I am only president for this term. If I am lucky, if something happens later, it may be someone else's business. After all the planets in the entire capital area are under strict inspection now. Some people just want to make trouble. But it may not be that easy. Could it be that these things were stored in the bunker before? The other brother of the patriarch asked worriedly. I don't know. Anyway, there is no record in the family. For some reason, all the things in our secret collection are not registered. Because once some things are recorded, they are easily leaked. And there is a more critical point. Just like you know that there are things worth 20 trillion in this secret collection. Would you want to use these things to develop the family first? So the things in the minimum living allowance are only in, not out. Everyone in charge of our term tries to store things in it unconsciously, as much as possible. As soon as the head of the Zhang family finished speaking, a light in the secret room lit up and kept flashing. The head of the Zhang family knew that there was an emergency outside. Let's go out and see what's going on, the head of the Zhang family said hurriedly. After the head of the Zhang family and the core members appeared, they knew that it was the president's summons. And it was a secret summons, and it was a secret spaceship of the Secret Service Department. The head of the Zhang family had no choice but to take the secret spaceship of the Secret Service Department to the capital star. The head of the Zhang family looked very unhappy. This matter had to be explained here. And the place where the incident happened was the Zhang family bunker. The head of the Zhang family had thought before that this matter would definitely let the Zhang family bear the responsibility. Because the Zhang family can't shirk responsibility, no matter what. If the Zhang family wants to say that these hydrogen bombs and nuclear bombs are not in the bunker, then they must produce evidence to prove that these things are indeed not from the Zhang family. More importantly, such a big thing happened on Tianzi Star. And someone needs to take responsibility. And the Zhang family is the most suitable candidate. Who is it? They want my Zhang family to take the blame. And they also want to find out the truth of the matter. The head of the Zhang family silently thought that this meeting with the president was also a good opportunity to learn more. While the head of the Zhang family was calculating in his mind, Zhang Buizhen on March Star was also stunned. From the time the incident happened until now, Zhang Buizhen has not yet recovered from the shock. This. Although Zhang Buizhen has never been to his own bunker, he knows how powerful the security system inside is, and how powerful the security personnel inside are. Even Niu Bo, who was next to him, did not come back to his senses for a long time. Zhang Buizhen and Niu Bo never thought that Mr. Jiu would make such a big deal. Mr. Jiu's team is so amazing. They were able to transport hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs into the secret storage. Zhang Buizhen wanted to say something but found that he couldn't say it, so he took a big gulp of wine, which was a huge stimulation, and finally made Zhang Buizhen's body function return to normal. Niu Bo didn't know what to say. Because this is not something a human can do. The location of Zhang's secret storage is Tianzi Star. Tianzi Star ranks second in the entire alliance. The entire defense system and defense system, that is the most advanced in the alliance. There are many intelligence departments on the entire planet. Both official and unofficial. Someone actually did such a big thing on such a planet. Master, I just don't know how much Mr. Jill wants. Nyobo was worried about another thing. Alas, I can only let him name the price. I suspect that if I don't pay in the future, they might put a hydrogen bomb under my bed. The defense of my home is not as good as the defense of the secret collection. Zhang Buizhen thought about how he contacted Mr. Jiu. At that time, I was still living in the fortress on the mountain. Someone wrote the contact information directly outside the French window of the room where I lived every day. If the other party placed a hydrogen bomb outside the window, I would definitely not be able to escape. And there are contrabands such as hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs. What else Mr. Jiu can't take out? I think Mr. Jiu did this. There must be other reasons. What I am worried about now is whether the hacker attack is related to Mr. Jiu. If the hacker attack is related to them, then what is the purpose of their doing these two things? There is a high probability that there will be bigger things happening later. Nyobo is indeed more experienced and thinks more. If they do something bigger, if something goes wrong, will it implicate us? Zhang Buizhen stood up suddenly when he heard this. It shouldn't be that serious. It has been more than 40 minutes since the beginning, and the official alliance still has no result, which proves that so many departments in the alliance have not made any progress on this matter. Such a big thing happened in the capital area, and there are so many departments in the capital area. If any of them had some clues, they would have held a press conference long ago. This is a good opportunity to show off. No department has come out to say that this matter is only the police station of Tianza Star, and it was also a notice issued by the police station of Alu City. Don't other departments want to speak out? Nyobo analyzed it for his young master again. Zhang Buizhen is indeed a little slow to react now, but after hearing what Nyobo said, he also reacted. That's true. I just don't know what big things they are going to do. Zhang Buizhen is in a very strange state of mind now. On the one hand, he is afraid that Mr. Jiu will implicate him. On the other hand, he wants to sing and dance. After all, the Zhang family's secret collection has been destroyed, which is something worth celebrating. And the instigator Yang Bo started to face Speaker Charlie again. An hour? Speaker Charlie was a little confused. Chapter 981. A familiar scene. Zizizizi. The guy in armor answered Speaker Charlie, pulled out an electric shock device, and slammed it hard into Charlie's abdomen. Charlie was shocked and kept convulsing and struggling. Luckily the chair was very sturdy. Put away your hateful face. Who do you think you are now? If you want to talk about dishonesty, you politicians are the most dishonest. Do you know what to say? The man in armor put away the electric shock device, and then asked. Yang Bo originally thought that he would run into trouble in the Zhang family bunker. That's why he kidnapped Charlie, waiting to use him to attract the police's attention when needed. But he didn't expect that the Zhang family's work would go so smoothly. Charlie's muscles couldn't help but tremble in pain. It's not always a good thing for a superpower to have a good physique. And superpowers are more sensitive than ordinary people. So the pain is magnified. Please give me a hint? Charlie really didn't know what to say, because the question asked by the other party was too vague. And I have offended too many people in these years, I don't know where to start. Zizizizi. 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 This time, the man in armor directly put the electric shock device on Charlie's thigh. Bang! Bang! Charlie's whole body was bounced up by the electric shock, and he fell heavily on the chair, and then bounced up again. Don't say it? Very good, let's have some fun. The man in armor said in a vicious tone, and with a mechanical voice, it gave people a feeling of no emotion. Lillian next to him was already silent. The guy in the armor was definitely a killer. The man's words and actions showed that he didn't take Charlie next to him seriously. Yang Bo dragged Lillian to another room. Lillian was already scared, thinking that Yang Bo was going to do something to her. But Yang Bo threw the woman in another room. He returned to Charlie's room. Charlie felt a burning pain at the base of his thigh. In fact, even if the superpowers are confined, the body's self-healing ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people. But it is precisely because of this self-healing ability that Charlie feels very uncomfortable now. Because the electric shock of the current will cause burns on the contact surface. Speak, or you will be punished more. Yang Bo sat opposite Charlie in his armor. Charlie's chair is very strange. It is S-shaped. One end is high, and the other end is low. Charlie's head is now tied to the low end. His posture now looks a bit weird. I'll tell you. Charlie didn't dare not to say it now. And he quickly answered, because the guy in front of him was really ruthless. Charlie had no doubt that if he didn't answer, He might be shocked by the electric shock device next time. I am indeed not a human being. I took the money but didn't do the job. Charlie answered humbly, while thinking about what to say. Charlie thought that the other party didn't say what it was because he was afraid of revenge from him later. Because as long as the other party said what it was, he would know who his opponent was. Charlie regretted it in his heart. When he was having a tryst with his lover, no one could disturb him. In the past, if someone came to me during this time, I would be scolded. So I must find a way to save my life at least before tonight. Because before that, no one will find out what happened to me. There is only a meeting tomorrow morning. If I don't attend, people will know. Try to live until tomorrow morning. And Charlie also thinks that the other party will not kill me. If the other party wants to kill me, he will not ask so many questions. Charlie gnashed his teeth in his heart. And he must make the mastermind pay the price. Although the politicians in the alliance have disputes with each other, few of them hire assassins to kill each other. He wants to hype this matter up and make all politicians criticize it. As for what he said now, it cannot be used as evidence even in court. Because he is under coercion now. And this kind of evidence is illegal. The court will never take this kind of illegally obtained evidence. Because the process is wrong. Everything in the alliance must be done in a process. If there is any part of the process that is not done properly, it is illegal. Speak quickly. The man in the armor shouted angrily. I say. Charlie was sweating profusely because he didn't know where to start. Because there were too many things to do. Ziz. Then this time, the man in the mecha directly put the high-voltage electric shock device on Charlie's face. Charlie's helmet face was exposed. Charlie felt that he had lost control of his body. And his whole body was shaking involuntarily. The electric current was constantly transmitted in the brain, causing his nervous system to collapse directly. Charlie wet his pants again. Don't give me any bullshit. The man in the armor pulled the electric shock device and cursed. Charlie's brain was a little confused by the strong current. He didn't know what to say at all. He just stuttered and repeated starting from your brother. If one word is false, I will cut off a piece of meat. I believe you probably know that there is a very old criminal law in history. A person can be cut 1,000 times. At this time, the man in the armor spoke. No, I didn't do it to my brother. Charlie shook his head subconsciously and answered quickly. Charlie knew that if he told others about this, his reputation would be ruined. So Charlie always warned himself in his heart that there were some things that he must not say. Hee. The man in armor laughed. The next second, Charlie saw the other party reach out and grab his feet, and took off his shoes and socks. 9 words. The man in armor said 3 words. Then Charlie saw the other party directly pinch his toes with his armored hands, and then pushed his fingers, and the nails on his toes were directly pushed away from his toes. Ah! Charlie screamed in shock at the intense pain and the huge visual pressure. 9 out of 10 toes were treated in this way. The nails of the toes were all turned inside out, and blood kept pouring out, but the body of the superpower, and the strong self-healing ability of the superpower made the blood slowly coagulate. Ah! The scene in front of him made Charlie collapse. If the superpower could work, then the injury on the foot would heal quickly, but the superpower could not work, and he could only let his own self-healing ability recover little by little. The intense pain, as well as the opponent's methods, made Charlie feel terrified. I know exactly what you did. We won't do anything until we have investigated it thoroughly. I say the same thing again. If there is a word that is false, I will take something off your body. I will avoid the blood vessels and the main nerves. I can guarantee that the flesh on your body will be removed cleanly. You may not die. The man in the armor said indifferently. I said, in order to make my brother lose his inheritance, when my sister-in-law and nephews and nieces were traveling, I asked someone to kidnap them, and humiliated them, and sent the video to my brother. Charlie said in horror. At this moment, the other party stretched out his hand, and crushed Charlie's right foot, his thumb directly. Ah! Charlie looked at his thumb being crushed like a piece of bread, and then there was a severe pain. This pain that went deep into his bones made Charlie wish he could faint immediately. Tell me more details. How was it planned? Who was found, and who implemented it? The man in armor said coldly. Although Yongbo knew that the internal struggles of the big forces such as the Alliance, the Empire and the Federation were actually very cruel. The internal struggles of these big forces were no less than those of the ancient royal families. They all wanted to kill each other. On the one hand, there was the temptation brought by power. On the other hand, there was the struggle between the heirs, which was actually full of blood. The heirs also used many means against each other, but most of them were hidden and not known to others. As long as no one knows, then I am the winner. I say, Charlie said quickly. If he was young, Charlie might still be tough, but he has been the speaker for decades, and he has been delicate. And some things, as soon as they start, are simply ruined. Charlie explained in detail how he fought for power in the family, and how he framed other heirs in the family. But this guy was also smart, and did not explain his pirate group. Because this guy decided to use this pirate group as a backup. That is to say, if he can't make it in the alliance, he will go to the pirate group. Then he will command the pirate group to retaliate against the mastermind behind this. Yang Bo did not expose what this guy didn't say. Then this guy talked about how he framed his political opponents. However, this guy said half of some things and kept half of them, and some of them were deliberately lied. However, Yang Bo did not expose this guy, because there are some things that only this guy knows. If he exposes it now, it will arouse the other party's suspicion. In fact, Yang Bo did not want to kill Charlie at the beginning, although Charlie was a scum among scum. But some people do not deserve sympathy. For example, Charlie harmed the women of their own family, and many women were willing to hook up with people like Charlie. Yang Bo wanted to make this guy lose his reputation, and then go to the pirate group. The Interstellar Pirates are a very large and loose organization. Yang Bo found that he did not have enough spies in it, because they are a loose organization. They do not know the full picture of many things. Besides, Charlie doesn't have any outstanding superpowers. The reason why he can climb to this day is related to his calculations. Charlie spoke for more than 5 hours, and said most of the things. Very good, very good. After the other party finished speaking, Yang Bo smiled. Then he ignored Charlie, because Yang Bo was ready to leave. Tomorrow morning, someone will naturally find out that Speaker Charlie has been kidnapped. In fact, Charlie's political life has come to an end, even if the content in the video cannot be used as evidence. Because Tianza Star suffered such a huge thing today. All the politicians in Tianza Star stood up and spoke out. Charlie did not stand up and express his opinion. This is extremely politically incorrect. Then Yang Bo brought Charlie's watch again. Now let's play a game. Now let's auction this leg. I have a bottom price in my mind. If your bid does not reach my bottom price, then the auction fails, and you will lose this leg. There are still 4 hours until tomorrow morning. If you lose this leg, you will probably bleed to death within half an hour. I don't know how long it will take for the brain to lose activity after a person dies. Charlie looked at the other party coming in again, and said this to himself shamelessly. Charlie certainly knew that, as long as the superpowers' heads were not blown up, they could recover. But the premise was that only the head was left, and they would be rescued by the rescue robot immediately. Once a person died, the brain would lose its activity in more than a minute. If such a person was rescued in time, he would probably become a fool, and more likely fall into a deep sleep and become a vegetable. Now you bid. Charlie looked at the man in the armor pointing at his leg. I'll give you all the money in my account. Charlie was very smart and spoke quickly. Seeing that the other party was still silent, Charlie quickly said, I can give you all the funds I can mobilize in the family. In fact, Charlie was a little happy in his heart. As long as the other party took the money, he could find out who the other party was. The money laundering industry has become an industry. As long as there is enough power and enough influence, it can be roughly found out who took the money. Not enough. However, the 2 words the other party said made Charlie feel a little confused. I also need your loan. Mortgage all your properties. You also need to borrow money. Borrow all the money you can. When Charlie heard the other party's words, he felt a little familiar. But he couldn't remember why it was familiar for a while. Okay. Charlie nodded and agreed quickly. This way, he could only take away a small part of his money. Most of his money was not in his name. On the one hand, it was to avoid taxes, and on the other hand, it was to avoid himself from getting into trouble and having his money confiscated. Yang Bo also knew about this situation. But there was no way. The rich people in the alliance tried their best to put their money in other places. On the one hand, it was for the safety of funds. After all, if something happened to them, it would be easy to be seized. On the other hand, it was taxes. The more income, the higher the tax paid. If I cooperate, will you not kill me? Charlie asked worriedly after getting the watch. That will cost more money. The other party answered. Charlie had long suspected that the man in front of him was a hired killer. And now he was more certain. But now Charlie has no idea who is trying to get him. It could be someone from his family, or a competitor. But the killer knows some things about his family. Could it be that some people from his family are colluding with his political opponents? Charlie has to find a way to survive first, because he is used to living a life of superiority. Charlie has no intention of dying, even if he loses his political status now. He still has a lot of wealth, and a lot of power, so he can live a good life. The worst that can happen is that he will leave the alliance. And he may not necessarily leave the alliance, because everything he said cannot be used as evidence. TSK, these politicians in your alliance are really greedy. The man in armor said this again. Yang Bo said this deliberately. Yang Bo certainly knew that Charlie still had a lot of money, and the money in his account was only about 5%. Charlie muttered in his heart, this guy is probably from the Crimson Federation. Then Charlie's eyes lit up, and he asked, I wonder where the gentleman is working. Can we have a chance to cooperate? Zizizizi. Charlie was answered with another electric shock. Hurry up and do it. The other party shouted unhappily. More than 3.5 billion credit points. This is all the balance in Charlie's account, all transferred to an account. Then Charlie started to mortgage. At this time Charlie remembered, it seems that this scene happened when Jean Letienne was robbed last year? Chapter 982 Announcement. Thinking of this, Charlie was shocked. If this is the case, his plan would be in vain. There is still no progress in Jean Letienne's case. Because all the accounts receiving the money are public welfare accounts. In the so-called public welfare accounts of the Alliance, the water behind them is too deep. So Jean Letienne's money still cannot be recovered. Jean Letienne is now bankrupt. Some people think that after personal bankruptcy, all debts do not need to be paid. But it also depends on who the creditor is. It's easy to say about the money Jean Letienne borrowed from the bank. But it's hard to say about the money he borrowed from private individuals. Because the rich people at the same level as Jean Letienne, and those who can lend money to Jean Letienne, are not unknown people. Similarly, those people Charlie wants to borrow money from, they are not ordinary people. You can go bankrupt if you owe money to the bank, but if you think you can just ignore the money you owe to private individuals, you may end up killing your whole family. Crackling. Just when Charlie was a little hesitant, he heard the sound of the electric shock device. Charlie was so scared that he trembled all over and quickly applied for a mortgage. Charlie was full of regrets now. Because he was the Speaker of the Tianza Star House of Representatives and the current head of the Luer family. So he could borrow a lot of money with his credit. And even without collateral. Moreover, if he used collateral, he could borrow more money. Charlie did not think about fooling the other party. But Charlie did not know how much the person in front of him knew about him. So now Charlie's hands were shaking. Because he knew that there was a high probability that the money would not be returned. Yang Bo did not say much. He just stood by and watched with the electric shock device. The account Yang Bo gave was indeed a charity account. Although there are shady dealings in the charity fund of the Alliance. But at least a part of it can be used for charity. The main reason is that it is not convenient for Yang Bo to take the money, no matter what identity he has. I am not afraid that Charlie will find me later, but I am afraid that the Alliance will find me. After this incident, Charlie had no choice but to leave the Alliance. But what would other politicians think? Will Charlie today be me tomorrow? When it comes to politicians' vital interests, these people have a lot of motivation to work. So if I take the money, there is a certain probability that it will be traced, so Yang Bo can't take the money. In just over 10 minutes, Charlie used his credit or mortgage loan to borrow more than 20 billion. This is also the convenience of today's society. Many things don't need to be handled in person. Family funds. The armored man reminded again. Although the family funds are large, but my authority. Charlie felt like he was going to collapse. The family funds he could use were quite large. So Charlie wanted to lie, but he was interrupted by the armored man. Think about it carefully. If you say one wrong word, I will take away something from you. When Charlie heard the other party say this, he didn't dare to lie anymore. Although his financial authority in the family is kept secret. Who knows if the person in front of him knows it? The maximum amount of funds I can mobilize in the family is only 50 billion. The Luer family is rich. And Charlie, who is in charge over the years, has concentrated power in himself. The patriarch can only mobilize 2 billion of the family's money. But who makes Charlie so powerful? A family's assets may be as high as tens of trillions. But his liquid funds are definitely not much. For any company or any family, too much liquidity on the books means low utilization of funds. Low utilization of funds means losing money. In fact, for these families and rich people, what they worry about is inflation. For those without money, inflation is a joke. But for those with assets of tens of billions or hundreds of billions, they have to find ways to outperform inflation every day. Because for their base amount of funds, if they can't outperform inflation, the loss will be too great. In just a dozen seconds, Charlie transferred all the funds in the family that he could move into 2 accounts. Charlie felt dizzy now. If it weren't for the man in armor in front of him, Charlie would have fainted. Before you leave, my boss asked me to tell you something. As a man, you must keep your word. Yang Bo smashed Charlie's watch directly. Yang Bo didn't let Charlie continue to borrow money from others, because such a big thing happened outside. Once he borrowed money from someone, the other party might let it slip. Yeah, I'll remember that. Charlie heard this, and still held a glimmer of hope. That is, the content of the video. The other party would not make it public, because Charlie thought that the other party wanted to use these videos to blackmail him to do things for them. Then Charlie felt a strong current release from the confinement helmet, and then his eyes went black. It was Yang Bo who controlled the helmet and electrocuted this guy. Then Yang Bo didn't want the confinement helmet anymore. Then Yang Bo used the network in this room to upload Charlie's video to a pornographic virtual website. Originally, Yang Bo planned to sell these videos to Charlie's competitors. But Yang Bo was worried that these politicians, for the benefit of their entire class, would cause trouble for him. Because he could get Charlie's video today, he could also get other people's videos in the future. So he just made it public. Then Yang Bo left. When he left, Yang Bo was wearing a sweater and a mask. And Charlie's personal bodyguard was also seen on the stairs of the emergency passage. Charlie's personal bodyguard also examined Yang Bo, who was wearing a sweater and a mask. However, the Alliance values personal privacy, so these bodyguards dare not intercept these strangers for inspection. Then Yang Bo found a place where there were no people and no cameras and left in stealth. TSK. On the spaceship from Tianzi Star back to Tianyun Star, Yang Bo found that the seats on the spaceship were full. Yang Bo had been back and forth on these spaceships several times, and each time these spaceships were not full. And Yang Bo also heard people talking about the official conclusion of the atomic bomb has been reached, that is, the Zhang family bears the responsibility, but most people do not believe this conclusion. I think this incident is definitely not caused by the Zhang family. Definitely not. The Zhang family must have stored a lot of good things in this bunker. There is no need to store these contraband items. The Zhang family suffered even more losses this time. They don't know how many good things they have stored are gone, and they have to pay a fine. The cost of environmental restoration this time must be high. Anyway, I dare not return to Tianzi Star in the short term. I have sold all the houses and other things that can be sold. These politicians in the Alliance are too weird. Some people can actually smuggle atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs to Tianzi Star. Let's talk about it after the matter is clear. I always feel that something big is going to happen. The atomic bomb thing is a bit confusing. Could it be done by the anti-government armed forces? If the anti-government armed forces can transport atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs to the capital star circle, why don't they attack more important targets? So this matter is very strange. It is said that the government has issued an order that all company headquarters cannot leave, otherwise their tax revenue will be reinvestigated. TSK, it seems that the government also knows that everyone doesn't believe it. This government treats us as fools. Everyone on the spaceship was talking about this matter. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the video of Charlie he uploaded to the pornographic website had already been clicked by someone. These virtual pornographic websites are all managed intelligently, and there are no administrators to review these things. Because these websites are not afraid of you uploading all kinds of banned videos. Because they are doing this. The first person to watch this video was a resident of the Crimson Federation. But this person watched it for a while, and found nothing interesting. So he stopped watching it. Because Yang Bo did not indicate Charlie's identity. He saw a man tied to a strange stool, and did not take the next step, but instead kept nagging. People who clicked on the video thought it was a script. These pornographic websites have a lot of visitors, but pornographic websites have a series of things. Because everyone likes different actors and different types. Because some like normal ones, some like abnormal ones. Even people on the Alliance side have clicked on the video, but they don't know Charlie. Charlie is just the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianzi Star, and residents of other planets don't care at all. Because most residents of the Alliance take care of their own affairs, and don't care about others, let alone other planets. Until a citizen of Tianza Star clicked on this video. Is this person famous? The citizen saw Charlie wearing a helmet, and felt that he looked familiar. However, the citizen thought he was an actor who specialized in this field. It seems wrong? After watching for a few minutes, the congressman saw Lillian next to him. Because the people in the video acted too professionally, and their acting skills were too good. Acting in such a short video does not require high acting skills, the key is to have a good figure and to perform well. Could it be that other big stars have changed careers? The citizen then used Charlie's profile picture to do an intelligent search. The content of the search stunned the citizen. Speaker Charlie? The citizen continued to watch. After watching for a while, he was sure that this was Speaker Charlie. So he quickly downloaded the video and saved it, and then called the reporter to expose the news. Because there is money to expose the news. The reporters of Tianza Star were busy yesterday, because such a big thing happened on the planet. The reporters who received the tip-off, some couldn't believe it, but still went to the website address of the tip-off to check. When Yang Bo appeared in the small villa of Tianyun Star, the news media of the Alliance had already reported Charlie's story. Yang Bo did not edit the video material, it was shot from beginning to end. But these reporters edited what Charlie said. The most conspicuous one was that Charlie's face was shocked by the kidnapper's electric shock device, and he jumped on the peculiar chair. The reporter also gave a very shocking title. Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianza Star was kidnapped and abused. There are more famous scenes, such as Speaker Charlie opened his mouth to explain how he treated his own brother, that is, he had his sister-in-law kidnapped, and his nephews and nieces, and had them abused in various ways, and sent the video to his brother and the media, making his brother suffer huge pressure, and finally gave up the inheritance right. Hee. Yang Bo saw his masterpiece and smiled. Yang Bo also knew that these things could not be used as evidence, because his evidence collection process was illegal. But some things do not require conclusive evidence. Moreover, what Charlie said not only involves the family, but also involves many companies and other politicians. These people will not let this matter be confirmed. But Charlie is not so lucky. Others will shut this guy up. Chapter 983 The Dark Side. When I ran for the first election for the Senate, when my competitor went to the Crimson Federation, I spent a lot of money to shoot a video of him messing around in the Crimson Federation. I fell in love with a female celebrity, so I proposed to increase the tax on celebrities. Among celebrities, only celebrities are the weakest. Not only did I get a lot of votes, the agency of these celebrities came to me for public relations. I made a request, and then I successfully won this female celebrity. And the women in our family, as long as I like them, don't think of escaping from my hands. Just like my nephew's wife, she came to me because my nephew's company had problems, so I made this request, but he didn't know that his company had problems in the first place. And the scandal of my opponent's grandson when I ran for the first speaker, I also planned it. Yang Bo looked at a lot of news on the internet, and the news included the things Charlie said. There are many things that are unbearable to watch. And the details are very accurate, because Charlie spoke for 5 hours, and described the ugly things he did in great detail. And some things were revealed, mainly some political things, some of which were against him, and some of which were against others. Yang Bo watched for a few minutes, and found that the number of videos on the internet was decreasing. Because of Charlie's incident, the ugly faces of politicians were revealed. You know, Charlie was elected speaker. It was because Charlie performed so well in public that he was chosen. Now, such a thing has happened. Although he was forced to speak out with an electric shock device, the details do not seem to be made up at all. Some of the things Charlie said can still be checked. After all, some things were very big at the time. And so far, Charlie has not come out to refute the rumors. Of course, this is likely to be a problem with Charlie. The top leaders of the entire league feel ashamed. The president was so angry that he smashed everything on the table. Politics is inherently dirty, but what is shown to the public is another. And now Charlie directly showed everyone his ugly side. Although the Alliance tried to curb the continuous spread of the video, it couldn't do anything about it. Because there were too many. And this matter couldn't be dealt with in a one-size-fits-all manner, because the Alliance embodied freedom and democracy. If it was dealt with in a one-size-fits-all manner now, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? And many people watched the original video directly on the pornographic website. This made the pornographic website of the Crimson Federation popular all of a sudden. Our speaker is actually a rapist, a murderer, an embezzler. I think the politicians in our alliance are all criminals. Our speaker is actually incestuous. Haha, this is the freedom of your alliance, elected by the citizens of your alliance. Haha, your alliance often talks about freedom and democracy, but what about now? The people who watched the video expressed their opinions one after another, including foreign users. The alliance has no way to stop people from logging into these pornographic websites, because it is not illegal for residents to log into pornographic websites themselves, unless there is evidence that the resident spreads the content on the pornographic website. The key is that there is no way to obtain evidence. Some people say that it would be better to obtain evidence directly online. To obtain evidence directly online, this process is wrong. Moreover, the devices used by these users to access the internet, and the network operating companies have security systems, and they all keep the privacy of users confidential. These network operating companies or devices will not allow the Alliance's Ministry of Justice or other departments to easily obtain user data. If the Ministry of Justice or other departments of the Alliance want to obtain user data, they must first provide evidence to prove that the user has violated the law, and then obtain the judge's permission. Once a company is exposed to leaking customer privacy, the company will go bankrupt in the Alliance. These equipment manufacturers and network communication providers have large legal teams, and are not afraid of confronting the government departments of the Alliance. And it's not just browsing a pornographic website. It's not worth making a fuss at all. If someone is stubborn enough to obtain the privacy of these citizens, the manufacturer of the internet equipment or the network operator may directly offer a reward to kill this stubborn person. So a simple matter in the Alliance is sometimes an unsolvable problem. Regarding privacy, all departments of the Alliance are very cautious, because if they are not careful, the heads of these departments may be forced to resign. This is simply a scumbag. Good fight. He should have used a stun gun to shock his dick. Haha. These people sympathized with Charlie's broken leg at first, but they were indignant after seeing it, because in order to keep his position, in order to climb to the position of speaker, Charlie used all means. If he couldn't deal with his competitors, he would deal with their families. Even the fight for the heir to his own family was the same. Frame up, kidnapping, extortion, murder. In life, as long as Charlie liked some women, he would try his best to make things difficult for the companies where these women worked, or the companies where the husbands of these women worked, to create difficulties for others, and to make them beg him. The people of Tianza Star are already boiling with resentment. The citizens of Tianza Star have just suffered such a great change, and now such a thing has happened. The government has been covering up the atomic bomb issue, and the answer given has made everyone dissatisfied, and now such a thing has happened again. The citizens are the most uncomfortable about this matter, because Charlie was elected by everyone, and these citizens feel that they have been greatly deceived. More than 1,000 groups on Tianza Star are all ready to launch a protest. The party Charlie belongs to is even more hated by everyone. The competitors of Charlie's party are constantly stirring up public opinion. The party Charlie belongs to is the same as the party the current president belongs to. Both are the ruling party. The Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianza Star has a great influence in the entire alliance system. After all, he is the deputy executive star of the capital star. The leaders of 7 or 8 opposition parties have made speeches one after another, openly criticizing the ruling party. And these opposition parties also talked about the atomic bomb. Some members of Tianza Star have already launched an impeachment online, not only impeaching the current ruling party, but also impeaching the governor of Tianza Star. Anyway, everything that can be impeached is impeached. The president of the alliance has also suffered huge public pressure, and the members of the alliance parliament have proposed to impeach the current ruling party. As the matter fermented to the present, Charlie finally appeared and directly issued a statement. Everything I said was forced. I was kidnapped and said it randomly. And everything in the video is fake. Among the things Charlie said, these people involved also stood up one after another. The first one was Lillian. After being rescued, she directly stated in the media, I was trained by the company to serve Chairman Charlie. And Chairman Charlie also used coercion. Every time I was with him, he ordered me to come. I have evidence. In addition, Charlie's nephew's wife also stood up and said, I was also forced by Charlie. If I didn't obey his orders, he would target my husband's company. As she spoke, she started to cry. The women Charlie mentioned all stood up and said that we were forced. So Charlie was targeted by all the women's groups. Some people even raised funds to offer a reward for killing Charlie. Hee hee. Yang Bo smiled. If the women's group in the alliance wants to target someone, that person is finished. In fact, Yang Bo doesn't like this kind of scum among scum, but he also knows that there are countless people in Charlie's position who want to send him women and things, and politics is dirty. Maybe these presidents and vice presidents are even more excessive than Charlie. As for the atomic bomb, no one has paid attention to it for a long time. Charlie is being publicly criticized online, because as a speaker, Charlie deceived the voters, which made all voters feel angry and felt that they were deceived by the current politicians of the alliance. And the citizens of the alliance attach great importance to the so-called voting rights. It's as if I, the kidnapper, don't exist. Yang Bo also found that no one sympathized with Charlie, and no one talked about where this kidnapper came from. This is actually what Yang Bo wanted. In fact, to use one hot spot to suppress another hot spot. Chapter 984 Talents. Although one hot topic overwhelmed the other in public opinion. But Yang Bo also knew that some people suspected that he did it. Of course, they suspected that the pirate leader did it. For example, Li Yong, at the first moment of the atomic bomb crisis, he was sure that it was his good big brother who did it. Only his good big brother has such ability to appear and disappear. But Li Yong was also very curious about why his good big brother did this. When Charlie's incident broke out, Li Yong was even more frightened. His good brother could actually find out the whereabouts of a speaker. Li Yong suspected that it was Charlie's political opponent who provided intelligence to his good brother. Because his good brother, it is impossible for him to have such a strong intelligence ability. How Charlie was kidnapped. The police have announced it. Charlie was rushed into the room the moment he entered the door while meeting his secret lover. People like Charlie are so secretive in their actions, not to mention ordinary people. Even many intelligence organizations cannot know the private situations of these people. And according to inside information, Charlie's trip to the place where he was kidnapped was decided on the spur of the moment a few hours before he was kidnapped. This proves that the other party is very clear about all of Charlie's whereabouts, or where he has been. Li Yong also knows that his good brother is very capable. But he is definitely not strong enough to have such strong intelligence capabilities in the core area of the alliance. It is precisely because of this that Li Yong feels that his good brother's network of relationships is a bit scary. In other words, his good brother is in collusion with some politicians in the alliance. And the status of these politicians is definitely not low. In other words, some high-ranking politicians in the alliance colluded with pirates. Li Yong also understood why his good brother could easily stir up trouble within the alliance. If anyone else had such a strong intelligence ability, they could also walk sideways within the alliance. Moreover, Li Yong suspected that the hacker attack on Tianza Star was probably led by his good brother. Not only Li Yong felt very surprised, even Li Han felt something different. Li Yong's father, Li Han, used to think that Li Yong's good brother was just the leader of a pirate group. And he had a lot of skills and some intelligence capabilities. But this incident made Li Han look at him with a new eye, because his understanding was the same as Li Yong's. Li Han knew how strong Tianza Star's defense capabilities were. He also knew how strong the entire alliance's intelligence collection capabilities were. The other party had done such a big thing. And there was more than one thing. And the alliance's intelligence department did not receive any news at all. I was still wondering before, the atomic bomb incident was so big, why didn't the intelligence department of the alliance receive the news? Now everything makes sense. Someone blocked the transmission of intelligence. Or someone knew the structure of the intelligence department of the alliance, and the way of collecting intelligence, and successfully avoided the intelligence network of the intelligence department of the alliance. This made Li Han think more. If his son used his good brother status, he might get more help, and it would be very beneficial in his future growth. Of course, Li Han also thought of one thing. That is, it is not a good thing that Li Yong's good brother is so strong. This means that if Li Yong has conflicts or disagreements with his good brother in the future, the greater the danger Li Yong faces. Who is it? At the same time, Li Han was also very curious. Who exactly cooperated with Li Yong's good brother to do such a thing? Because Charlie has too many political competitors. And each of them is not an ordinary person. Li Han was not surprised that these politicians colluded with interstellar pirates. Although there is no direct evidence, it is possible to guess. Li Han can roughly guess what these political families, political parties, or politicians in the alliance are doing behind the scenes. It is not just Li Yong and his father Li Han who think so. Politicians in the entire alliance, who have a little political awareness, think that kidnappers are not scary. What is scary is the people who provide intelligence to kidnappers. Or the people who hire kidnappers. Because these politicians all have their own unspoken rules. That is to say, these politicians will not attack each other's personal safety. Because everyone is in the same boat. If you take extreme measures, then one day it will be your turn. Like Charlie, who does it very secretly. Of course it's okay, but once he is discovered, he will be attacked by everyone. Therefore, various departments of the Alliance have issued statements on the surface, severely condemning Charlie's behavior. Logically speaking, these things Charlie said were said during the time he was held captive by the kidnappers, and cannot be used as evidence. But it seems that all departments and politicians are unaware of this matter. The Union's Supreme Ministry of Justice also issued a statement, and will set up a special investigation team for this matter. The offices of the President and Vice President also issued statements, and of course the President and Vice President also stood up to say that they would severely crack down on such harmful acts against politicians. These people ostensibly want to crack down on the kidnappers, but in fact they want to find out who the politicians who cooperated with the kidnappers are by investigating the kidnappers. The Special Independent Investigation Team set up by the Ministry of Justice began to perform its duties just 2 hours after the incident. However, after a careful investigation, the Special Investigation Team did not find any useful clues. First of all, the kidnapper was wearing armor throughout the whole process. And when he went out, he wore a sweater, a mask and glasses. Although the kidnapper's general whereabouts were known, it was only a few traces. Who is the kidnapper? Where does he live? What means of transportation does he use? Where does he get the intelligence support? None of these can be found. Because the kidnapper seems to have disappeared in an area without surveillance. Because there are too many high-ranking officials on Tianza Star. They do better in terms of privacy. The Special Independent Investigation Team can't do their work at all. Because they can't find any clues about the other party. Of course, this makes the investigation team, and those who know the results of the investigation believe that there is definitely an intelligence organization familiar with the local Tianza Star behind the kidnappers. Otherwise, the kidnappers would never be able to erase all traces so easily. Yang Bo also knew that the independent special investigation team had no progress. Because Yang Bo not only released the spiritual seed to Charlie, but also Li Yong. These two people can obtain some internal information. Charlie now has a face full of despair. He just gave a statement at the police station, and then was detained by the police. During the statement, the police also found out everything Charlie transferred. Not surprisingly, all the money was transferred to charity organizations. So Charlie wanted to win the lawsuit with the charity organization and get the money back. But the chance was almost zero. There are many lawyers who are willing to fight for these public welfare organizations for free, because this can gain a good reputation. Reputation is a very valuable thing for lawyers or politicians. It seems that there are too many smart people. Yang Bo was completely relieved, because he got inside information from Li Yong. Now everyone is suspicious of Charlie's political competitors. Then Yang Bo left Tianyangxing happily. Of course, Li Yong was still a little worried that his good brother would be investigated. Because the house on Tianyun Star where his elder brother lived was bought with the help of his family. At the beginning, Lin Yu didn't have that much money to buy a house. So Li Yong's family paid for it. So Li Yong wanted to talk to his elder brother. But he didn't dare. Because his elder brother did something too big this time. Once discovered, his family would be in an irreparable situation. Ha ha. Yang Bo returned to March Star, and was very happy to see so many supplies piled up in the basement of the villa. This is a win-win situation. These people can't think that I do this for these things. This is the best way. Hide your real goal. I will ask Zhang Buizhen for compensation tomorrow. This guy is a little scared. It is to show enough strength, so that these partners will not think too much. Of course, Yang Bo knew that Zhang Buizhen wanted to get rid of him for a while. Zhang Buizhen's line has a huge effect, which is to buy some warships or other things. This is difficult for others to do. Even Li Yong's line can't do it easily. On the contrary, Li Yong's line doesn't dare to touch these things at all. As a military family, they want to buy warships. What is this for? Rare materials. Yang Bo now has a more tedious task, which is to lightly click on the harvest this time. Rare materials, energy stones and other things. Even if Yang Bo sells them now, no one knows that they are stolen goods. This is why Yang Bo targeted these two items. Other items are easily discovered, such as artworks, rare metals. It seems my choice was right. This box is worth about 200 million. This box is cheaper, probably only a little over 100 million. This box is the most expensive, worth about 1 billion. Yang Bo began to tinker with things in the underground laboratory of March Star. On the one hand, he had to look at the value, and on the other hand, he had to see if there were other things inside. The so-called other things are just the ones without trackers. Yang Bo was actually a little worried, because the Zhang family bunker was located in a very safe place. The Zhang family never thought of putting trackers in these boxes, or doing special treatment on the things inside. The so-called special treatment is to make these rare materials and energy stones into special marks. For example, rare materials can be added with some other trace elements, so that when others get the materials and sell them, they can be easily locked as long as they find materials with the same proportion of trace elements. The Zhang family's patriarch returned to the family. How is it? What price do we have to pay? The core members of the Zhang family saw the patriarch return and asked one after another. The Zhang family also saw the official announcement of the alliance. Now these people are worried about how much money they have to pay. The environmental department is conducting an assessment, and we have to pay for the subsequent environmental restoration and the losses caused by it. The Zhang family's patriarch sighed and replied, "Shameless. These despicable politicians. These incompetent idiots, they take it out on us when they can't find the murderer. These bastards are all hypocritical, and they can't protect the safety of us and our assets at the critical moment." The core members of the Zhang family cursed one after another. Because everyone knows, this is definitely a huge expense. Because environmental restoration is also done by other companies. In addition, the damaged things also need to be repaired, which is also done by other companies. Of course, these companies have backgrounds, and companies without backgrounds cannot get such lucrative projects. The Zhang family naturally knows how big the appetite of these companies is. What can be done with 50 million credit points? They can offer 5 billion. Of course, there are too many vested interests behind these companies. Moreover, these companies know that they have taken advantage of the Zhang family this time, and they will definitely include all kinds of projects in the statistics. In addition, the reason why these people in the Zhang family curse so loudly is that they are dissatisfied with their patriarch. How can such a thing be agreed to? You must know that the Zhang family suffered the greatest loss in this incident. Not only did they lose the secrets of the entire bunker, but they also had to pay a large sum of money. This matter can be continued with the authorities. I have tried my best, President, Vice President, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Attorney General, Supreme Court Justice, Head of the Secret Service, Head of the Homeland Security Department. They all came to talk to me. If our family does not take responsibility for this matter, they will conduct an in-depth investigation of our family. How many of you here can withstand their investigation? The patriarch of the Zhang family slumped in his chair and answered slowly. The heads of so many departments asked the Zhang family to take responsibility. The Zhang family could certainly fight against them, but if these departments really wanted to target the Zhang family, the consequences would be even worse. After all, the Zhang family would definitely have some borderline behaviors in the course of their business. If the Zhang family did not take responsibility, these guys would be able to directly ruin the Zhang family. The other members of the Zhang family did not speak after hearing this. As core members of the family, they all managed some businesses. Some were executives in some large companies, and some were directors in some large companies. Some of them are even in the political world. Actually, I have already negotiated with them. Our Zhang family will take the responsibility, and they will compensate us afterwards. The head of the Zhang family spoke again. When the others heard this, they showed a relaxed expression on their faces. But before they could speak, they were hit hard. Who knew that Charlie would happen again? The positions of the president and vice president will definitely not be kept. The next president and vice president will definitely not recognize the promise of their predecessors. If I had known this, I should have delayed it for a few more hours. If the Charlie incident broke out before I promised them, alas! The head of the Zhang family sighed deeply. What happened to our family in the past few years? Why are we so unlucky? I also think our family seems to have some bad luck in the past few years. If Charlie's incident broke out first, then the incident in our family bunker would not be a big deal at all. It's just 2 or 3 hours. The people of the Zhang family also spoke up. Alas! Then everyone sighed. Because the Zhang family is now losing more than they lose. If Charlie's incident did not happen, the Zhang family would bear this responsibility, and then gain the friendship of the president, vice president, and these responsible persons. which is also very cost-effective. But after Charlie's incident, these people's positions would definitely not be able to be kept. These positions in the ruling party would definitely be removed. And the promises made by these people would have gone down the drain. If Charlie's incident had broken out earlier, then the Zhang family could have said with a firm attitude that it was your government's fault. Because at that time, there would be opposition parties as allies. So after all the calculations, it can only be said that the Zhang family had bad luck and encountered the worst possibility among several possibilities. Is it possible that the little bastard did it? The little bastard's network of connections is not ordinary. Someone from the Zhang family asked. Everyone knows that the little bastard this person is talking about is Zhang Buishan. The incident on March Star made the Zhang family a huge joke. A good planet with such great development potential was lost in vain. And the Zhang family made a lot of arrangements, but in the end, they all became jokes. For example, if March Star wanted to sell their mutant animal materials, the people of the Zhang family did public relations everywhere, so that the materials of March Star could not be sold. Of course, the public relations here is to give others enough benefits. Those pharmaceutical companies will definitely take the opportunity to blackmail. Originally thought that this would limit the development of March Star, unexpectedly. They now have a grandmaster of pharmaceuticals, and high-quality genetic evolution pharmaceuticals. The Zhang family paid a huge price in exchange for this ridiculous result. The representatives of the pharmaceutical companies that contacted the Zhang family were also implicated, because these pharmaceutical companies also regretted that if they used the biological mutation materials of March Star, then March Star would only be a supplier of raw materials. Now March Star has become a very formidable competitor. The shareholders of the pharmaceutical company are ready to kill him. It shouldn't be him. That's not certain. If he knows the Grand Master of Pharmaceuticals, why can't he know other people? Do you think it's possible that this little bastard is colluding with some families in our alliance? After all, the high-quality genetic medicine in the hands of this little bastard is also a great bargaining chip. It's really possible. Everyone thought about it and answered after hearing this. Then the whole Zhang family's secret room was silent again. Zhang Buishan had an intersection with a great master of medicine, which was also a huge loss for the Zhang family. If the family wants to continue to reproduce and inherit, it still needs enough superpowers, because superpowers live longer. Having high-quality genetic medicine can make the family members who are unable to awaken superpowers. This will increase the strength of the family invisibly. But Zhang Buishan is where he is today because of the efforts of everyone present. In other words, it is everyone present who caused today's situation. Alas, in the end, these people could only let out a thick and deep sound. If the Zhang family could have a grandmaster of medicine now, and after a few hours of inventory, Yang Bo roughly estimated the harvest this time. More than 900 billion. Yang Bo did not expect that the value of his harvest this time would be so high. The main reason is that the things stored by the Zhang family are all fine products. Whether it is rare materials, or natural energy stones. Even the artificial energy stones commonly used in spacecraft are of the highest quality. The most valuable are still natural energy stones. Some natural energy stones cannot be valued yet, because their energy properties are a bit strange. Natural energy stones are of different sizes and different properties. These things just support my development in the Crimson Federation. It's just that the natural energy stones are not easy to cash in. The Zhang family must have statistical data on these natural energy stones. Because the properties, shapes and weights of natural energy stones are different. If you want to cash them out, once the Zhang family has the information reserves of these natural energy stones, then it will be easily discovered. But these natural energy stones can also be kept as treasures. But Yang Bo didn't care. Of course, these are just for reserve funds. Development in the Crimson Federation still depends on fists or robbing. This is what I am best at. The major forces in the Crimson Federation fight for territory. It all depends on who has the bigger fist and the more warships. But there must be a direction for development. Yang Bo did not rashly lead people to grab territory. Because Yang Bo knew that in order to develop into a major force, what things should be grabbed first, and what things should be grabbed later. What is the core of a force? Personnel? Weapons? Equipment? Technology? Or something else? Because a big power must have the ability to generate its own blood. Yang Bo also knows that simply relying on himself to rob, there is no way to develop his power. So I still need a military advisor? Yang Bo is a little confused now. He is not afraid of fighting and killing. He is not afraid of grabbing territory. He is not afraid of various technical blockades. But to manage a territory well, it still needs talents. A simple intelligent system cannot manage a territory well. And talents are exactly what Yang Bo lacks. Huh? Yang Bo came up from the underground laboratory and went to the internet room. He found 3 women watching the news. Yang Bo's eyes lit up when he saw the people in the news. The Secretary of State of the Alliance announced his resignation. This is a middle-aged man. The person who can achieve the position of Secretary of State of the Alliance is definitely not an ordinary person. He has strong enough ability to climb to the current position. Of course, Yang Bo did not mean that he had to ask the Secretary of State to work for him. But Yang Bo felt that his talent direction had been settled. How many people in the Alliance have served as President, Vice President, and Secretary of State? And not just these people, but also planetary governors and the like. Yang Bo is not afraid of these people's betrayal, because he has his own methods. During the days when you were doing the experiment, something big happened. That's right, Tianza Star of the Alliance suffered an atomic bomb terrorist attack. Tianza Star was also attacked by cyber hackers. Without waiting for Yang Bo to say anything, the 3 women quickly chattered about what happened in the past few days, and then brought Yang Bo fruit and tea, and then played the previous news for Yang Bo, while explaining. Chapter 985 Shareholders Meeting. It seems that Charlie might have offended someone. Yang Bo ate fruit while listening to the 3 women. And then spoke. There are all kinds of things on the internet. Annie, who was wearing a sexy white suspender nightgown, nodded. The 3 women were dressed casually at home. But Su Wei was still dressed relatively conservatively, wearing a set of pink clothes and pants, pajamas. Xiao was also wearing a white short-sleeved nightgown. I also think that Charlie's political opponents are targeting him. Tianza Star is in the capital circle, and its security defense is one of the best in the entire alliance. Charlie can be easily kidnapped, which means that others have long been familiar with his living habits. This cannot be done in a day or 2. Someone must have wanted to deal with him for a long time. I think he has offended too many people. With the things he has done, he has even offended his family. He deserves it. I'm afraid the politicians in the ruling party will hate Charlie to death. The alliance will be in chaos for a while. And there will definitely be elections next. In fact, elections are a good thing. During the election, these politicians will give a lot of things to canvass votes. In the past, Annie and I took a lot of things. The 3 women expressed their opinions one after another. Yang Bo was eating fruit, and his heart was filled with joy. He also looked at the trend on the internet. In fact, it is rare to see real things on the internet from ancient times to the present. Just like the Charlie incident, the internet is divided into several major camps. From these comments, it can be seen that there are many people behind the scenes. Some people continue to whitewash Charlie, saying that the things Charlie said are unbelievable because they were coerced. Of course, these people use the law to speak, and their main purpose is to defend the ruling party, because Charlie is one of the more important figures in the current ruling party. Another part is directly targeting what Charlie said, not talking about the law with others, from Charlie, expanding to the entire ruling party. And just now Tianza Star suffered 2 major events, a hacker attack, and atomic bomb crisis. And these 2 events are attributed to the incompetence of the ruling party. There are also various conspiracy theories, believing that Charlie was framed by his competitors. There is even a group of people who target all political groups and communities in the alliance, saying that politicians in the alliance are criminals. Watching the same thing on different websites, you will find different comments and different positions, because these websites belong to different camps. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the ruling party is in big trouble in this crisis. Therefore, the other 2 things that happened on Tianza Star were not popular at all. Women are also very gossipy. The 3 women discussed this matter with Yang Bo while watching the news. While Yang Bo was watching the news and discussing with the 3 women, he was thinking about the subsequent development issues. The main thing was talent. If you want to make a force bigger and stronger, you need a lot of things. But I'm not afraid. Anyway, finding management talents is just like finding a CEO. If you do a good job, keep doing it. If you don't do a good job, get out. Yang Bo knew his own weight. He didn't even think about managing a huge force by himself. First of all, Yang Bo himself had no relevant experience, whether in his previous life or this life. Another thing is that different regions have different management methods. Using the alliance's management method to manage the empire, that will definitely not work. So Yang Bo gave up the idea of looking for management talents in the alliance. Because the Scarlet Federation's model is different, if the Alliance's management method is used to manage the Scarlet Federation's territory, it will definitely not adapt to the local climate. However, the Scarlet Federation also has a lot of talents, after all. The Scarlet Federation's model can be said to be more difficult. Because the Scarlet Federation has always been unstable, those who can grow bigger and stronger in this environment are all talents. On the contrary, in the Alliance and the Empire, because of the long period of peace, there are many mediocre people. To put it bluntly, they rely on flattery to get promoted. Yang Bo was not in a hurry to contact Zhang Buishan, because the Black Star Company in Korea-Bombich City of the Crimson Federation was going to hold a shareholders' meeting. Yang Bo learned about it through the spiritual seed of Su Shun, the butler of Li Zhan. As for what the meeting was about, Yang Bo was still unclear. Yang Bo came to Li Zhan's manor, and after leaving the underground vault, he directly used the smartwatch to arrange the itinerary. When the big shots of the Crimson Federation travel, they are always escorted. Because the Crimson Federation is very chaotic. John Lee's manor is more than 200 kilometers away from the city of Vichy. The rich people in the Crimson Federation like to live far away from the city. This way they can build their own manors well and take defensive measures. Yang Bo will take a special armed flying car when he goes to the Black Star Company to hold a shareholders meeting. In addition, the guards will follow, and the guards will be equipped with mechas. 6 guards were carrying mechas, which meant that all 6 guards were mecha masters. TSK, Yang Bo and Li Zhan's armed flying car also surprised him, because this armed flying car was so cool. The whole flying car was about 30 meters long, and the highest height was about 8 meters. It looked like a yacht. The most conspicuous thing was the weapons on this armed flying car. The highest point of the middle mast was the radar. Of course, there was also a radar at the bottom of the flying car. In addition, there was an energy cannon and a missile module on the deck in front of the armed flying car. There is also an electromagnetic gun and a missile module on the rear deck of the armed flying car. The entire armed flying car is covered with battleship armor. And there is also an energy shield generator. Seeing this armed flying car, Yang Bo knew how chaotic the public security of the Crimson Federation was. It can be said that violence often occurs in various cities. Of course, whoever wants to cause trouble in various cities must be prepared to be hunted down by the companies in the city. Because most companies in these cities of the Crimson Federation prohibit any violent incidents. Because in the eyes of these companies, everything in the city, including buildings, belongs to the company's property. Of course, this also includes all the people on the territory under the company's jurisdiction. But after leaving the city, the wild is very dangerous. Outside most cities of the Crimson Federation, there are not only various armed forces, but also various mutant plants and animals. The difference is that most of these mutant plants and animals have no value. And these mutant plants and animals are very cruel. The various armed forces outside the city, many of them are supported by companies in other cities. For example, the various armed forces outside the city of Vichy, most of them are supported by companies in several neighboring cities. They do this mainly to continuously weaken the strength of the city of Vichy. Although human lives are worthless in the Crimson Federation, people are also the most basic thing in the entire city. If a city has no people, then it cannot be called a city. Of course, the companies in the city of Vichy will also secretly support the armed forces outside other cities, on the one hand to plunder the other party's resources, on the other hand to gather intelligence. To put it bluntly, the Crimson Federation is ruled by warlords. Small local armed warlords. And armed warlords on large planets. The Bobby family, the major shareholder of the Black Star Company where John Lee works, has a seat in the upper house of the planetary parliament in Korea State, and 4 seats in the lower house. John Lee's armed flying car has a very cool name called Golden Skull. In the Crimson Federation, no one will keep a low profile. Because if you think you are low-key, others will really think you are not good enough. And then, they will attack you in groups. In the Crimson Federation, you have to show your strength. The stronger your strength is, the more others will be afraid of you. John Lee always brings 6 guards with him when he travels. The reason why he doesn't bring more guards is that the guards of the manor are equally important. Yang Bo got on the armed flying car, and the armed flying car started to set off towards Vichy City. The entire armed flying car is golden, ensuring that everyone can see it from a distance. In addition, the armed flying car will continuously send its own unique signal logo in the public communication channel. Let those blind guys know who is coming. The flying altitude of the armed flying car is not very high. It is only about 10 meters above the ground. Because the armed flying car flies too high, it is easy to be attacked by long-range energy weapons. Energy weapons, such as laser weapons, can attack at a very long distance. The higher the flying car flies, the longer the distance that can be observed and locked on the flying car will be. If someone attacks, the flying car will still fly close to the ground. The lower the flying car flies, the lower the chance of being locked. Yang Bo looked at the hardened road, which was just like the highway on Earth. This was because the transportation of materials in the Crimson Federation was mostly carried out by electric vehicles. On the one hand, the cost of flying cars was too high, and most cities in the Crimson Federation did not have the ability to manufacture flying cars. On the other hand, it was energy consumption. The energy consumption of electric cars running on the ground was only 1% of that of flying cars. There was also a more critical point, which was that hardened roads were not easy to be set up by people with traps, such as induction mines. Proximity mines are explosive devices. There are many modes of such induction mines, including biological induction, thermal induction, and energy induction. For example, if there is an induction mine hidden somewhere, when a car passes over it, the induction mine will be triggered. This kind of mine is not like the mines on Earth, but something like a missile that can track the target. The main city of Vichy, that is, the area where the use of force is not allowed, is only about 6,000 square kilometers. There are no high-rise buildings here, and the tallest building is the huge armed defense tower in the middle of Vichy. The entire defense tower is 700 meters high, with more than 120 energy cannons of various specifications integrated on it. There are also more than 20,000 missiles of various types, and more than 50,000 drones of various models. In addition, there are an unknown number of spare missiles and various drones at the bottom of the defense tower. The other buildings in the entire city are only 3 stories high. The reason why the buildings are only 3 stories high is to facilitate the energy detection system of the defense tower to monitor and attack the entire city. If they are all high-rise buildings, it is easy to have blind spots for shooting. There are a lot of sentry towers around the city of Vichy. The defense tower in the middle of the city is jointly managed by the 3 major companies in Vichy. The expenses are also apportioned by the 3 companies according to the area they occupy in the city. Black Star Company occupies 3/5 of the area of Vichy, and there are 2 other companies, Blue Shield Company and Maya Company. They each occupy 1/5 of the area of Vichy. It only takes 20 minutes to fly to a distance of 200 kilometers. Vichy is right next to a big river, and is a huge basin. A large river in the middle divides the city into 2 parts. The east side of the river is the Black Star Company that controls 3/5 of the city area. The west side of the river is controlled by the other 2 companies. There are 5 or 6 bridges in the middle. Salute. When Yang Bo arrived at the checkpoint in the east of Vichy City in Li Zhan's car, all the members of the checkpoint immediately stood up and saluted. These people are members of the company's armed department, which is to say, private armed forces. These people are wearing standard armor, and there is a black star on the left chest, which is the company's emblem. The right chest of the armor shows the wearer's military rank. As a shareholder of the company, John Lee has absolute power in the company, not to mention the members under the company. John Lee's personal guards are also arrogant in front of these people. I thought I was back on Earth. Yang Bo looked at the city of Vichy, and the various electric cars in the city. There are street lights on both sides, buildings of various colors, and wide hardened roads. Compared with the Wandao city on Devon Star, and the city on March Star, this place is as backward as the countryside. The company's headquarters is not in the middle of the city, but on the edge of the city. The company's headquarters is a separate area, surrounded by barbed wire and high walls. There are also warning machine guns on the high walls. Some of these warning machine guns are electromagnetic guns, and some are old-fashioned gunpowder-driven machine guns. Why do we use this kind of machine gun? There are many reasons. Because many forces cannot develop weapon control systems on their own. They are not assured of using others. So using simple human control is the most convenient and safest method. The company's headquarters covers an area of about 500 square kilometers. Most of the company's materials, goods, and factories are here. There is also an airport for spacecraft takeoff and landing. Of course, this is also where most of the company's armed personnel are stationed. The same mecha fighters are also here. Director Lee, Yang Bo took a flying car to the gate of the company's headquarters. Other security personnel at the gate bowed and saluted one after another. and the person in charge came up to greet them attentively. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. Yang Bo had already reported to the company using John Lee's smartwatch. Moreover, John Lee also has his own residence in the company. It is a 3-story villa, covering an area of about 5,000 square meters. All shareholders of the company have their own residences here, although many of these shareholders also have their own manors outside the city. However, Yang Bo did not go to John Lee's manor here, but came directly to the door of the company's headquarters. The company's headquarters is a circular building, and you can see that the surface of the building is covered with thick battleship armor. There are also various antennas on the building of the company's headquarters, because the company has its own satellites, including armed warning satellites. Oldly, after Yang Bo got off the car, before he could even look at the company's gate, a dark-skinned bald man greeted him loudly. Yang Bo waved his hand to let the guards go to where they should go to rest, and then asked, "Pete, you are squatting at the door. Is the company's meeting this time disadvantageous to us?" This dark-skinned bald man, his name is Pete Lauren. His superpowers reach a level, and he has no idea what the specific attributes are. The company is not going to distribute dividends this year. Golden Lion City next door is in big trouble, and the company wants to take action against Golden Lion City. Not only will there be no dividends, but each of our shareholders will also have to contribute. Pete nodded. Pete only has 4% of the company's shares, and John Lee has 6% of the company's shares. Many resolutions in the company require the consent of a certain proportion of shareholders to pass. What's the trouble with Golden Lion City? Yang Bo asked curiously. Do you know about the hacker attack on Tianza Star of the Alliance? The Alliance has found out that the source of the attack is Golden Lion City. The Alliance has sent a special investigation team to Golden Lion City to investigate. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs dares not say a word. Peter explained quickly. Yang Bo asked suspiciously after hearing this. Isn't it possible? Golden Lion City dares to provoke the Alliance? Don't these idiots know that the Alliance has always wanted to attack us? Peter shrugged. Who said it wasn't? But I think this is impossible. With the technical level of those bastards in Golden Lion City, there is no way to produce such an advanced hacking program. If Golden Lion City has such a high-level hacker, our company would have been gone long ago. I think the Alliance's hacker attack on Tianza Star this time may be their internal affairs. You also know that those damn politicians in the Alliance are very face-saving. They can't admit that it is their own internal problem, because if they admit it, they can't explain to their people. Yang Bo didn't say anything after hearing this. The company's gate is not very big, and there are armed sentries on both sides of the gate. You can see that these armed outposts are guarded. For the company, these talents are the cheapest, because developing systems and the like not only requires a lot of investment, but also requires continuous updates. In addition, the company also knows its own technical level in this area, and it is possible that the things developed by its company can be easily destroyed by others. Even the entire civilian intelligent network system of Vichy City is outsourced to certain companies in the Alliance. The interior of the company building is only 5 meters high, and mechas cannot enter at such a height. Director Luolan. When the staff members in the company saw Yang Bo and Peter, they stood aside to make way, and bowed and greeted them. Yang Bo and Peter didn't care about these staff members at all. Is the company overthinking a bit? Since it is the Alliance that sent the special investigation team. If we do it now, will others agree? Yang Bo said as he walked. All the people in Golden Lion City, especially the senior executives of their company, are not allowed to leave the city. The company's major shareholder thinks this is a good opportunity. We can remove its peripheral resource points. The two got on the elevator. And Peter said. Yang Bo understood what he said, which meant that the company was going to take advantage of the situation. It's not easy. There are 9 counselors behind Golden Lion City. Yang Bo shook his head. Who said it wasn't? I think we should wait for this matter. Pit nodded. Yang Bo understood. Pit meant to make himself a shareholder. Oppose the proposal. It's safest for us to keep the dividend money in our hands and give it to the company for expenses, so that someone can make a fortune at that time. Pit said in a low voice. Yang Bo understood what Pete meant. In a company, small shareholders have rights, but they are not many. The big shareholders have too many places to reach out, because the expenses of a company are too high. Pete and Yang Bo do not have any other additional industries, so the company cannot take on some orders. The largest shareholders of the company, their families own many industries. Many times, Many internal businesses of the company are handed over to their own families. There are too many tricks in this. But small shareholders can do nothing about it. Because small shareholders can't fight against the Bobby family alone. As for small shareholders uniting to fight against the Bobby family, this is impossible, because no small shareholder will trust anyone, and no one will turn their backs to the other party. The two came to the reception room, outside the meeting room, on the 3rd floor. Seeing the two come in, two fair-skinned and beautiful female staff members came up separately. "Mr. Lee, what would you like to drink?" "No need." Yang Bo shook his head. He dared not eat anything outside, even though it was inside the company. "I don't want it either." Peter also waved his hand at the staff, who said this to him. The company would have a large amount of income from dividends every year, and now the company doesn't want to distribute dividends. Peter is not satisfied, and he has no time to eat and drink. Director Lee. Director Luolan. There were other shareholders in the reception room, and they greeted the two of them. Because John Lee has more shares than Peter, the people who greeted him greeted Yang Bo first. Director Yang. Director Cage. Yang Bo also greeted these people one after another. Of course, there are also shareholders who don't get along with John Lee. And they don't even say hello to Yang Bo. Yang Bo also knows that some shareholders are not just not getting along, but they can be said to be enemies. Because a company involves many interests. Conflicts are inevitable when people fight. The conflicts on the side of the Scarlet Federation are basically fatal. We haven't gathered together for several months. After the meeting, how about we play a few games? A woman who is 2 meters tall and probably weighs 250 kilograms spoke while looking at Yang Bo provocatively. Valerie, one of Lee John's enemies, Valerie's father, died in a conflict between the company and another company. At that time, Lee John was responsible for leading the rescue team, but Lee John rescued another team first, so they became enemies. Haha, I just happened to be short of money. Yang Bo answered unwillingly, because if you show weakness in the company, others will bully you. Chapter 986 Life and Death Signature. In the battles with the outside world, each shareholder of the Crimson Federation has to contribute manpower. Although the company has its own armed forces, the company's armed forces are mainly used for minor frictions or public security. In large-scale wars with the outside world, all the private armed forces of each shareholder are used. When these private armed personnel are together, they are assigned tasks separately. In the war, anything can happen, such as being ambushed or something. Valerie's father was in an external war. Because of his reckless advance, he fell into an ambush by the enemy. John Lee was in charge of the mobile force at the time, but the rescue of the mobile force has priority. So John Lee did not save Valerie's father immediately. Valerie's father was killed in this war, and he did not even have the chance to pay the ransom. So the two naturally became enemies, but the company proved in the subsequent investigation that John Lee's choice was right. In this kind of corporate structured armed forces, you have to take responsibility for your own mistakes. Valerie's father didn't even get the company's pension, because he violated the commander's order at the time. If Valerie's father was killed while following orders, he would have received a lot of pension. Because the company has its own system, if you don't follow orders on the battlefield, what will be the final result? And there are deeper things. No one can tell what some people are thinking. Maybe it was intentional to disrupt the command rhythm. As for what Valerie said about playing, there are many ways to play, but as enemies, they usually choose force. It is a bit similar to the duel on the Empire side, but the Crimson Federation side is more brutal and fierce. Haha. There's something interesting to watch. I've been bored at home lately. That's right. I owe a lot of money outside now. And I'm just waiting for the company's dividend this year. I'm also waiting for the company's dividend. And then I'll buy a batch of new equipment. I think the development of the company is still the most important. Bullshit. Many people know about the affairs of Golden Lion City. And they are not just thinking about us. I also think it's safest to keep the money in my own bag. We have occupied 3/5 of the territory of Black Star City. And the other two companies are also eyeing us covetously. It is said that Maya's headquarters has sent a group of people. Blue Shield's headquarters has also sent a group of people. These two companies have bad intentions. Yang Bo listened to the shareholders in the reception room talking at the same time. The other two companies in Vichy City are branches of large companies here. Of course, these two companies are branches of large companies, but the relationship between them is equivalent to a franchise. If these branches need help from the head office, they should settle accounts clearly. Black Star Company has a total of 17 shareholders. The largest shareholder is the Bobby family, and the remaining shareholders have different shareholding ratios. The highest can reach 10%, the lowest is only 1%. I think the purity of the company's anti-radiation drugs is too high. I think so too. The sales data of our anti-radiation drugs has declined. I think the company should take the initiative, or we can bring some contaminated organisms into the city from outside. I heard that someone smuggled anti-radiation drugs. Then these shareholders talked about another thing. Anti-radiation medicine. This is a medicine that 80% of the people in the Crimson Federation need. Using this medicine can avoid radiation damage. The vast majority of cities in the Crimson Federation do not have a complete environmental purification system. So the superpowers in these places are constantly polluting the local environment. There is a certain probability that some polluted organisms will be born in the polluted environment. Although this probability is very low, the base number of many organisms is very large. And these polluted organisms, once eaten by other organisms, will also be polluted. The river in Vichy City is slightly polluted. So everything on this planet is slightly polluted, that is, radiation. Although the pollution in the air cannot cause fatal harm to people. But drinking water, eating food, these combined, will cause serious harm to the body. Anti-radiation drugs are controlled by major companies. Although these anti-radiation drugs are cheap, they have to be taken every day. And they must be taken, unless you are willing to wait for death. The cost of anti-radiation drugs is extremely low. But all the materials and production technology of this drug are controlled by major companies. Once someone privately manufactures this drug, they will be hit by local companies. However, the smuggling of anti-radiation drugs between cities is extremely serious. Black. Yang Bo silently gave an evaluation of the company in his heart. In fact, the company's system is only more obvious. And this company has monopolized all industries in this area. In essence, it is not much different from the Alliance. It is just that there is more than one company in one region of the Alliance, and the industry in one region of the Alliance is controlled by many companies. The company's system is similar to the Lord system of the Empire, but the lords of each territory in the Empire have more power. Let's have a meeting. The company's major shareholder finally arrived, and there was no polite greeting, and everyone entered the meeting room. The company's major shareholder looked like a bald, yellow-skinned young man in his 30s. He is nearly 2 meters tall, with short hair and a square face. He is wearing a black leather jacket and has no expression on the faces of the shareholders. Now let me report the situation. The young man's name is Tate Bobby. He is also the 5th heir of the Bobby family and the eldest son of the current patriarch of the Bobby family. He is 42 years old this year, A-level, and is said to be a psychic superpower. It is precisely because he is a psychic superpower that he came to the company to be the chairman. A hacker attack occurred on Tian's Star of the Alliance. The security departments of the Federation and the Alliance have confirmed that the source of the attack was in Golden Lion City. The Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense, Department of Homeland Security have all condemned Golden Lion City. And the Commander-in-Chief of the Alliance's First Fleet said that it was our Federation's provocation to the Alliance. The Special Investigation Team sent by the Alliance will arrive in Golden Lion City in 20 days to investigate. During this period, all superpowered people above level B in Golden Lion City are not allowed to leave the city. As soon as Tate said this, a shareholder said, "How does the Alliance know who is in the city?" Tate sneered at this. It is definitely okay for a single person to leave, but they are in trouble outside the city, and these people cannot come out in large numbers. This is our opportunity. There will be a conflict between Golden Lion City and Vichy City after all. At this time, another shareholder asked, "Are the other two companies willing to participate?" Yang Bo was speechless when he heard what these shareholders said. In the conflict between Golden Lion City and Vichy City, the other two companies may not necessarily help, and may even hinder, because the other two companies in Vichy City have long been dissatisfied with the fact that Black Star Company occupies 3/5 of the territory. If the companies in Golden Lion City are willing to give up part of the territory, the other two companies in Vichy City may raise their hands to welcome them to move in. Between companies and within companies, it is all about naked interests. You idiot. If you were a member of the other two companies, what would you choose? Someone asked directly and angrily. Our Black Star Company occupies 3/5 of the territory of the first floor of Vichy, and also has jurisdiction over the rivers in the city. The other two companies have long been dissatisfied. If there is a conflict with Golden Lion City in the future, I don't want the other two companies to join. They might stab us in the back at any time. Yes. 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 There are also smart people among the shareholders. This is the case with people with superpowers. Although some people are very powerful, they are still not very smart, because the strength of superpowers has little to do with each person's IQ. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people do this on purpose. Anyway, there are all kinds of people in society, and everyone has different ideas. I suggest that we don't distribute the dividends this year, and use them to deal with Golden Lion City, Tate said directly. How much dividends can we get this year? I still have a large amount of debts to pay. What are you going to do with the money? The shareholders asked again. When Tate heard this, he took out a thick document, and asked everyone to get a copy, and then said, this year's dividends can probably reach 6.5 billion. Because time is tight, my plan is to hire people. Hire some teams from the Free Mercenary Union, and the Adventurer Union, and the Bounty Hunter Union. Of course, these teams are mainly for spying, and we still need to work together to take action. Yang Bo looked at the relatively simple battle plan in his hand. The high-level superpowers in Golden Lion City cannot leave the city in large numbers, which means that the high-level mecha divisions and fighter pilots cannot leave the city either. Moreover, the company now wants to turn money into its own combat power. But there is not enough time, because after 20 days, the special investigation team of the Alliance will arrive, and the company will not be able to take action. There is only one thing that makes Yang Bo very confused. Why the Crimson Federation is so cooperative this time, and why Karaya State is also so cooperative. It should be related to the internal struggle among their top leaders. Of course, the Crimson Federation's management of the Karaya gang is very weak, so the Crimson Federation will not express its position in this incident, because it will not have any effect. Maybe the Crimson Federation hopes that Karaya State will not cooperate with the Alliance. Then the Crimson Federation can use the Alliance to deal with Karaya State. Everyone take a look at the plan first, and then we will vote. This opportunity may not exist in the future. The products of Golden Lion City are richer than ours, Tate said again. A mob. Yang Bo looked at the shareholders in front of him, and the battle plan in his hand. It felt like this company was just a makeshift team. There was no detailed plan or detailed explanation, and no comparison of strength between the enemy and us. Of course, Yang Bo also knew that these were full of unknowns, and the company had to take it one step at a time. It had to find out what the other party was like step by step. I abstain. As soon as Tate finished speaking, Yang Bo spoke. Tate glanced at John Lee. The Bobby family was quite wary of shareholders who held more than 5% of the company's shares. For shareholders who held less than 5%, they would try to win them over, because the company's shares were not static. When Pete saw John Lee's statement, he felt a little disappointed. Everyone raise your hands if you agree with this action. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Tate stood up and spoke. Of the 16 shareholders below, John Lee abstained from voting. There are still 15 shareholders. Each shareholder has one vote. There are no more rules for voting rights, because the company's share changes are sometimes quite large. 10 votes in favor, 6 votes against, 1 abstention. Tate looked at the number of shareholders raising their hands and said, "Does anyone have any questions about this result?" Then Tate asked again. Faced with such a result, no one had any objections. Next, the company will formulate a detailed plan, and everyone will need to express their opinions at that time. Tate said again, if the company uses more than a certain amount of funds, the shareholders of the board of directors need to raise their hands to vote. Just like this time, Tate is going to hire a free mercenary group and an adventure group. So the cost of hiring will be voted on, because this kind of cost is easy to be tricky. Although different levels of mercenary groups and adventure groups have quotes, but he only gives a price range. Alas, the shareholders meeting ended so quickly. Pete sighed. For some shareholders, it is safer to put the money in their own pockets and use it themselves. Some shareholders just want to make money in peace and not have any other problems. But more shareholders still want to make more money. Alas, Yang Bo also knows that the war between companies is basically a head-on confrontation, because it is impossible for each company to command its armed forces as smoothly as those of the Alliance, because each team of the armed forces of each company participating in the war will give priority to obeying the orders of their own team leader. For example, Yang Bo led dozens of his guards to participate in the company's external battles. These guards would first listen to Yang Bo's orders. Therefore, in Yang Bo's view, the war between companies is a competition of hard power. Li John, dare you play a game with me? Seeing the shareholders' meeting was over, Valerie stood up and stared at Li John. Oh. It's going to be a good show. Bet? Bet. When other shareholders saw this scene, they all started to make a fuss. Because for these shareholders, if the two shareholders in front of them both lose, other shareholders may benefit. If you have the guts, let's go down in person. Whoever survives will own everything from the other. Yang Bo responded to this provocation lightly. Li John, are you serious? Valerie hesitated when she heard this. I didn't want to get entangled with you. Your useless father doesn't obey orders. And you still expect others to save him? The company has already made a conclusion on this. But you are just like your father. Not only useless, but also unreasonable. Yang Bo looked at Valerie and laughed. Li John, don't spit blood here. My father is for the company. You are obviously the closest to my father. Why don't you save him first? Valerie heard Yang Bo say this and cursed. I like people who follow the rules. Your father doesn't follow the rules. So he deserves it. Stop talking nonsense. Do you dare? Yang Bo looked impatient. Okay. I'll bet my life with you. Valerie was provoked by this, and couldn't back down at all. Valerie now regretted that she often troubled Li Yuehan, because her position in the family was not stable enough. Because her father had more than one child. There were other heirs. His father died unexpectedly. And as the first heir, he never thought that he would inherit such a big mess so early. Then let's do it today. So as not to waste time going back and forth. Yang Bo did not give the other party too much time. Originally, Yang Bo also wanted to find an opportunity to show his face. Because only when your strength is strong enough will people come to you. The other party came to show his face. How could he give up such an opportunity? As for the other party's calculations, I simply ignored them. In the Crimson Federation, the bigger the fist, the more right it is. People in the Crimson Federation like to say, there is no need to reason with the dead. Good. Finally, there is something fun to watch. Let's get on the ring. Draw the life and death lottery. Other shareholders also shouted. Okay, then please ask the shareholders present to be witnesses. How about we have a life and death lottery? Valerie looked at John Lee, gritting her teeth. Life and death lottery is a way of playing in the Crimson Federation, that is, randomly draw the same way, and then the two sides will duel. Gambling in the Crimson Federation is more rampant than in the Empire. There are all kinds of gambling methods. Duels between people are already very common. Animal versus animal, insect versus insect, human versus animal, any gambling method that has existed in history, the Crimson Federation has it. There are also gambling methods that are both entertaining, such as female hand-to-hand combat, which are all beautiful women, dressed very sexy, one-on-one or in a group. Okay. Yang Bo also agreed directly. Then Yang Bo signed a life and death contract with the other party. The two first drew a set of numbers to compare the size, and the person with the larger number drew the lot. As a result, Valerie's number was larger. Then the other party started to draw lots, and the Scarlet Federation had such a system. Unrestricted barehanded duel. Valerie looked at the text displayed in the virtual projection, and jumped up and shouted loudly. Li John, you bastard, I will blow your head off. Ha ha ha. Valerie laughed. Yang Bo still had a blank expression on his face. As long as he won, he would own the other party's shares. Then give it a try. Yang Bo just said a few words lightly. There is a ring competition venue inside the company, because various fighting competitions are often held inside the company. And when there are conflicts among people inside the company, this method is also used to resolve them. The ring is 500 meters in diameter. Yang Bo put on fighting clothes with the help of his guards. The other party also put on fighting clothes. Because it is a barehanded fight, the two sides cannot bring any weapons or equipment. You bastard. I'll make you die knowingly. After Valerie jumped onto the platform, she looked at John Lee viciously, and then a flash of energy flashed on her body, and her whole body suddenly expanded into a giant 3 meters and 5 meters tall. Haha, you never expected it. You bastard, you never thought that I have such a superpower. The other party was now like a giant, and the skin on his body looked like rock. What kind of superpower is this? These should be two superpowers? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Place a bet. Place a bet. The referee shouted loudly at this time. I bet on myself to win. If I lose, the money will belong to others. In the Crimson Federation, players can bet on themselves to win. So Yang Bo shouted loudly. The others watching around were still upset, because Valerie's superpowers were too strong. If they all bet on this to win, they would not win much money. How much did you bet? John Lee? Hearing about this good news, A shareholder outside the ring asked hurriedly. "I'd bet 1 billion. Yang Bo shouted quickly. "Bet? Bet!" Shareholders outside the ring shouted one after another. Then everyone saw Li John's guards delivering the watch to Li John. Then everyone bet on Valerie to win. Of course, there were also a few bets on Li John to win. People with superpowers can have many superpowers at the same time. But there are very few who can merge two superpowers with each other. Tate looked at Valerie's current appearance. And a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If Valerie beats John Lee to death, she will own 11% of the company's shares. Then she will use some means to get rid of Valerie. Because Valerie's current position is not stable. Then the Bobby family will own more shares. The more shares the company has, the more say and benefits it will have. Yang Bo looked at the giantess in front of him, which was too eye-catching. Many shareholders in the company have become more vigilant about Valerie, because the superpowers she showed were too strong. Everyone, take your positions. The arena inside the company is quite simple, and the outer wall is made of battleship armor. There is no energy shield or anything like that, because the company does not have enough financial resources to do this. There is a sharp contrast on the arena. One side is a black giant 3 meters and 5 meters tall, full of explosive power, with strong energy fluctuations, and his skin is all rock-like. The only bad thing is that he is naked, which looks eye-catching. On the other hand, the other one is still wearing clothes for barehanded fighting. "Begin!" the referee shouted. "Begin!" Boom! To everyone's surprise, the ground beneath John Lee's feet rumbled with a loud bang, and a large crack appeared on the ground, and then the large crack closed instantly. Everyone was startled, but John Lee reacted in time, jumped up at once, and was not caught by the large crack on the ground. Insidious. Everyone watching took a breath. Valerie was too insidious. And at this moment, Valerie's entire giant body was like a cannonball, and smashed towards John Lee, who jumped up. Obviously, the other party also planned it. If John Lee was caught by the big hole on the ground, then Valerie would come down from the sky. If John Lee dodged, he would be hit directly in the air. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, expecting John Lee to vomit blood after being hit. There was no violent collision as expected, because just when Valerie's huge body was about to hit John Lee's body actually rose a distance again, so that Valerie's body passed under John Lee.at. The moment when the two passed by, Li John kicked Valerie's huge head. Valerie's head was kicked back directly, and her body continued to rush forward due to inertia, and her huge body hit the battleship's armored wall heavily. At this time, two pieces of information appeared in Yang Bo's mind. Mad Energy plus 32. Earth Element Control plus 32. Chapter 987 Calculation. Shocked. Stunned. The company staff and shareholders outside the ring widened their eyes. They could hardly believe what they saw. Because the advantage was on Valerie's side from the beginning, no one thought Valerie would lose. Valerie not only had dual superpowers, but also had a much higher energy fluctuation than John Lee. These shareholders and company employees thought Valerie had a great chance of winning. Of course, the onlookers also thought that it was impossible to beat John Lee to death in one go. For top-level superpowers, without the support of other external forces, it is still difficult to kill the opponent. And the unarmed unlimited fighting limits the equipment. Originally, everyone thought this was a very exciting fight. But who could have thought that the reversal would come so quickly? Fuck you. This guy is an idiot. What's the point of becoming so big? Becoming a big guy, yet his body is still like a rock? The double superpowered person had his head kicked off by someone. The onlookers saw Valerie's head and body separated, and hit both sides of the ring wall, and finally reacted and cursed. Because most of these people bet on Valerie to win. Although she was willing to accept the loss, she knelt down right away. No one could accept this. If there was a wonderful fight, that would be fine. But she lost right away. Yang Bo just landed on the ring at this time. How rich is Yang Bo's combat experience? How many superpowers does he have? Although Valerie's strength is abnormal enough, it's just like that. Although Valerie's speed is very fast after she becomes a giant, it's far behind the mecha. Yang Bo did not use any superpowers at all, but just relied on his physical strength to blow the opponent's head directly, because the opponent turned into a giant. But the weakness is still a weakness. The head and neck are always the biggest weaknesses of people. Congratulations to Director Lee, the referee said in a flattering tone, congratulating Yang Bo. The referee is also an employee of the company. Now John Lee owns 11% of the company's shares. He has become the second largest shareholder of the company. His voice and influence in the company will increase again. Yang Bo said alight him, and did not say anything modest. Because in the Crimson Federation, modesty is not needed. Congratulations. The company's chairman Tate also congratulated him against his will. Hee. But the answer was Yang Bo's meaningful smile. Yang Bo certainly did not believe that the company's major shareholder would sincerely congratulate him. The style of these people in the Crimson Federation is quite violent. If you want to kill someone, as long as you have the ability, just go into someone's house and kill them. As for finding a killer, that is commonplace. Congratulations. Other shareholders congratulated Li Yuehan after seeing him change his clothes. I want the company's shares. If you want the rest, please quote a price and send it to me. Yang Bo spoke again. Valerie began to sign the life and death agreement, which means that everything in Valerie's house now belongs to Yang Bo. But there are other people in Valerie's house. If he goes to collect these things in person, there will definitely be conflicts. And Yang Bo doesn't need so much territory for the time being, so he just sells these properties at a low price. As for the other people in Valerie's family who want to object, it's impossible. Because here the company is the law. Ah? Hearing this, the other shareholders were also a little surprised. Director Li, is this true? The other shareholders asked immediately. Of course. Yang Bo was impatient to take over other people's properties. Someone asked what would happen to those people in Valerie's family. Their end would certainly not be very good, maybe they would be sold as slaves. And if Valerie's family had offended or bullied others before, then those who were offended and bullied would return the favor now. This is the case in the Crimson Federation. A force may disappear because of an accident to the leader. Valerie is the strongest person in their family. At the same time, Yang Bo successfully completed the share change with the help of the staff. There is also a list of various properties of Valerie's family, including the number of people and the number of territories. TSK. Yang Bo looked at the items on the list. There were 50 mechas, but most of them were low-level mechas. There were also some armed flying cars, a manor, and some industries in the city. Yang Bo packed up and sold all these other things. It can be said that Valerie's family now has no idea that their fate has changed. Director Li, do you have time tonight to have a drink? After finishing what needed to be done, the company's chairman Tate invited Yang Bo. Sorry, I don't have time. Yang Bo didn't know what the other party wanted to talk to him about. But it was definitely not a good thing. That's a pity. I have some ideas about company management that I want to communicate with you. Tate shrugged. It doesn't count if we say it ourselves. It counts if everyone says it. Yang Bo guessed that Valerie was also making trouble. And this guy was probably responsible for it. There must be something behind Valerie's involvement with his father. Crazy energy? Yang Bo was thinking about a question on his way back. How did Valerie get this ability? Is there such a secret method in their family? The superpowered people on the side of the Crimson Federation do not ask who the superpowered people are. Whether it is a genetic evolution potion or a secret method, or ancient martial arts, or mutants or mechanically modified people, as long as they have enough strength, they can become the leaders of a faction. It feels a bit like a hero does not ask where he came from. But the major companies and major forces here all have their own secrets. Black Star Company also has its own pharmacist, and has its own genetic evolution potion. Of course, as a company, it has to maximize profits. So the energy potion they make has the best effect. But the sequelae are very serious. Because for the people of the Crimson Federation, when using potions with serious sequelae, they no longer consider the situation after use, but first overcome the difficulties in front of them. Yang Bo did not brush the crazy energy skill too much, because this skill does not have a good target group. That's why Yang Bo was thinking about this. And the opponent is also A level, but giving 2 skills at a time, this situation is rare. Then why is it like this? What if every time you refresh a skill, you can give 2 skills at the same time? Yang Bo was thinking about another thing. And in the company, after Tate returned to his office, he slammed the table hard. Stupid. You really don't know how much you weigh. Tate gnashed his teeth and cursed. Because Valerie can be said to be on Tate's side. Because Valerie had just inherited her father's position not long ago. If she wanted to hold this position firmly, she needed the support of people in the company. As the chairman of the company, Tate had to consider his family. John Lee, who owned 6% of the company's shares, was Tate's next target. Tate would rather have 6 shareholders holding 1% of the company's shares than 1 shareholder holding 6% of the company's shares. He lost a person on his side in vain. And he still didn't know what John Lee's strength was. It also caused John Lee's shares to soar from 5% to 11%. This is an extremely dangerous thing, because for the Bobby family, a company can have many shareholders, but not more major shareholders. In this way, the Bobby family can use small interests to expand the conflicts between small shareholders. Originally, Tate wanted to use the death of Valerie's father to provoke the conflict between Valerie and John Lee. But John Lee did not play according to common sense. He went straight to a poker game and won. Damn it! Tate was getting angrier and angrier. Chairman! Just then, someone knocked on the door outside the office. Tate opened the door and saw that it was the chairman's assistant. What's the matter? Tate looked at the assistant in front of him unhappily. Chairman, it's me. Another person's voice sounded. A young man with blonde hair, white skin and blue eyes, said with a smile. It's James, come in. Tate's expression eased when he saw the young man in front of him. Chairman, Director Lee's strength is growing too fast. James entered the room, closed the door casually, and then spoke. This is his ability, because Valerie didn't win. Tate's tone seemed to be indifferent. Chairman, it's a bit dangerous to continue like this. At today's meeting, Director Lee's attitude was a bit disturbing. James spoke again. Tate looked at James in front of him, and sneered in his heart. James is also a shareholder of the company. But he only owns 1.2% of the shares. All shareholders of the company want to expand their shares. James originally set his sights on Valerie. After all, Valerie had just inherited her father's position, and had not yet established a firm foothold in either their family or outside. So the conflict between Valerie and John Lee was also stirred up by James. As long as these two people had a conflict and then clashed, then he would have a chance. The idea of the first half has been realized. The two sides not only have conflicts, but also directly sign a life and death agreement. But the idea of the second half can no longer be implemented, because John Lee's strength has not been affected at all. The company's shareholders' meeting is to let everyone speak freely. Director Lee is just exercising his rights. Tate couldn't figure out the purpose of James's visit, so he was still practicing Tai Chi. Chairman, Director Lee is very smart, and he didn't want any of the mess in Valerie's family. But I think Valerie's family will probably not let it go. James laughed again. So what? With their strength, can they have any impact on Director Lee? Tate didn't know why James said that, but guessed that the other party might be contacting him to target John Lee together. However, James didn't directly state his purpose, so Tate wouldn't take the initiative to mention it. Valerie's family can be real or fake. James looked at Tate and said meaningfully. Tate understood immediately after hearing this. James was looking for someone to deal with John Lee. There are too many desperate criminals in the Crimson Federation. And there are many platforms. The Crimson Federation is a paradise for killers, mercenaries, and adventurers. What kind of superpowers does John Lee have? Tate suddenly asked this question. Tate would not tell others anything casually, because who knows what James is thinking. If he said something excessive, this guy might tell others in return. No superpower can stop missiles, mechas, and bombs. Now it is a good opportunity. There are not many opportunities like this. James laughed. Tate was a little tempted. Now is indeed a good opportunity. Valerie's death will definitely cause some disturbances. If something happens to John Lee now, others will only think of Valerie. As the company's major shareholder, there is no way to openly call for the killing of these small shareholders. What do you need? Tate asked directly. James looked fine on the surface, but he was actually relieved. As long as Tate provided help, then it would be much easier to promote this matter. Information, opportunity. I need to know all the information about John Lee. In addition, I need you, the chairman, to create opportunities when necessary. James answered. What opportunities? Tate was a little confused. Just like a company meeting, all shareholders need to show up. James explained again. Tate understood when he heard this, that he had to create opportunities for him, let him take action. The company needs to carry out the next plan, and there is a lot of time for meetings. Tate nodded. Leave the rest to me. We in the Crimson Federation lack everything, but not desperate men. James chuckled. After the success? James spoke again. 80-80. Tate certainly understood that what the other party meant was how to divide the profits after the success of the plan. The reason why Tate did not question James was because James' background was related to the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is one of the more famous assassin organizations. To be a director of a company and own shares, it is not a simple person. 37. After all, there are some things I can't do alone. And there are also a lot of expenses involved. If the plan fails, I may be in trouble. James said again. Okay. Tate thought this was acceptable. After all, he only provided some information and opportunities. And James was the one who did the actual work. Success would be great, but failure would not have any impact on himself and his family. Happy cooperation. James smiled. It's not that James doesn't want to act alone, but that James doesn't have enough intelligence support. James believes that as the company's largest shareholder, the Bobby family has a very terrifying intelligence capability in Vichy City. Maybe there are intelligence spies from the other family in the homes of these shareholders. And when it comes to the company's shares, it is necessary to communicate with the major shareholders. In addition, Tate needs to give a chance. Because if there is a chance, the success rate will be higher. Happy cooperation. Tate also shook hands readily. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that someone was plotting against him. Yang Bo returned to Li Yuehan's manor and began to carefully examine the manor. All intelligence systems should be modified first. In addition, all weapon systems in the manor should be optimized. Add some bionic detectors. Yang Bo was inspecting the manor while planning in his mind. Li Yuehan's manor gave Yang Bo a very low-class feeling. The house in the manor also looked very low-class, and it felt like a decades-old house. Even the roads in the manor were not hardened. And there were ranches and farms in the manor. The people in the manor were not dressed like they were in the Interstellar society. Some people's clothes were tattered. Of course, Yang Bo knew that these people were slaves in the manor, doing the dirtiest and most tiring work. Alas, Yang Bo also knew that this was determined by the system of the Crimson Federation, but the huge psychological gap still made Yang Bo sigh. Chapter 988 Mecha System Upgrade. There are still many intelligent systems in John Lee's manor: warning system, energy weapon, mecha, armed flying car. And all these intelligent systems come from the Alliance. But these systems are not the most advanced in the Alliance. The Alliance cannot sell the latest weapon system, defense system, and warning system to foreign countries. In fact, the Federation also has high-tech companies that can make these things. But most people in the Federation like to use the weapons and intelligent systems of the Alliance or the Empire. In fact, I just don't trust the things developed by the high-tech companies in my country. Because these high-tech companies in the Crimson Federation are also backed by some big companies. Each intelligent system can only be optimized according to its hardware equipment. These systems are not the latest versions, which is also a good thing. After all, if these systems I have optimized are more advanced than those of the Alliance, they will attract the attention of some interested people. Yang Bo first checked the operating system of the mecha. Yang Bo not only has the most advanced mechas in the Alliance, but also the most advanced mechas in the Empire. However, their system cannot be used for the mechas in the manor, because most of the mechas in the manor are very old models. Their hardware system does not support more advanced systems. Just like on Earth, it is impossible to install the current computer operating system on a computer from the 1990s, because the intelligent system of the old mecha is compatible with its hardware. Yang Bo can only do the best processing under the existing hardware conditions. Everyone, send the mecha back to the mecha warehouse. Yang Bo directly issued orders to all the mecha masters in the manor on the smart watch. In the Crimson Federation, the leaders of the major forces will personally issue orders. It is not like Yang Bo in Devon Star, where he let the butler do everything. If you do this in the Federation, it is likely to give others an opportunity to take advantage of you. There are also first-generation mechas and second-generation mechas among these mechas. The first-generation mechas and the second-generation mechas are still tracked. The whole thing looks like a tank chassis, and the upper body is a round ball. According to different mission requirements, they are equipped with different mechanical arms. The mecha that truly walks upright is the third-generation mecha. And most of the mechas of the Crimson Federation are humanoid mechas. This does not mean that the mechas of the Crimson Federation do not like alien mechas. It means that the various forces on the side of the Crimson Federation do not have enough financial resources to equip alien mechas. Because equipping alien mechas requires additional logistics maintenance and training of mecha masters. And the parts of alien mechas are much more expensive than those of humanoid mechas. No company is willing to open an extra logistics department. Of course, there are also some large companies and forces in the Crimson Federation that own alien mechas. So when you see alien mechas in the Crimson Federation, you should be careful. Yes, boss. Yes, boss. These mechas in Li Jian's territory responded one after another after receiving the boss's order. Yang Bo did not need to upgrade the intelligence systems of these mechas personally. They were upgraded directly through the internal network connection. The mecha warehouse of the manor is inside the mountain. It can also carry out simple mecha repairs here. If it is more serious, it will be sent to the company for repair. If it is more serious, it will be repaired by the Alliance Company. The Alliance's mecha company has various offices in the Crimson Federation. These big companies have extended their tentacles to various places in the Crimson Federation. Yang Bo began to get busy. The first thing is the intelligence system of the first generation of mecha. The first generation of mecha is mainly missiles, kinetic weapons, and electromagnetic weapons. This kind of mecha is not wanted even if it is given away in the Alliance, because it does not meet the existing environmental protection and safety standards of the Alliance. As for protection, it is simple armor protection and active defense. Active defense is mainly micro-missiles and kinetic weapons. The most mechas in the Crimson Federation are the first generation of mechas in the Alliance. If there is not even the first generation of mechas, it is easy to be uprooted by others. The first generation of mechas has the highest cost performance. Whether it is driver training or repair and maintenance, it is the lowest. Any city in the Crimson Federation can repair the first and second generation mechas without importing parts from the Alliance. A small number of parts for the third generation mechas need to be imported from the Alliance. As the generation of the mecha increases, more parts need to be imported. If you don't use the original parts from their company, then your mecha may not be able to start or suddenly have problems during operation. To put it bluntly, the mecha company of the Alliance wants to cut leaks. Yang Bo is now in mechanic mode, and enters the intelligence system of the first generation mecha through the network inside the manor. First, the intelligence system of the first generation mecha was sorted out. In less than 2 minutes, Yang Bo had a plan with the help of the mechanic mode. The mechanic mode consumes very little energy when processing these virtual data. In the manor mecha warehouse, all personnel left the mecha warehouse. In another 5 minutes, Yang Bo began to update the system of 21st generation mechas. These 21st generation mechas are all equipped with missiles and kinetic weapons, but no electromagnetic weapons. The main function of these first generation mechas is reconnaissance. Although there are many types of weapon modules for the first generation mechas, as a user, there is no need to prepare all the weapon modules. Because weapon modules also cost money, and the first generation mechas are real cannon fodder. There is no need to invest too much in cannon fodder. When the first generation mechas began to be updated and optimized, Yang Bo began to think about the second generation mechas. The second generation mechas added more powerful detectors, more powerful intelligent devices, and the first generation laser weapons on the basis of the first generation mechas. However, the frequency of this first generation laser weapon is very low, and it has many shortcomings in defense and attack. Because the height of the second generation mecha is only 5 meters. The detection distance is also very limited. In just 1 minute, Yang Bo had an optimization plan for the second generation mecha's intelligence system. Because the second generation mecha's intelligence system is based on the first generation mecha's intelligence system. Then Yang Bo optimized the system based on the performance of the second generation mecha in the manor. The third generation of mechas is even faster. Yang Bo has a ready-made system. The intelligence system of the first generation of mechas has not been optimized yet, but the third generation of mechas has been optimized. Because the hardware performance of the third generation of mechas has made a qualitative leap. No one in the manor knows that Yang Bo did this, and Yang Bo does not need to tell others. Only when these mecha masters use mechas again will they experience it. And without exception, the intelligence systems of these mechas have very hidden backdoors. That is to say, the mecha companies in the Alliance can easily know the information of these mechas if they want to. Yang Bo had expected this a long time ago, and these backdoors may have been tacitly approved by the Alliance. It took Yang Bo most of the day to optimize the intelligence system of the mechas in the manor. In fact, these mechas can also add some plug-in modules. But there is no need to bother with this, because adding plug-in modules requires changing the hardware system of the mecha. This may make the mecha companies in the Alliance alert. The main reason is that I am weak now. When I develop, I will have countless talents under my command. And then, I will not be noticed when I optimize. Now my small manor can subvert the products of other companies. This is definitely not normal. After Yang Bo updated the system of the mecha, The operation interface of the mecha did not change. It just means that the response speed and sensitivity have increased, because the hardware limits the upper limit of the entire mecha. Of course, these low-level mecha masters don't need to use two high-end systems. Originally, Yang Bo was planning to upgrade the alarm system in the manor, but something happened on Devon Star, so he had to give up temporarily. Yang Bo came to the underground laboratory of Devon Star from the safe of John Lee's manor. Master Jerry, the butler, saw his own master Bart coming out of the laboratory and hurried up to report. The government of Devon Star wants to talk to you. It is said that the Empire and the Alliance delegation have reached an agreement. They are looking for you this time. They must want to compensate you. There is also news that the Empire's new special investigation team is about to arrive. His Highness Su Ruoxin has already looked for you 3 times. Yang Bo listened to the report of Butler Jerry and nodded. Let's go to the government first to see what they have to say. If these incompetent trash don't give me a satisfactory answer, I will destroy the government for them. Chapter 989 Details of the Temple. Butler Jerry heard his young master say this, but bowed slightly and said nothing. Bart, are you willing to come out? Alan saw Bart's spaceship flying high in the sky above Wandao City, so he started to make a phone call. You are showing off outside every day. Be careful of encountering a terrorist attack one day. Bart's voice came from the communicator. No one will target poor people like me. They will only target rich people like you. You made a fortune again this time. The government will definitely compensate you a large sum of money. As one of the hereditary nobles of Devon City, Alan also knows a lot about government affairs. Plus the family relationship. Why do you need money? I'm not short of money. I just want an explanation. Bart's voice came from the communicator again. Hey, you have to take it even if you don't want it. As far as I know, the official side has no clues about the terrorist attack. These idiots don't even know who is the mastermind behind the scenes. But you have to be careful. The few people who died in the special investigation team last time, their identities are not ordinary. Yang Bo heard Alan say this in the communicator, and knew that what he said was true. Now the Devon official has no choice but to pay Bart to shut up. Even if Bart is unwilling, there is no other way, because the official has no clues at all, which means that paying him to shut up is the only option. Do you know the details? Yang Bo has been trying to figure out the background of the investigation team member who revealed the telepathic skill. Originally, Yang Bo planned to wait for a while before asking around. On the one hand, Yang Bo has been busy during this period, mainly busy with things on Tianza Star. On the other hand, if I take the initiative to inquire about certain people, it is likely to arouse other people's suspicion. Of course I know. Then let's find a place to have tea. You are not going to meet the official people? Alan did not expect Bart to have tea with him immediately. It's the same whether I go early or late. Anyway, those rubbish can't give me any satisfactory results. Alan heard Bart's words and understood. Bart was actually expressing his dissatisfaction by doing this. TSK. A spaceship worth more than 10 billion. Alan boarded Bart's spaceship directly, and was now standing on it. At this time, the spaceship was more than 30,000 kilometers away from the ground. Although Alan's family was also very rich, Alan himself did not have much money. Moreover, Bart's spaceship was better than others. It can be said that any young noble would envy this spaceship. Other young nobles also had the same spaceship, or even more expensive spaceships, but they all customized them with their own money. Bart's spaceship was a trophy he won from someone else. Just like two people have two big fish, one bought it, the other caught it, who would the others look up to? It's all because those guys in the official are incompetent, otherwise we can have fun everywhere. Alan saw Bart complaining while pouring tea. The investigation team was attacked by terrorists, which is too complicated. Even now, a lot of the official information was directly passed down from above. Among the 5 people attacked, 2 are superpowers with soul secrets. I believe I don't need to say more about who they belong to. Alan sat down and spoke directly. The running dogs of the royal family. These dogs are disgusting. Alan saw Bart put the tea in front of him, and said unhappily, the housekeeper of the place where the investigation team lived, that is, the person in charge of the attack manor, was actually planted by other big families. According to reliable information, it should be the Carter family. Alan took a sip of tea and continued. But now the housekeeper is dead, and the royal family has no evidence. But the Carter family must be on the emperor's mind. The manor was originally the property of the royal family. There is another person who is said to be the emperor's spy. You also know that the emperor is not very confident about his subordinates. So the emperor also monitors his subordinates. Today I want to talk about another person. This person comes from a very mysterious organization, the Temple of God. After hearing what Alan said, Yang Bo asked in surprise, Temple of God? In fact, Yang Bo already knew what kind of organization the Temple of God was, because Yang Bo also had a spiritual seed in Alan's mind. The reason for meeting Alan was mainly to let Alan tell this matter, so that Bart would know the existence of the temple. If no one told Bart this news, Bart would know it, and then people would be suspicious. The temple is a very mysterious organization. It can be traced back to the Mother Star era. These people are all elites. It's a bit like a mutual aid society. It is said that at some point, the Mother Star's finances were almost completely controlled by the temple. In order to gain more benefits at that time, the temple provoked wars between various countries. It is precisely because of this that this organization was omnipotent in the Mother Star era. The leaders of this organization call themselves gods, because they can meet any of your requirements. So there is the name of the temple, and they also control many companies. Later, the interstellar explosion. The temple suffered a huge blow. Do you know why? Alan looked at Bart with a smile. How dare you? The last one? Ask me about the second last one? Yang Bo rolled his eyes in annoyance. Currency! Originally, the Shintang organization has controlled the currency issuance rights of several countries. But with the advent of the interstellar era, the originally valuable gold, diamonds, gems, and the like have become worthless in an instant. It led to a huge financial crisis and financial chaos. Countries took the opportunity to seize the currency issuance rights. So the Shintang turned to the dark, and the origins of the people in this organization are very secretive. It is said that they have mastered many secret methods and ancient martial arts materials. And the organization is full of elites, so these people are spread all over the world. Countries and systems. Even the special investigation team of the Empire has their people mixed in. It is said that the Emperor has checked the people around him. So the investigation team found no clues about the terrorist attack this time. On the one hand, it is because of the background of these people. There is no way to find out who these people have offended and who they have intersected with. On the other hand, they dare not check. After all, there are too many things involved. Let's see if there will be any results in the follow-up of the independent investigation team. Alan said everything he should say in one breath. Can the temple really do everything? Yang Bo asked again. Chapter 990. The lion opens his mouth. It should be true in the Mother Planet era. In the Interstellar era, the Temple of God has become more secretive, because the Temple of God has been attacked by various countries. In order to achieve its own goals, this organization has even provoked many wars. This organization is a greedy vampire. I didn't expect that a person from the Temple of God would appear in this special investigation team. The Empire is conducting a strict investigation on this matter. According to known gossip, many departments of the Empire have people from the Temple of God, including the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Defense, etc. According to known data, 90% of the people in these temples are new nobles. Only 10% are old nobles. This is definitely not good news for our Emperor. Your Majesty needs the loyalty of the new nobles to support the new nobles, not to let these new nobles have an organization behind them. So this terrorist attack is very good news for many old nobles and His Majesty the Emperor. An office director of the Ministry of Defense is a member of the temple. It is said that the Department of Homeland Security has also found people from the temple. Alan's words made Yang Bo a little speechless. I didn't expect that what I did unintentionally was actually a good thing. Now the Empire's top priority is to dig out the people of the temple, but I don't think it's easy, because they hide too deeply. But according to some information, the base of the temple should be in the Crimson Federation. And there is also bad news, that is, the temple has extended its hand to the political and technological circles. And the temple is desperately trying to make money, which should not be a good thing. What do they want so much money for? When Yang Bo heard what Alan said, of course, he knew that the information Alan said must have a definite source, but he couldn't show it to himself. As for why Alan told him all this, Yang Bo guessed there were two reasons. The first was that someone wanted him to know the identities of these people. Another person, Bart, disguised by Yang Bo, was also very good at dealing with people. Although he had a good relationship with Alan, he still had to take care of what he should do. Only new nobles would give the people of the temple an opportunity. Yang Bo thought about it and answered, "That's true. But some old nobles are also suspected. The Carter family is more suspected. It is said that they are studying interstellar creatures. And it is said that there have been some research results. The relevant departments suspect that the Carter family has some relationship with the temple. Alan said. Those lies of the temple. Although they can't fool our old nobles. Some old nobles can do anything for their own benefit. The temple was just a mutual aid organization at the beginning. But it changed slowly. But the core members of the temple have been brainwashed. And they formulate different brainwashing words according to different people. And they will gather some people who have these common points together. They have common topics with each other. The new nobles who join the temple on the Empire side. Their common topic is to overthrow the old nobles. Because these people think that the old nobles occupy too many resources. Other people at the same level cannot climb up. As for some people in the academic world, they will help them get to know more and stronger peers. The people who have been exposed now have shocked the top leaders of the Empire. The top leaders of the Empire are very worried. If this continues, maybe after a few generations, the entire Empire will be influenced by the people of the Temple of God. When Yongbo heard what Alan said, he sighed and said, "The Temple of God has thoroughly studied human nature. There is an authority in the academic world. If these authorities are from the Temple of God, then it is easy to influence other people." Yongbo always felt that this Temple of God was somewhat similar to a certain organization on Earth. The influence of a certain association on Earth is too great. They control countless resources. Whether it is the entertainment industry, the technology industry, the business world, the academic world, or the art world. They control a lot of authority in these industries. As long as you join them, the authority in these industries can help you. Few people can resist this temptation. Yes, fortunately, the terrorist attack prevented the people in the temple from destroying some things in time. It is precisely because of the terrorist attack that the investigation department has conducted an in-depth investigation into the backgrounds of the dead people. It's just that the investigation of the terrorist attack is becoming more and more confusing. There are people from His Majesty the Emperor, people from the temple, and people planted by the old nobles in the royal family. There are too many suspects. Take those who are proficient in the secret arts of the soul. For example, there is no old noble who doesn't want to kill them. Are all the old nobles suspected? When Yongbo heard this, he knew that Alan told him the news. And he was sure that some departments had asked him to say it. "Did you come to me for tea on purpose?" Yongbo asked unhappily. Alan smiled when he saw Bart asking this. "You are the second to last. Get lost. Then I deserve to be hunted down?" Alan shook his head when he heard Bart say this. "I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. But the time is uncertain. And you probably know that the masterminds behind the attack on you are all members of the assassin organization. It is difficult to find any evidence on these people. The authorities will give a lot of preferential conditions this time. After all, you have indeed suffered a huge impact in the terrorist attack. This matter will still have a result. After all, you are also a member of the old noble group. It's just that it hasn't been investigated yet. To be honest, what if it is investigated?" Alan shrugged again. "We have known the reality since childhood. And interests are the first priority." After saying this, Alan looked at Bart. Unexpectedly, the other party laughed directly. "How much benefit did you get as a lobbyist this time?" "I want half of it." Alan heard this and cursed angrily. "Damn it. I didn't get any benefit at all. Do you believe it? Even my ancestor, an assistant around him, is also a member of the Temple of God. Although he is not a very important confidential assistant. These bastards are really omnipresent." Yongbo heard this and said, "Then I'll give you a face. The influence of the Temple of God in the Scarlet Federation is probably not small. Right? It is said that the Scarlet Federation Allied state is controlled by the Temple of God. This is the sixth most powerful state in the Crimson Federation. However, the organization of the Temple of God had a bad reputation in the past. Once the other states of the Crimson Federation knew about it, they would definitely attack it. I just don't know how many people from the Temple of God there are in other states of the Crimson Federation. And now with more clues, more people are dug out. There is a party in the Alliance that seems to be controlled by the Temple of God. Now the Empire suspects that someone wants to target the Temple of God on Tianza Star. But we don't know whether the targets on Tianza Star are actually people from the Temple of God." Yongbo was a little surprised to hear this. The strength of Adalai State is not small, and it has a huge armed force. However, the organization of the Temple of God had such a great influence in the era of the Mother Planet. The things that were shown on the surface later were probably what the Temple of God showed to everyone. Really? Yang Bo was also surprised that the matter of Tianza Star had to be blamed by the Temple of God again. I also made an appointment with the official people. I'll give you face. As long as they perform well today, I won't make trouble. Alan saw Bart stand up and said this and shook his head with a wry smile. Now the government officials in the Empire are afraid that you will post messages on the internet. In some ways, you are now an internet celebrity in our empire. Yang Bo heard this and laughed. Bart's identity was too famous in the Blue Water Empire. The main reason is that there are too many topics to talk about. In addition, there are many contradictions among the various forces within the Shuilin Empire. Once Bart sends a message, some people will be in trouble. Because these unlucky people, they all have opponents. It's not that some people want to do justice for Bart. They only care about their own interests. Yang Bo took a fighter plane to the place agreed with the official personnel. Your Excellency Viscount Bart. The governor of Devon Star, who was responsible for receiving Bart, was a hereditary marquis. However, the family of this marquis has a relatively friendly relationship with Bart's family. Mr. Marquis, can you give me an explanation this time? After Yang Bo greeted the other party, he asked directly. Mr. Viscount Bart, here is the relevant information. According to our investigation, the one who attacked you is a killer from the assassin organization. Someone in the assassin organization has offered a reward of 150 billion blue coins to kill you. In addition, the reward amount was increased to 260 billion blue coins the day before yesterday. The governor took out a thick document and handed it to Bart, while explaining. The governor watched Bart take the information and throw it directly on the table. Then asked unhappily, just tell me the result. I am busy making ultra-high temperature materials every day. Do you know that I have wasted my time to come to your place? When the governor heard Bart say this, he felt a little envious and jealous. Because after Bart's ultra-high temperature materials were obtained by the first batch of partners, it proved the excellence of this material. More importantly, Bart's ultra-high temperature materials can bring him a lot of stable income. It can be said that Bart has now monopolized part of the ultra-high temperature material field. This is the dream of every noble, to have a stable income. Sorry. The governor was speechless, because he was not here to check these things, but the incident happened on Devon Star, so he should solve it himself. Don't talk so much nonsense, just talk about the benefits. The governor was interrupted rudely by Bart before he finished speaking. The governor also knew Bart, so he didn't care about Bart's impoliteness. Sir Viscount Bart, please tell me what you want. The governor was relieved, as long as this guy doesn't make trouble. I want a warship, don't fool me with some junk. The governor just breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart rose to his throat again when he heard this. Sir Viscount Bart, I really don't have the right to buy a warship? The governor was about to shirk his responsibility. Unexpectedly, Bart stood up all of a sudden. I don't have the authority. What the hell are you talking to me about? Go get someone who can talk. The governor stood up quickly. We can give Sir Viscount Bart taxation and spiritual compensation. The governor was just halfway through his words, but was interrupted by Bart again. Do you think I look like someone who is short of money? Do you know how much money I have in my bank? Do you know how much I can sell the ultra-high temperature materials I mass-produce every day? This is your official insincerity. The governor saw Bart turning on his smartwatch while talking, and a virtual projection of the smartwatch showed that this guy was logging into his social account. The governor was completely numb. Although the governor wanted to block Bart's social accounts. But he couldn't do it at all, because the companies and industries behind the Blue Water Empire were all old nobles. Bart was the traffic password, and no one would block Bart's account. Bat earned more than 2 trillion yuan from a live broadcast of Bart. And how much did the platform earn? Don't. Let's talk it over. The governor also felt suffocated. He was a marquis, but was controlled by a small viscount. But there was no way. I was now representing the official, and the viscount was very powerful, so he could not be defeated. I don't want a main battleship. A secondary ship would be enough. Do you know why I want a battleship? It's because I don't feel safe. Do you know why I don't feel safe? It's all because of your incompetence. You should have taken the initiative to bring up these matters, but now you have to ask me to come to you. If it weren't for Alan's face, I would have made a scene today. I don't believe you can do anything to me. The governor was also troubled when he saw Bart's unreasonable look. This is too unexpected. So we have to apply to the higher authorities. After all, there is no precedent for private ownership of a second-class warship. The governor hurriedly explained. After the governor finished speaking, Bart jumped up and cursed. I am a hereditary viscount and was attacked by missiles. Is it the first time that I was attacked by a modified energy cannon? Is it a precedent? I'll give you a week. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer by then, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Yang Bo left after saying this, because he knew that the governor had no say in the request made today. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire has strict control over super weapons such as warships. Of course, the old nobles of the Blue Water Empire also agree with this management, because the old nobles are afraid that the new nobles will rebel with warships. The old nobles know that the new nobles are relatively more united than the old nobles. The reason why Yang Bo asked for a high price is to prepare for the manufacture of warships in the future. Even a castrated version of the warship is a good thing. Of course, it is too early to talk about manufacturing warships now, but if there is a chance, it will definitely not be missed. The governor quickly reported the matter. This kid is really bold. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was speechless after seeing Bart's request. Chapter 991 Give. High-end weapons such as battleships, especially the secondary main battleships proposed by Bart, are controlled materials of various countries. This kind of battleship has no price at all. Even interstellar pirates do not have battleships of this level. This kind of battleship is stronger than the main battleships of the planetary guard fleet of ordinary countries. The manufacture of battleships is more complicated. The main indicator of battleships is the instantaneous power of energy. The instantaneous power of energy involves two key indicators. The first is the attack power. The higher the instantaneous energy power, the shorter the charging time of the energy weapon of the battleship. The second is defense, and the defense of the energy shield is also related, because the warship may be instantly attacked by energy that exceeds the shield load. So the warship does not look as big as the civilian spacecraft, but the performance of various systems inside is many times higher than that of the civilian spacecraft. Of course, the cost is the same. The price of the main battleships of various countries is an astronomical figure. Mainly because there are few main battleships, there is no way to bring down the price. And as a consumable, the main battleship itself is expensive, but there are very few opportunities to use it. It is not possible without it. Even the production line needs to be maintained at all times, just in case, and warships can be produced as quickly as possible when needed. The secondary warships that Bart requested were the main battleships of various countries a few hundred years ago. As long as this kind of warship does not fight against the main battleships of several countries, it is almost invincible. Of course, the premise is that it is not besieged. Yes. The Prime Minister nodded when he heard His Majesty say this. The Prime Minister of the Blue Water Empire is actually an old nobleman, and he is also a member of the old noble faction. The Emperor wanted to replace the Prime Minister with a new noble, but it was impossible. I'm afraid that Bart has a bad character. The Prime Minister answered yes, and then said, the Prime Minister actually still thinks highly of Bart. No matter how Bart messes up, he is a jerk. After all, he is from an old noble family. Besides, Bart has great potential for development, not to mention his own military strength. He also has unlimited potential in business. And the Prime Minister likes people to mess around, because only messing around is conducive to some calculations of the upper class. Just like this time, it has caused problems for His Majesty. Right? In addition, finding someone to lobby for Bart, is there no benefit in this? These benefits originally belonged to the country, but now they are sent to private hands. This is the transfer of wealth. The Emperor frowned slightly when he heard this, because Bart does things without rules. Just like the last time he was attacked, this guy made 2 trillion from this incident. If Bart is not agreed to this time, what will this guy do? Even if the Emperor wants to target Bart, the old nobles will not allow it. Even if Bart is not a member of the old nobles, mainly the Emperor wants to target him, the old nobles will come forward to protect him. It has nothing to do with right or wrong, only the position. What do you think? The Emperor asked. My opinion is to agree. The Prime Minister is a middle-aged man with yellow skin and blue eyes, sparse hair, relatively thin body, and answered in a flat tone. Oh! The Emperor said with a questioning tone. The Empire has several spare warships, and these warships have been there for many years. In addition, this Count Bart is rich. The Prime Minister said a few words. After hearing these 2 sentences, the Emperor naturally understood what the Prime Minister meant. All kinds of equipment have spare models. There are 2 spare main battleships, 6 secondary battleships, and even more other battleships. These spare battleships, in the absence of war, are very likely to be difficult to activate again. For the Empire, these spare battleships are some non-circulating assets. If these assets are not activated, They will depreciate more severely after a certain period of time. And selling one to Bart would not have much impact. As for Bart being rich, it was because it took a lot of money to maintain a warship. In other words, it indirectly made Bart's property flow. Although Bart has a bad character, he is not a bad person at heart. Bart's warships on Devon Star can also play a certain deterrent role. When encountering some things, our official and military officials can't do anything. But it's not necessarily the case for private individuals. The Prime Minister spoke again. The Emperor heard this, but did not express his opinion immediately, because the Prime Minister and Bart were both old nobles. Although Bart only had one warship, he did not need to take it seriously. But the Emperor had to consider one more point. That is, if there was the first one, there would be the second one soon. But the Emperor could not refuse directly, because Bart was definitely capable of doing something that would astonish you. This was something the Emperor did not want to see. The Emperor's current experience was to thoroughly investigate the attack on the investigation team. The investigation team was attacked and exposed too many problems. And each one was fatal. Whether it was the housekeeper of the manor where the investigation team lived, or someone else's spy, or someone from the temple had infiltrated the special investigation team. This was a huge crisis for the Emperor. The royal manor was infiltrated by old nobles. Although the Emperor had guessed this a long time ago, he did not expect to find real evidence. Not to mention the organization of the temple. The special investigation team members were carefully selected. And such a thing would happen. How would the Emperor view the other people under his command? Now we must first let the heat of this matter cool down. If Bart stirs up trouble again, and stirs up the heat of this matter again, it will be very detrimental to the investigation. The weapon system above must be restricted. After thinking for a while, the Emperor finally said this. Of course. The Prime Minister heard this, and replied with a smile. The Prime Minister naturally knew what the Emperor was thinking now. The Emperor is now conducting a thorough investigation of the people around him, and his trusted subordinates. In fact, it is not just the Emperor, this is the Empire. The officials are also constantly investigating the people of the Temple of God. Because the Temple of God was notorious in the past for doing many things that angered many gods for money. No matter whether it is the old nobles or the Emperor, they don't want the entire empire to be controlled by a group of vampires with no bottom line. Yang Bo naturally didn't know that he was just asking for too much, and he didn't expect to achieve his goal. In fact, Yang Bo didn't have an accurate goal, especially for Yang Bo now. As long as he said it was a warship, even if it was some of the lowest level reconnaissance ships, Yang Bo would be satisfied. Of course, the authorities can't reply so quickly. The intelligence system of the spare warship will definitely not be used. The current military system will use a castrated version. Even the weapon system above needs to have more permissions added to prevent Bart from using it indiscriminately. Yang Bo returned to Bart's territory. Fortunately, during this period, the nobles of Devon basically stayed at home. Or they took spaceships to other planets. Because Devon was too chaotic, terrorist attacks occurred one after another. Relatively speaking, these nobles value their lives more. So Bart never went out for a walk. And no one doubted it. Yang Bo came to the material laboratory again. White and the other two had no idea that the boss in front of them could cross the space by himself. Because it was impossible. Yang Bo asked Jerry, the butler, to buy several islands. The laboratory that Yang Bo used for space transmission was a separate laboratory. This material laboratory was also separate. White and the other two were very happy to see the boss coming. Let's get started. Yang Bo came here to deliver orders for ultra-high temperature materials. Ultra-high temperature materials can bring in a lot of money. No matter how the territory here develops in the future, it will require a huge amount of funds. Ultra-high temperature materials can also bind a group of vested interests. White and the other two were ready long ago, and then they started to produce orders skillfully. Because these materials will be preheated, Yang Bo did not consume much superpowers. While Yang Bo completed the order, he searched the memories of White and the other two. To build a military-industrial base of our own in the Crimson Federation. We still need talents. My superpowers are not omnipotent. If I want to use my superpowers to build mechas, fighter planes, and warships, this is obviously unrealistic. I can only serve as a technical guide. And then other people will have to do the work below. But there is an advantage that most of them can be made with robots. But there are many types of robots. And many models require hundreds of manufacturing robots just to manufacture mechas. I obviously don't have the ability to complete these production lines alone. Yang Bo is still ready to recruit talents. But Yang Bo does not need those top talents. To put it bluntly, Yang Bo just needs some cattle and horses. But if you want to save yourself the trouble, you need some more advanced cattle and horses. At least they can know how to make the things you bring out. As the top scientists of the Alliance, White and his two companions must know many people. Yang Bo kept searching through the memories of the three people. Yang Bo used the spiritual seed to check other people's memories, which was a bit like intelligent search. It was like thinking of something. And various memories about these things would emerge in his mind. Because Yang Bo did not have time to read other people's complete memories. How long is the complete memory timeline of a person? White and his two companions controlled the entire production line of ultra-high temperature materials. The families of the three people originally wanted to come to Devon Star. But Devon Star has been in turmoil recently. So the families of the three people are waiting and watching for the time being. Looking at the materials produced, the three people are also very happy. Because this is the profit. The three people now feel too free. And they can do any research in the huge laboratory. They no longer need to listen to the boss's instructions and study things they don't like. Moreover, Bart, the boss, will not care about the three people and will not see them for a few days. I'll be here for now. And I'll come back in a few days. Yang Bo spent most of the day in the high-temperature materials laboratory producing ultra-high temperature materials. Yang Bo didn't need to worry about the subsequent delivery of orders. In fact, the ultra-high temperature materials produced by Yang Bo last time had not been delivered yet. So this gave the outside world a false impression that Bart was constantly completing orders in the laboratory. Master, has His Highness Su Ruoshin sent another message? Yang Bo had just walked out of the materials laboratory when Butler Jerry came again. Don't pay attention to her for now, I'm fighting with the authorities now. If the authorities don't agree to my request this time, I'll make them suffer. Butler Jerry saw his young master waving his hands. Butler Jerry certainly knew why his young master said that, because His Highness was probably here to get information or act as a lobbyist. Also, we'll divide an area in our territory to build a place to dock warships. Yang Bo thought of another point and said, Master, what do you mean? Butler Jerry's eyes widened when he heard this. Butler Jerry is a smart man. Combining the requirements of the young master above, he guessed that his young master wanted to ask the government for a warship. I have already asked the government to compensate me with a warship. And then I will shut up. My request now is a warship that is one level lower than the main battleship. I just don't know if the government will agree. Butler Jerry was even more surprised when he heard his young master say this. Then he asked in confusion, how does the young master know what type of warship they took out? Butler Jerry asked this because the Empire kept the data of the warships confidential. Few people can know all the data of a warship. I'm asking too much, it all depends on what the authorities do. I'm telling you so that you can be mentally prepared, because the warship will definitely need supporting facilities when it arrives. Yang Bo explained again. Yes. Butler Jerry answered while thinking, he should ask relevant people what supporting facilities the warship needs, and the current data of the warship, so that his young master won't be fooled by the officials. Young master, this is the guest list for your wedding that I prepared. Butler Jerry handed another list to his young master. Invitations to noble weddings are usually sent in advance. These are physical invitations, not just posting a message online. Because the distance between stars is very far, these invitations are usually sent out several months in advance. When nobles do these big things, they still follow tradition. Yeah. Yang Bo felt a little bad when he heard this. Because Yang Bo did not absorb Bart's own memory. So Bart's entire circle of friends and relationships were all known from the memories of Alan and Jerry the butler. Yang Bo was sure that there were some things these two people didn't know. This was also the reason why Yang Bo didn't go out often. He was afraid of encountering something that would make people suspicious. Now that he had to send invitations, some people might be left behind. Yang Bo was not afraid of meeting these people face to face. But he was afraid that some people didn't send invitations. Because face to face, Yang Bo could instantly release spiritual seeds to the other party, and then obtain relevant information. I'll ask my wife first. After all, our planet is so chaotic now. If it doesn't work, we can hold the wedding online. Yang Bo found an excuse. Butler Jerry sighed when he heard this. It's really difficult to deal with. There are some people at the back of the list. There is no way not to invite them. But I'm afraid that they won't come even if I give them the invitations. Chapter 992 Settlement of Accounts. Yang Bo opened the list at the back and found that there was Bart's father, and some people from the Altina family. Although Bart's father and Bart were nominally father and son, the two were actually enemies now. After all, Yang Bo beat Bart's half-brother to death. Many people in the Altina family were very dissatisfied with Butler. Some people even wanted to seize Bart's property. If such people were not invited to the wedding, it would be a slap in the face, after all. On the surface, the two sides did not tear each other apart. If they are invited, these people will feel uncomfortable, and may even do something secretly. Yang Bo nodded after reading the list. Yang Bo has no time to deal with Ning Shui recently, but Ning Shui is also training mechas step by step every day, learning some things about managing the territory. She is not like other women in noble families, who wander around every day. This is actually the difference between new nobles and old nobles. The family members of new nobles have some sense of crisis, so these people are always working hard to improve themselves. Most of the members of the old noble families are just eating and waiting to die. Because these members have no sense of crisis, and most of them have no chance to participate in the family business. For the family, unreliable family members would rather let him eat, drink and have fun, and never let him start a business to manage the family business. So it seems that the women in the old noble families participate in various activities every day. Ning Shui's family is a new noble family, and Ning Shui has been trained since she was a child, so even if no one is watching her now, she is very self-disciplined. I have something to talk to you about. Yang Bo stayed at Devon Star that night. After having an in-depth conversation with Ning Shui, he hugged her and started talking. Ning Shui looked up at Bart and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's about the wedding. The official asked me to go today, but they didn't give any clues. And from other sources, the reasons behind the attack on the investigation team are too complicated. It involves old nobles, the royal family, and some mysterious organizations." Yang Bo roughly recounted what Alan said today. Ning Shui's eyes widened after hearing this. The identities of the 5 dead people are so complicated. I don't know how the situation will develop. How about we hold our wedding online? The reason why Yang Bo prepared for the wedding some time ago was to attract killers. But now, he is developing in the Crimson Federation. The headquarters of most killers are in the Crimson Federation. So if you want to find killers to brush up your skills, there is no need to continue to make trouble on Devon Star. In addition, the development of the Crimson Federation is more important. The chaotic warlord system of the Crimson Federation is more beneficial to him. Besides, my relationship with our family is not that good. Ning Shui said after hearing this, "How about we hold a minimalist wedding? Just invite our families?" Yang Bo smiled bitterly after hearing this. "My relationship with my father." Yang Bo then recounted the grievances between him and his half-brother. Huh? Ning Shui was also a little surprised when she heard Bart say that he had beaten up his half-brother at the family meeting. But then Ning Shui realized that Bart's current family environment was the best for him. If Bart had a close relationship with his family, many things in the territory might be affected by the family, and he might have to participate in various activities with other women in the family. And there were some conflicts between new nobles, like him, and their old nobles. Then he comforted her. "Your father is too partial to this younger brother. You have already left the family. But they still do this. It seems that they want to kick you out of the ranks of heirs. Well, let's hold a wedding online. On the one hand, the situation is too complicated now. And on the other hand, some people have to be invited. But it's not okay to invite them. Well, you say it." Ning Shui is actually very satisfied with her current life. "What I dislike most is aristocratic socializing. I used to be taken to various social gatherings by my grandfather and parents, and I am not used to that kind of environment. I am doing what I like now, and Bart doesn't care about me. Then I will announce it online tomorrow." Yang Bo was relieved. "My mother asked how long we will have a baby." Ning Shui buried her head in Bart's arms a little embarrassedly and asked, "When your superpowers stop growing, we are still young now." Yang Bo naturally knew that Ning Shui's family wanted Ning Shui to have a baby earlier, which was to tie the interests of both parties together more deeply. However, Yang Bo did not plan to have a child so early. On the one hand, Ning Shui's superpowers were still growing slowly. If she gave birth now, it would affect her. On the other hand, there was the issue of his own identity. He would have to solve it before he could have a child. Yeah. Ning Shui was not surprised to hear this. Because people with superpowers would only have children when their superpowers were no longer growing, regardless of whether they were male or female. This is also why some people are over 100 years old, and their sons are only a few years old, or even a few months old. Some people even wait until they are over 200 years old to have children. Because studies have shown that when superpowers are no longer growing, their genes have reached their maximum limit. The next day, everyone found that Bart had blasted the imperial government on his social account. Bart said on his social account, "I am Bart, a dignified hereditary noble viscount." After the billionaire was attacked, it has not been found out who it was. Then, as other citizens of the Empire, how can we ensure our own safety? Even the Empire's investigation team was attacked by terrorists, and the official has not given any answer so far. So I personally decided to keep my wedding simple and not invite anyone, because I can't guarantee the safety of my guests on Devon Star. In addition, if the opportunity is right, I will also consider moving away from Devon Star. Many people in the Blue Water Empire agreed with Bart's remarks. Bart's status is now higher than most people in the Blue Water Empire. If the safety of such people cannot be guaranteed, then what about others? However, in the eyes of the Emperor of the Empire, Bart's speech was to put pressure on the government, and also put pressure on himself as the Emperor. No one could have thought that there was another reason. After sending the message, Yang Bo left the material laboratory and asked White and others to send him away in a mecha. Yang Bo returned to March Star and came from the underground laboratory to the room in the villa where he surfed the internet. Hee. Yang Bo looked at the news and smiled in his heart. The biggest news of the Alliance. Charlie, the Speaker of the Tianza Star House of Representatives, ran away and disappeared. The reason why this guy ran away was because the Tianza Star House of Representatives of the Alliance had just completed the impeachment procedure to arrest Charlie. Yang Bo certainly knew that this guy had run away, because Charlie knew that his own political career was over. Not only did his political opponents want to target him, even people from their own party wanted him dead. Because the current ruling party of the Alliance was completely defeated, it was because of a scandal. At this time, if he didn't run away, what else was he waiting for? Charlie didn't resign, so the Alliance's investigation department couldn't monitor Charlie and arrest Charlie. By the time the recall procedure was completed, Charlie had already run away. Of course, Charlie was able to escape in this high-tech society. Some people also hope that Charlie disappears, because once this guy is caught, it will bring passiveness to many people. And Charlie went to the Interstellar pirate group. Of course, his escape has also become a big scandal in the political world. The various opposition parties in the Alliance have made various remarks. As for the atomic bomb incident in the Zhang family bunker, it has been completely suppressed. The matter in the Alliance politics is the biggest matter. In fact, it is just a competition among the supporters behind each political party. Public opinion is a political high ground, so no one reported the atomic bomb. As for whether anyone continued to investigate this matter, this is definitely the case. However, the ministers of the Department of Homeland Security and the Intelligence Department of the Alliance were also affected by Charlie's matter, because now the ministers of various departments are appointed by the current president. These people must have been impacted. It's time to ask Zhang Buizhen for compensation. Yang Bo read the news for a while, and then went to the second game world to take a look. It was still winter in the second game world, there was nothing to do, so he let the game character hang up. Not every game character can hang up in the second game world, because the prerequisite for a game character to hang up is to have enough gold coins. If a game character hangs up to go out hunting or working, an accident may happen. Only game characters like Yang Bo, who eat and train every day, can hang up. Even so, they may encounter danger, because in a world like the second world, a small wound or drinking contaminated water may be fatal. In fact, Zhang Buizhen was also worried, because this incident was too big. And Zhang Buizhen suspected that what happened to Speaker Charlie was also done by Mr. Jiu, because the modus operandi was too similar. The robbed person donated money to a charity organization, and the last victim was Zhang Letian. Yang Bo came to the underground safe house in the Vichy City Manor from the underground laboratory. After leaving the safe house and coming to the ground, he sent a message to Zhang Buizhen, "Young Master Zhang, the mission has been completed." On Zhang Buizhen's side, Niu Bo hurriedly found the young master. "Young master." Mr. Jiu sent a message. After seeing the message, Zhang Buizhen quickly replied, "Thank you, sir. This matter was done very well. I wonder how much reward you need." Mr. Jiu, "Just give it as you see fit." Yang Bo did not ask for payment directly, because it was impossible to ask for money alone in the last mission. Zhang Buizhen was also prepared. "I wonder if you need to buy something? I can help you in this regard." Yang Bo was also very satisfied when he saw the other party send this message. The things the other party said must be contraband. Mr. Jiu, how about we find a place to talk? Zhang Buizhen, sure. I will send the butler. Mr. Jiu, okay. Yang Bo also planned to go to Zhang Buizhen to get a warship. Because buying a warship does not mean that it will arrive tomorrow if you buy it today. Warships will only be built after receiving the order and paying in full. The March Star official is eligible to purchase warships for planetary defense. Yang Bo saw this opportunity. It seems that the other party probably wants warships. After Zhang Buizhen hung up the communicator, he turned on the jammer, and then said to Niu Bo. Niu Bo nodded. The situation is so chaotic now, it is an excuse to buy warships. Niu Bo, please have a good talk with Mr. Jiu after you meet. Now he is our important partner. Yes. Chapter 993, Making Excuses. Besides, before that, get the parameters of the warships that can be purchased on our planet first. Zhang Buizhen said again. This can show our sincerity, and let us know what kind of warships we can buy to the maximum extent. Zhang Buizhen said again. Niu Bo nodded after hearing this. What the young master said makes sense. Although we are not sure whether the other party knows the detailed parameters of the warship, we take it out as our sincerity. Zhang Buizhen nodded. This is only one aspect. The other is to look at the specific price of the warship. In addition, find out from the side whether Speaker Charlie is done by them. Because the two styles of doing things are too similar. I just don't know if it is a task they took, or what else is going on. I always feel that this matter seems to have something to do with us. Speaker Charlie's opponents are not so stupid. They may ask the Free Mercenary team to deal with their political opponents. The political circle of the Alliance has long ruled out this kind of low-level gameplay. Once this matter is exposed, then his political opponents will be attacked by everyone. Attack! It feels to me that they are doing this to divert attention from another matter. Niu Bo nodded when he heard this. Combined with the information revealed privately, yes. This guess makes sense. Now no one knows what is going on with Speaker Charlie, because there is no motive for committing a crime. Ordinary people would not dare to do such a big thing. Of course we can guess this. It is exactly the way they do this. If this is the case, then Mr. Jiu's team is too powerful in the Alliance. So powerful that until now, the Homeland Security Department and Intelligence Department of the Alliance have not found any clues. It's scary to think about it. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this. Tianzi Star is not a remote area like March Star. That is one of the political centers of the Alliance. How many headquarters of companies? How many aristocratic families? And how many political groups and politicians are all on Tianzi Star? Such a big thing happened on such a planet, so the intelligence agencies of the entire Alliance did not catch any clues. Niu Bo and Zhang Buizhen were sweating when they thought of such a huge intelligence capability. Only when you understand how huge the capability is, you can understand how terrible it is. Zhang Buizhen sighed again. Mr. Jiu can have a partner like me, maybe they have other stronger partners. There is no news about their mercenary team in the whole society, which is abnormal in itself. On the one hand, it proves that they are hiding very deeply. And on the other hand, it proves that they have many partners to help them. Niu Bo laughed when he heard his young master's words. Young master, who wouldn't want a partner like them? Young master, are you willing to introduce partners like them to other people? I think they must buy contraband not only from our place. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this. After this incident, Zhang Buizhen was more in awe of Mr. Jiu's team. Too strong. Too strong to the point of being disturbing. Zhang Buizhen is in a complicated mood now. On the one hand, he is very happy, because the stronger the partner is, the better it is for him. Although Zhang Buizhen's current situation has eased a lot, he still faces many dangers. Political struggles and business struggles are happening all the time, and the better the development potential of March Star is, the more hunters will hide in the dark. Just like a piece of fat meat, many people are watching. As long as there is a little mistake, these people will pounce on it like hungry wolves. The stronger Mr. Jiu's team is, the better it is for him. But Zhang Buizhen is also a little worried that his partner is too strong, which will reduce his voice. Although the other party has not shown any malice yet, Zhang Buizhen cannot help but worry. I think their team should be very honest. Unlike other mercenary teams that only care about money and not people. Otherwise, their mercenary team would not be so top-notch. They have such a strong intelligence network and even more powerful partners. They are definitely not the kind of dishonest people. Because such a team cannot survive for a long time. From the establishment of the Free Mercenary Union to the present, there have been so many ace mercenary groups. But few ace mercenary groups can continue to exist for hundreds of years. Of course, there is competition within their mercenary team, but I think it is more about the attitude of customers. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this. I hope our guess is right. You do things well. We will take one step at a time. Let them know our sincerity. And even if the warship is delivered, we will not suffer any losses. But we will make a lot of money. Nyobo certainly knew what his young master meant. Using other people's money to pay his own debts. Because warships will still be insured when they are delivered. If a warship is missing or has any problems, the insurance company will pay for it. Of course, there has been no theft of the Alliance's warships over the years. Yang Bo didn't know that Zhang Buizhen would show his sincerity. Yang Bo is now thinking about how to get the specific performance parameters of the Alliance warships. There are many types of warships, and the performance of different purposes is very different. From the public information, we know that warships are divided into reconnaissance ships, assault ships, electronic jamming ships, support ships, landing ships, multi-purpose warships, supply ships, repair ships, etc. The performance of the warships, I know from Li Yong's memory, is not very complete. Although Li Yong's rank is high, he is only in charge of the reconnaissance ship now. Yang Bo pondered in his heart again. Although Li Yong is a major general, he must start as the captain of a reconnaissance ship to become a real military officer. Because there are too many major generals in the Alliance, and the rank is not proportional to the ability. Some major generals in logistics and major generals in the main fleet, the abilities and expertise of both sides are completely different. I really don't want to deal with Wang Muxue. This woman is too smart. But I can still go and take a look, because I will definitely have to build a fleet in the future. I can learn from the model of the 9th Fleet. In addition, I can also gain some experience from Wang Muxue. Wang Muxue is the only commander in the Alliance in the past 200 years who has commanded a war. And she has commanded 2 wars. So she must have gained much more experience than others. After Yang Bo returned to the villa, he was thinking about what excuse to find to visit the 9th Fleet. Because when facing someone like Wang Muxue, if you don't find a good excuse, you will probably be suspected by the other party. What excuse should I find? Yang Bo thought about it carefully. But he didn't find a suitable excuse. Yang Bo did not think of using other methods to obtain relevant information, such as hacker attacks. However, hackers attacking military systems, especially military warship systems, is a bit unrealistic. Because the systems of military warships are independent, and their optical computers are very powerful.